Hello everyone, this is Top Romance Novels. Before watching the video, please take 3 seconds to like the video and subscribe to the channel. This will give me more motivation to create more high-quality videos. Thank you all very much. Have a wonderful day. At the beginning of the story, the soul of our female lead, by Xiao Xiao, falls from the sky into a new space. Just as she is falling, a voice rings out, speaking to her. By Xiao Xiao, you must remember your mission. Find the anomaly in this space-time and correct it. As soon as the mysterious voice faded, Bai Xiao Xiao's soul gradually merged into the body of a woman from ancient times. After entering that body, Bai Xiao Xiao was still in free fall. Bai Xiao Xiao opened her eyes at this moment, looked down, and seeing that it seemed bottomless, she asked in frustration, "Haven't I reached the bottom yet?" After that, Bai Xiao Xiao just kept spinning around in the space. She was gradually sucked into a hall. Inside that hall, Bai Xiao Xiao saw below her a coffin in which a man was lying as if in a deep sleep. Bai Xiao Xiao immediately fell right into that crystal coffin. After landing, Bai Xiao Xiao sat up, holding her head. She looked down at the man lying inside the coffin and exclaimed, "An unparalleled beauty. This is a coffin, so this is..." Bai Xiao Xiao was startled and thought to herself, This is a handsome man sleeping in a coffin. Could he be a corpse? So beautiful." Realizing she was in a coffin, Bai Xiao Xiao immediately jumped out, bowed her head, and said to the person inside, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to disturb your rest." But then, out of curiosity, Bai Xiao Xiao bravely peeked in to look at the appearance of the person in the coffin, saying, "This is what they call lifelike in the legends." Then Bai Xiao Xiao took off her outer robe, thinking to herself, why do I suddenly feel so hot? What is this feeling, this desire? It's not scientific. Although this handsome man is truly beautiful, I shouldn't become such a lecher. To be so greedy that I can't control myself like this. Bai Xiao Xiao thought this, wanted to calm down, but she couldn't. Then, Bai Xiao Xiao took off her dress and cried out, "I can't control it at all. It's like I've been poisoned or something. It must be that when I transmigrated, this body's desires wanted to erupt." Her rationality gradually disappeared. She made a move on the man inside the coffin, saying, "This handsome man, heaven is my witness. I'm really not doing this on purpose, but I just can't hold it in anymore." Bai Xiao Xiao had lost all reason at this point. Her current state was that of a lustful woman who hadn't been satisfied for a month, and she began to undress the man lying in the coffin. Just then, the man in the coffin, who was none other than Nanjiao Yuang, opened his eyes and woke up. Seeing her taking liberties with him, he cursed, "Scoundrel, bastard." He pushed her face away, thinking to himself, to think she would take advantage of my poison flaring up to do this to me. At this moment, Bai Xiao Xiao's mouth uttered. Nanjiao Yuang frowned and cursed. "Damn it, the arrow is on the bowstring and must be fired." Nanjiao Yuang's face was flushed red. He began to move beneath her. While doing so, he panted and cursed. "Damn it, this is bad. I can't suppress this poison." Lying in the coffin, Bai Xiao Xiao let out a cry of pleasure. A passionate night passed. Bai Xiao Xiao gradually woke up. She sat up abruptly, holding her head and saying, "My head hurts so much. What on earth did I..." Bai Xiao Xiao looked at Nanjiao Yuang beside her and was so startled her eyes nearly popped out. She cried out, "Oh my God, what on earth did I do? I didn't even spare a corpse." With a final shred of decency, Bai Xiao Xiao neatly dressed Nanjiao Yuang again, then put on her own clothes and ran off, thinking to herself, "A million apologies. I was truly framed by a villain. My back hurts a lot too. I shouldn't have resisted. It's my fault. Your Excellency, please don't hold it against a lowly person like me." Bai Xiao Xiao leaned against a wall, stopped, and cried out, "I'm dizzy. It seems like a memory is gradually appearing in my head." She tried to remember, asking, "Who am I? Where am I?" Whose memory is returning. The memories of this body gradually returned, appearing in her mind. "I am Bai Xiao Xiao, the legitimate daughter of Diguang City's general by Iran. Unfortunately, my mother passed away early. My father was seduced by a vixen. Her stepmother at that time took her father's arm and led him away. General, come to my place so we can have a little chat." She even glanced back to warn Bai Xiao Xiao. Bai Iran heard this and said, "Is a little chat enough? It'll surely turn into half an incense sticks time." Bai Xiao Xiao continued to remember, "With no one to love me and no one to protect me, I could only turn my sorrow into appetite. I didn't even realize it when someone drugged me with an aphrodisiac and threw me off a cliff. Who would care about an unbearable child like me?" At this moment, Bai Xiao Xiao walked out from the cliff, stood on the mountaintop, and said with a cold laugh, I will make those who bullied me receive their punishment. You bunch of scumbags will have to face a beautiful girl from the 21st century. Tremble in fear. Then she burst into loud laughter. But as soon as she took a step, she immediately slipped and fell on the ground with a cry. Game over. Bai Xiao Xiao was suddenly attracted by the herbs next to where she fell and thought to herself, "There's actually honeysuckle here. This will be perfect to bring back and stage a good show." Then, Bai Xiao Xiao started walking down the mountain, intending to return home, sighing as she walked. Diguang City. Diguang City. With these short legs of mine, when on earth will I get there? At that moment, a horse-drawn carriage was approaching. Seeing this, Bai Xiao Xiao's eyes lit up. She waved the carriage down and said, "Excuse me, are you heading to Diguang City? Could you give me a ride?" Hong Xiu, sitting inside, held her sword and asked, "Who are you? Do you know who we are? You must have the guts of a leopard to dare block our carriage." Although Hong Xiu said that, the master of the carriage still let Bai Xiao Xiao on. The clumsy Bai Xiao Xiao was about to climb into the carriage. Seeing this, Hong Xiu told her, "You could just sit outside." Inside the carriage, Feng Miran said, "Hong Xiu, invite her inside." Hearing Feng Miran say this, although Hong Xiu was reluctant, she still frowned and replied yes. As soon as Bai Xiao Xiao entered and saw Feng Miran's face, she exclaimed, "So handsome." "Hello, handsome. My name is Bai Xiao Xiao. A pleasure to meet you." She reached out to shake Feng Miran's hand. Feng Miran smiled and said, "Miss, you are quite amusing. My surname is Feng." The moment Bai Xiao Xiao saw the handsome man, her eyes lit up. Her favorability of him shot up as she thought to herself, "So handsome and suave. A true lady killer." She then asked, "Mr. Feng." "Oh no, young Master Feng. Hello." At this time, the wheels continued to roll. Feng Miran curiously asked her, "I wonder which part of Diguang City Miss Xiao Xiao is from." Bai Xiao Xiao replied, "The general's manor, although my appearance might seem a bit unreliable." Hearing this, Feng Miran said, "Miss Xiao Xiao is both lively and lovely. Why must you be so concerned with your appearance? To be able to meet Miss Xiao Xiao is my Feng's honor. I truly admire you." Before Feng Miran could finish, he started coughing. He raised his hand to cover his mouth and coughed. Seeing this, Hong Xiu worriedly came closer and asked, "Mr. Feng, what's wrong?" At this moment, Feng Miran's lips had turned black. Seeing this, Bai Xiao Xiao said to Feng Miran, "I see the space between your eyebrows has darkened and your lips are purple. You might be poisoned. Let me check your pulse." Feng Miran asked in surprise, "Miss, you know medicine?" She reached out to touch Feng Miran's pulse. "I know a little." Seeing this, Hong Xiu thought angrily to herself, "This woman dares to be so forward with the master." Hong Xiu cried out, "Mr. Feng." Feng Miran just kept smiling at Bai Xiao Xiao. After checking the pulse, Bai Xiao Xiao spoke. "Heavens above, what kind of bizarre poison is this? A mixture of more than 10 toxins. They are all invading and corroding your internal organs. With a face as beautiful as yours, it's no wonder people would be jealous and hateful. Who did you offend for them to be so vicious?" Feng Miran replied, "I haven't offended anyone. It's just that I often come into contact with these poisons. Does Miss Xiao Xiao have a way to cure it?" Bai Xiao Xiao replied, "I didn't expect Mr. Feng to have an interest in testing poisons. It can be treated, but it would be for nothing if you continue to test poisons. Take off your shirt. I'll help you with acupuncture to suppress the poison's effects first." Hearing this, Hong Xiu was stunned. Bai Xiao Xiao turned back and asked Hong Xiu, "Do you have needles?" Hong Xiu frowned and said, "Miss Xiao Xiao, please have some self-respect." Hearing this, Bai Xiao Xiao thought to herself, "Big sister, please. I'm already being very serious. Okay? I just want to give Mr. Feng some acupuncture. Why is your mind so dirty? Huh?" Hong Xiu frowned and said, "Even a quack doctor always carries needles with him. You don't even have needles, and you have the nerve to say you know medicine." Feng Miran warned, "Hong Xiu, mind your own business." Hong Xiu nodded and replied yes. Hong Xiu warned Bai Xiao Xiao, "If you dare to mess around, you're dead." Bai Xiao Xiao thought to herself, "If I don't treat him, at most, he'll be dead in 3 months. If I wanted him dead, I wouldn't need to lift a finger." Feng Miran took out a wooden box. Inside were incredibly shiny acupuncture needles. Seeing them, Bai Xiao Xiao exclaimed, "It's blinding my eyes." Feng Miran smiled and said to Bai Xiao Xiao, "There are only 2 sets of these needles in the world. I wonder if they are to Miss Xiao Xiao's liking." Bai Xiao Xiao pulled out a needle and said with a smile, "You're flattering me." Feng Miran replied, "Not at all, as long as Miss Xiao Xiao is not afraid." Hearing this, Bai Xiao Xiao froze. Then, Feng Miran took off his shirt. On his body was a tattoo of an eagle. Bai Xiao Xiao looked at Feng Miran's body and thought to herself, "I never expected young Master Feng to look so gentle on the outside, but be the true underworld boss on the inside. And my childhood dream was to be the wife of an underworld boss." Bai Xiao Xiao cleared her throat and said, "I'll begin the acupuncture now. This spot is a bit sensitive, so don't move." Then, Bai Xiao Xiao immediately inserted the needle into Feng Miran's body. The moment he was pricked, Feng Miran cried out in pain. Bai Xiao Xiao continued, "Bear with it for a moment. I'll try to be gentler." Hong Xiu was now sitting outside the carriage. Hearing this sound, her face immediately darkened. After a while, the carriage arrived at the gates of Diguang City. Bai Xiao Xiao had also finished the acupuncture. Feng Miran put on his robe and saw Bai Xiao Xiao off. Hong Xiu stood by his side, her face flushed because she had heard the sounds Feng Miran made the entire way. Feng Miran smiled and said to Bai Xiao Xiao, "The city gate is ahead. I am heading out of the city. I must bid farewell to Miss Xiao Xiao here." She smiled and replied, "Mr. Feng, thank you so much. If I had walked here by myself, it would have been pitch dark by now." Feng Yiran bowed and said, "I'm the one who should be thanking you. Thanks to you, Miss, my body is much better. Miss Xiao Xiao, I will remember this kindness. In the future, if you need anything, please find me." Bai Xiao Xiao then asked, "We are friends, sir. You're being too polite. Removing the poison still requires further acupuncture. How do I find you?" Hearing this, Hong Xiu gritted her teeth and thought to herself, "She really has lustful intentions. I knew it. She wouldn't leave so easily." Feng Yiran gave her a token and said, "This is my token. If you need me, miss, just go to the Tinyan. Give the token to the manager, and he will know how to find me. As for the detoxification, when I have time, I will send someone to the general's manor to find you." With that, Feng Yiran left. Bai Xiao Xiao waved. "See you again." She thought to herself, "What a good person. If I were a bit thinner and prettier, I'd be confident enough to bring him into my harem." Then she turned back and walked into the city. The people in the city were stunned when they saw her. Seeing this, she also fell silent. The people in the city immediately ran off, saying, "We've seen a ghost in broad daylight." They screamed. Seeing this, Bai Xiao Xiao was extremely puzzled. She returned to the general's manor. At that moment, someone was mourning, "My little sister, Bai Xiao Xiao. Why did you have to die so tragically?" Bai Xiao Xiao caught a piece of joss paper that flew by and said, "Bai Xiao Xiao, that seems to be me." Bai Xiao Xiao approached the general's manor. The moment Bai Qianqian saw Bai Xiao Xiao return, she was stunned and startled. She screamed, "A walking corpse." Then Bai Qianqian stood up in fear and ran away, shouting as she ran, "You ghost, don't come over here." Seeing this, Bai Xiao Xiao thought to herself, "This woman looks familiar. She seems to be someone related to the original owner of this body." Bai Xiao Xiao recalled the memories. First revenge target, Bai Qianqian, the eldest daughter of a concubine in the Bai family, who often bullied the original owner. She recalled the general once telling Bai Qianqian, "Qianqian, you must take good care of your younger sister." On the surface, Bai Qianqian bowed, "Yes, father." But afterward, she smiled with a cold expression as she looked at Bai Xiao Xiao, "That I will definitely take good care of my younger sister." Inside the ancestral hall, the servants were crying and wailing. "Young miss, you died so tragically. Young miss, why did you have to pass away in the end?" Bai Xiao Xiao walked in, saw this, and thought to herself, "Just how many people were hoping for me to die?" Bai Xiao Xiao then shouted, "Stop crying." All the servants heard her voice, were stunned, and turned their heads. Bai Qianqian pointed at Bai Xiao Xiao and scolded, Are you a ghost? Little sister, you are already dead. Don't cling to this world anymore. Rest in peace." Bai Xiao Xiao said to her, "I'm not a ghost. Touch me and see, my body is still warm." Bai Qianqian shouted, This ghost dares to cause trouble. Everyone, tie her up and burn her. We can't let her wreak havoc in the Bai family." Hearing this, the servants immediately grabbed ropes and torches and said, "Surrender without a fight." Bai Xiao Xiao let out a cry. She looked at the coffin and thought, "Don't panic. I have to prove that the person in the coffin is not me." Bai Xiao Xiao quickly dodged the servants, ran towards the coffin, and opened the lid of the coffin. Looking at the body inside, she thought, "They even disfigure my face. Was it necessary to hate me that much?" Bai Xiao said, "Everyone, come and see. The material of the corpse's clothes is not from the Bai manor at all. She just has a similar appearance to me." The surrounding servants said, "That makes sense. I'm convinced. That's right. The materials of the Bai manor aren't that poor. Could it really be the young miss? The young miss isn't dead." Hearing this, Bai Qian thought to herself, is this still the Bai Xiao who is easy to scold, easy to beat, and endured all hardships? Bai Xiao asked, "Bai Qian, can you explain where this corpse came from?" Bai Qian exclaimed this. Just then, a person walked in and said, "Bai Xiao, you faked your death to elope with your lover for a day and a night before returning. You truly have no shame." In Bai Xiao's memory, it appeared. Second revenge target, Ouyang Xingtian, the original owner's fiancé, who was in cahoots with Bai Qian. He walked in and asked Bai Qian, "Are you all right?" Bai Qian nodded, then walked over to Bai Xiao and glared at her, pulling her away and saying, "All right, Xingtian, it's good that little sister is safe and sound. Don't be angry. Perhaps there's some misunderstanding in this matter." Hearing this, Bai Xiao thought to herself, "Oh my god, this little girl turns out to be so two-faced." Just then, Bai Yiran walked in and asked what's going on. Ouyang Xingtian bowed to him. Bai Qian exclaimed, "Father, little sister Xiao isn't dead. She has returned." Ouyang Xingtian immediately pointed at Bai Xiao and said, "General, I heard that Xiao found a substitute to fake her death in order to elope with someone else. Just now, Qian even thought she was dead. General, you must punish her." After hearing this, Bai Yiran angrily scolded, "Bai Xiao, you unfilial daughter, kneel down for me at once." Hearing this, Bai Xiao thought to herself, "Trying to act against me? I'll show you the power of Meryl Streep." She sighed, knelt down, clung to Bai Qian's leg, and cried out, "Father, older sister, you have no idea how much danger I've just been through." Bai Qian shouted, "Let go. Let go of me." She thought to herself, "As if I'd let go." Bai Xiao continued to cry and say, "Older sister's maid, Xiao Chui, told me that father had a fever and that I had to pick herbs from Mount Bodhi to cure him. I really went to pick herbs for father." Hearing this, Bai Qian said angrily, "Xiao Chui." Xiao Chui shook her head and said, "Young miss, this matter." Before she could finish explaining, Bai Xiao flicked a small stone at her throat, making her unable to speak, and she could only nod. She thought to herself, "I can't control my own body. Is the young miss going to kill me?" Bai Xiao thought to herself, "Plan successful. You want to fight me?" Ouyang Xingtian asked angrily, "Bai Xiao, do you have any proof that you really went to pick herbs?" Bai Xiao wiped her tears and thought to herself, "I was waiting for you to ask that." Bai Xiao immediately opened a box. Inside were herbs. "Here, these are all top-grade honeysuckle flowers. I went very far to be able to pick these for you, father. I suffered so much, and I was even misunderstood to be dead. I'm so sad, so heartbroken." Seeing this, Bai Yiran smiled and said, Xiao, you have truly suffered." The other servants also started chattering. "We misunderstood young Miss Xiao. That's right, young Miss Xiao is so filial. Young Miss Xiao is a great filial daughter. On the outside, she was crying, but on the inside, she was smiling." At the same time, the Night King of Nanzhao's anger index was exploding. He immediately gave an order, "Relay my command. Even if you have to search the entire world, you must find that fat, rustic woman." All his men knelt down, bowed, and said, "Yes, young master." He said angrily, "I want to chop that woman into 10,000 pieces." After the funeral matter was over, the stepmother, Bai Qian's mother, went with her into the rear garden and advised her, "Qin'er, this Bai Xiao is completely different from before. Although I don't know who guided her or what stimulated her to become like this. Today she knew how to curry favor with the master. This is not beneficial for us. For the next few days, you should lay low and not provoke her. Wait for a suitable opportunity to strike so she can never recover." Bai Qian grabbed her mother's hand and asked, "Why do I have to tolerate that idiot?" "Mother, what are you afraid of? Bai Xiao is just pretending to be a weak, good-for-nothing. Do you really think she can be completely reborn?" Her mother advised, "You can't say that. It's always better to be cautious in all things." Bai Qian exclaimed angrily, "But I can't stand the sight of that fat, rustic, nauseating figure. With her here, Brother Xingtian and I will never have a chance. Mother, quickly think of a way to get rid of her." Her mother said, all right. I will definitely plan for your sake, for the happiness of us mother and daughter. I will definitely make this scourge disappear." At this time, Inside Diguang City, all the citizens were gossiping. Hey, have you guys heard? That fat rustic by Xiao Xiao from the General's Manor is back. Of course I know. I heard she went to Mount Bodhi to pick medicine for her father. I didn't expect that although she's ugly, her heart isn't too bad. Just then, the carriage of the Night King of Nanjiao passed by. The Night King of Nanjiao overheard the gossip, was startled, and asked, Mount Bodhi? Fat rustic girl? Could be that damn woman? Damn it, this wretched woman. Where on earth is she? The General's Manor. I will search every General's Manor in the capital to catch you. You will definitely regret what you did to me. The Night King of Nanjiao's subordinate outside heard this, broke into a cold sweat, and thought to himself, the young master is like this a few times every month. At this moment, inside the General's Manor, Bai Xiao Xiao sneezed and thought, who's talking about me? Just then, Lu Ha and another maid came forward and said, Second young Mississippi. Seeing them, Bai Xiao Xiao said, you two came at the right time. I have something to ask you. Over so many years, you've skimmed quite a bit. From me. Lua cried out, Second young miss, I didn't. Bai Xiao Xiao immediately threw an account book at her face and said, How dare you, you a lowly maid, speak so informally? Who gave you the courage to disregard the hierarchy? Seeing Bai Xiao Xiao's change in attitude, Lu Ha immediately knelt down and begged, Second young miss, spare my life. This servant truly did not take your money. This servant would not dare to be disrespectful to you. Bai Xiao Xiao said coldly, Very well. Then let's go to your room and see if you can still deny it. Seeing this, Lu Ha became anxious. I'm doomed. Bai Xiao Xiao went into Lu He's room, lifted Lu He's bed, and saw a wooden box. She took it out and thought to herself, as expected. Bai Xiao Xiao took out the items and questioned her. These are all mementos my mother left for me. Tell me, how were they found under your pillow? Lu Ha panicked. This servant doesn't know either. It wasn't there a few days ago. I don't know why it's under my pillow today. She thought to herself, I just won't admit it even if they beat me to death. She can't do anything to me. Even if she goes to the master, he'll just say she's being unreasonable and causing trouble in the manor. Bai Xiao Xiao then exclaimed, Even you don't know? It seems someone has framed you. I'll take this box for now. When I find the culprit, I'll settle the score with them. Second miss is absolutely right. This servant will listen to you. Bai Xiao Xiao thought to herself, keeping her around for now will be useful. Then she ran off and happily asked, Now that I have this money, what should I do? She pinched her own flabby flesh. Got it, I'll lose weight. After that, Bai Xiao Xiao immediately disguised herself as a man and left the General's Manor. As soon as she went outside, she saw someone following her in a small alley. The two men, upon seeing Bai Xiao Xiao glance in their direction, immediately turned to the stall owner. The lady presented jewelry to them, saying, Sirs, how about buying some jewelry for a young lady? One of them picked it up, examined it, and pretended to say, This isn't bad. Are there any other styles? Bai Xiao Xiao glanced at them and thought to herself, These must be Zhao Mingyue's lackeys. And so, Bai Xiao Xiao immediately left. The stall owner enthusiastically said, Sirs, please have a look. Sirs, if you're not buying, please don't just touch them like that. When they couldn't see Bai Xiao Xiao anymore, they cursed in anger. Damn it, we lost her again. There's no other way. There are too many people here. Let's go back and report first. The vendor was still trying to call out. Sirs, Bai Xiao Xiao, who had hidden in a corner by now, saw this and smiled, thinking to herself, Go on, touch it again. With such little skill, you dare to follow me? You're underestimating me too much. Then Bai Xiao Xiao went to the 100 Medicines Pavilion, smiled, and said, This is the place. With this, I'll definitely become beautiful after losing weight. Beautiful. Then she wrote the ingredients on a piece of paper and gave it to the shopkeeper. Shopkeeper, please get me the things on this. Prescription. The shopkeeper looked at it and said in surprise, Young master, why are all these medicinal herbs ones that people don't commonly use? Bai Xiao Xiao then asked, What? You don't have them here? The shopkeeper smiled and said, We do. It just requires a little time. Could the young master please wait in the main hall for a moment? Meanwhile, in a private room on the second floor of the 100 Medicines Pavilion, the Night King of Nanjiao was waiting for someone. Yin Qingfeng, the owner of the 100 Medicines Pavilion, entered and asked, What wind blew you here? The Night King of Nanjiao then asked, Qingfeng, what's this? This king has arrived, and you're not welcoming me? Yin Qingfeng then said, Your Highness the Night King, don't blame me. I'm just curious what business brings you here today. The Night King of Nanjiao replied, I was just passing by. I thought I'd drop in to see if anything major has happened in Diguang City recently. Yin Qingfeng invited the Night King of Nanjiao to sit down and said, "What major events could possibly happen in Diguang City? It's just some domestic trifles. Stop giving me that look. Just say it. What do you need my help with?" A renowned figure in the Southern Dynasty like the Night King personally gracing my presence is certainly not for a simple chat. The Night King of Nanzhao spoke. "You still understand me best. There is indeed a matter I need your help with. This king wants you to help me find a woman." Upon hearing this, Yin Chengfeng spat out his tea and coughed repeatedly. "A woman? You, are you all right? Have you lost your mind?" The Night King of Nanzhao asked, annoyed. "What do you mean by that?" Yin Chengfeng excitedly clapped his hands and stammered. You're looking for a woman. How could you be looking for a woman? Is this woman very beautiful? Which noble family's daughter is she? Or at the top talented courtesan? I clearly heard you have male favorites. The Night King of Nanzhao snapped irritably. "Stop. This is official business." Yin Chengfeng asked, "Then tell me, what does this young lady look like? What's her family background? I'll lend you a hand in finding her." The Night King of Nanzhao thought to himself, "That night felt like I was on top of a pig's head." He then said, "That woman's appearance is both rustic and fat and ugly." Yin Chengfeng thought to himself, "Rustic, fat, and ugly? His Highness the Night King's tastes are truly heavy. Rustic and ugly. Why are you looking for her?" The Night King of Nan Zhao angrily slammed the table and said, "To play her to death." Just then, Bai Xiao sneezed, causing a cup to fall and attracting the Night King of Nanzhao's attention. Yin Chengfeng asked, "What's going on downstairs?" A servant replied, "Boss, I'm not too sure either." Yin Chengfeng then said, "I'll go down and see." As soon as Yin Chengfeng went downstairs, someone said, "Boss, no need to worry. It was just a customer who accidentally broke a cup." Bai Xiao looked up and saw the Night King of Nanzhao, thinking to herself, "It's him, the man I devoured." The Night King of Nanzhao and Bai Xiao's eyes met. Bai Xiao immediately covered her face and thought to herself, "Didn't this handsome man die? How can he be here? He's not here to settle scores with me, is he? It's okay. I'm disguised as a man now. He can't possibly recognize me." She patted her chest lightly to calm herself down. At this moment, the shopkeeper came out and handed the medicine packet to Bai Xiao, saying, "Young master, the medicine you need is ready." Bai Xiao replied, "Shop," but she used her female voice. Realizing this, she immediately switched to a rough, hoarse male voice and said, "Shopkeeper, my apologies. Please add the broken teacup to the bill as well." The Night King of Nanzhao stared at Bai Xiao and thought to himself, "This person is very familiar." Seeing the Night King of Nanzhao staring intently at Bai Xiao, Yin Chengfeng teased, "Could it be that your Highness the Night King really has perverted tastes, getting aroused just by looking at a chubby kid?" At this moment, Bai Xiao was very calmly taking her medicine packet and leaving the place. When Yin Chengfeng didn't hear a reply from the Night King of Nanzhao, he said, "You're high." Where did he go? The Night King of Nanzhao, who was just standing there, had now vanished. As soon as Bai Xiao left the pharmacy, she immediately started running, thinking to herself, please, 1,000 times please don't recognize me. As Bai Xiao was running, she bumped into someone. That young master got angry, but asked with a stutter, Who is it?" This young master just changed into new clothes. Which clueless person bumped into me and dirted them? You have to compensate me." Bai Xiao raised her head, her eyes showing a pitiful and miserable expression, and said, "This young master, I unintentionally offended you. Please forgive me." The moment that young master saw Bai Xiao, he was immediately captivated, thinking to himself, "This pitiful look really makes one's heart itch unbearably." That young master then said to Bai Xiao, "It's nothing. I just want the little young master to come over to my manor for a chat. Then we can consider the matter settled." Hearing this, Bai Xiao crossed her arms and thought to herself, "This guy is a hungry wolf. His taste can't be this heavy, can they?" Bai Xiao then said, "Thank you for your kind intentions, young master, but I must hurry home to brew medicine. I'm truly not free. Next time, that young master stammered, You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Xiao Bai. The little young master is unwilling to come to the manor. You two help me persuade him." Xiao and Xiao Bai immediately stepped forward and said, "Yes, young master. Bai Xiao questioned, "What do you think you're doing in broad daylight?" Xiao He and Xiao Bai said, "Little young master, as long as you obey, we won't make things difficult for you." Then they reached out to grab Bai Xiao. She immediately dropped the medicine bag and sent Xiao He and Xiao Bai flying with a single punch. Seeing this, the young master immediately hid behind a tree and said, "So scary." Bai Xiao picked up her medicine packet and mimicked him. Scram. The young master cried out, "You hit my people, and you're mocking me. I'm telling my mom." At this moment, the Night King of Nan, Zhao, clapped his hands. Bai Xiao was startled and turned her head. The Night King of Nan Zhao praised, "That was truly a good show to watch." The moment Bai Xiao saw the Night King of Nan Zhao, she cursed under her breath. "Holy crap, when did this guy show up? He didn't see everything, did he?" Bai Xiao called out in fear, Big brother, what are you saying? I don't understand. If Big Brother has no other business, I will take my leave first." After saying that, Bai Xiao bowed to the Night King of Nan Zhao. He immediately stepped forward and grabbed Bai Xiao's collar and asked with glaring eyes, "Do you take this king for a fool? This king has watched this play from beginning to end. This king knows exactly what tricks you have up your sleeve." Saying that, the Night King of Nan Zhao lifted Bai Xiao up. Bai Xiao cried out, "Hero, spare me. I didn't do anything to you. Let go of me quickly." Bai Xiao cried inwardly, "How is this ghost strength so great?" The Night King of Nan Zhao let Bai Xiao go. She asked in fear, Are you actually a person or a ghost? If you're a vengeful spirit seeking life, go find your enemy. You and I don't know each other, Big Brother." Hearing this, he scolded, "You were brawling in a crowd. Don't even think about getting away with it. If I report this to the authorities or tell those people's faction, do you know what your end will be?" Hearing this, Bai Xiao thought to herself, "Wow, what? Could it be this ghost still hasn't recognized me? Phew." Bai Xiao pulled on a Night King of Nan Zhao's sleeve, put on a pitiful look, and said, "Then, Big Brother, let's discuss this matter slowly. What is it that you want?" The Night King of Nan Zhao laughed and asked, "What do I want?" He pointed at Bai Xiao's chest and asked, "If I wanted what's here, would you give it?" Bai Xiao cried out, Are you kidding?" Bai Xiao thought to herself, "Could it be that he wants?" She pushed him away. "You really are a demon." "Oh my God." The Night King of Nan Zhao cornered Bai Xiao and scolded, "Damn woman, still daring to play dumb. Do you think this king can't recognize you?" Bai Xiao exclaimed in fear, "Big Brother, you've got the wrong person. I'm a man, what damn woman? You've mistaken me for someone else." He wore an expression that said, "I'll just quietly watch you act." He pulled the hair tie from her head, lifted her chin, and asked, "You think that by making yourself look like this king wouldn't be able to recognize you?" Bai Xiao cried out, "Help! There's a pervert, help!" He then scolded, "Shut up." As he squeezed her cheeks, she cried out in pain, "Ow. Nam Chiu Devong scolded, "Speak. That night, you took advantage of this king while I was recuperating from the medicine's effects, barged into the mausoleum, climbed into the coffin, and even dared to do that thing to this king. Who on earth gave you the nerve? Speak." She asked in surprise. "Wait a minute. Recuperating from the medicine's effects, this king. So you're a person, not a ghost." Seeing this, Nam Chiu Devong thought to himself, "Where did this airhead come from?" Bai Xiao sighed in relief. "That's great. You have body heat." He smiled and said, "A ghost? Just wait. You'll soon find out how many times more terrifying this king is than a ghost." Nam Chiu Devong grabbed Bai Xiao's chin. She cried out, "Ow. Can we talk this out calmly? Can you let me go first?" He spoke. "This king asks you, are you Bai Xiao?" After hearing this, she thought to herself, "See, he even knows my name. No wonder he was so sure I was a woman from the very beginning." She sighed, "You already know, yet you still ask." He smiled and threatened her. "You dare speak to this king like that? I see you're tired of living." Bai Xiao pleaded, "Handsome, I was wrong. My chin is about to fall off. Please let me go first." He crossed his arms and asked her, "Your surname is Bai. Between Bai Iran and Bai Ming, who is your father?" Bai Xiao immediately answered Bai Iran. Nam Chiu Devong fell silent, thinking to himself, "She's Bai Iran's daughter." He asked her, "Do you know who this king is?" She thought, "Why does he look like he just ate shit?" and said, "I don't know." He replied, "This king is Nam Chiu Devong. Previously, when this king's imperial brother ascended the throne, your father rendered a meritorious service in protecting him. As a favor, my imperial brother became sworn brothers with your father. Only a few people know of this matter, and this king is one of them. So according to seniority, this king is your imperial uncle. After hearing this, Xiao Xiao was startled and said, huh? She thought to herself, this handsome man is my imperial uncle. I slept with my imperial uncle? What the hell is this? Holy crap, imperial uncle, imperial uncle. Namchu Devong approached and said to her, that night, you brazenly took advantage of this king's moment of peril and dared to violate this king. Even if you are this king's niece, is still a crime, punishable by beheading. She immediately hugged him. Please don't, imperial uncle, I know I was wrong. You are a great man. Don't stoop to the level of a petty person. Please be magnanimous and spare me this once. I'm willing to be your beast of burden. I have an elderly father above, and I don't have any children below yet. I don't want to die. She thought to herself, if it weren't for this chubby body, which prevents me from using my full strength, there's no way I'd be begging for mercy. But this person is Nam Chiu Devong. To complete my mission, I can't afford to offend him. He then said to her, be my beast of burden? Why don't you take a piss and look at your own reflection? She thought angrily to herself, damn it, if it weren't for this body I have now, you'd have been dead long ago. He pointed at her and said, by Xiao Xiao, this king orders you to engage in dual cultivation with this king to suppress the poison for this king. If you agree, I can spare your life. After hearing this, Bai Xiao Xiao was startled and asked, do dual cultivation? She said, strange, it seems there's nothing wrong with your brain. Your brain is fine. It's just imperial uncle, look at us. She reached out to take Nam Chiu Devong's pulse. He scolded angrily, please have some decency. Bai Xiao Xiao spoke up, wait a moment. You, what kind of poison were you afflicted with? Why is it even more potent than Iran's mixed poison? He asked her Iran. Bai Xiao Xiao smiled and replied, he's a friend of mine. Nam Chiu Devong scolded, how can the poison afflicting this king be compared to that of an ordinary person? She replied, boss, you're missing the point. In short, when this poison flares up, imperial uncle, your pupils will turn blood red and you'll lose control. If the poison isn't neutralized in time, the backlash will be fatal. After hearing this, he asked, you understand the corpse emperor's art? She replied, caring for the injured is the specialty of a divine hand. Not to mention, this is my forte. This poison? You just need to find a woman to neutralize it when it flares up. With your looks, uncle, you don't have to worry about not finding a woman. He scolded, if it were that simple, would I need you to spout nonsense? This king has a special constitution. You're the only one who has survived after receiving this king's vital essence. She immediately tried to flee. Imperial uncle, I have something to do, so I'll be heading home first. She thought to herself, although I'd love to dual cultivate with a handsome man, this person is truly terrifying. My intuition tells me it's better not to get involved with him. He blocked her and asked, where do you think you can run? He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, this chubby country bumpkin, I really want to kill you. Right now. She also cried out, why me? Nam Chiu Devong snapped. This king would also like to know. He thought to himself, oh no. She immediately asked, uncle, what's wrong? Nam Chiu Devong then said, shut up and kiss this king. Hearing this, Bai Xiao Xiao was stunned and asked, what? Nam Chiu Devong immediately pulled her close, kissed her, and said, you utter fool. The next day, the townspeople began to gossip. Did you hear? His Highness the Night King was so unrestrained yesterday. He grabbed a young man and kissed him. His Highness the Night King is just too intense. Inside the 100 Medicines Pavilion, Yuan Truong Fong said, it seems your Highness's popularity is very high recently. Before, I only heard that your Highness had a preference for men, but I'd never seen it happen on the street. Your Highness seems starved. So this subordinate has selected a few clean male courtesans from the shop and will bring them to your Highness's residence tonight. As he spoke, Yuan Truong Fong placed a chess piece. Nam Chiu Devong frowned. You have too much free time. If you're that idle, then go and find out about the legitimate daughter of General Bai's residence. Yuan Truong Fong spoke up. Bai Xiao Xiao is truly infamous. Yuan Truong Fong thought to himself, since when did His Highness become interested in this chubby country bumpkin Bai Xiao Xiao? The young master he chased that day was also a chubby country bumpkin. Could they be the same person? How interesting. Yuan Truong Fong then told Nam Chiu Devong, I heard that 2 days ago, she turned the general's residence upside down, all because of her fiancé. Nam Chiu Devong asked in surprise, what? She has a fiancé? At this moment, Bai Xiao Xiao sneezed and cursed. Who's bad-mouthing this lady? I don't care anymore. I'll run first and talk later. Who wants to stay and dual cultivate with the imperial uncle? At this time, Bai Xiao Xiao was running while carrying all her things. While thinking, although it didn't feel bad. She cried out, "This lady may like handsome men, but I value my life more. This man is too dangerous." She didn't notice Luha hiding to one side, watching her. Seeing her run away, Luha thought to herself, "Little slut, just wait until I report back to madam and see how you explain yourself." Bai Xiao ran for a while before stopping, panting, and crying out, "Oh my God, I'm so tired. It looks like I need to lose weight quickly." Just then, a few men in black spoke up, "Make your move." Immediately, several blades were thrown towards her. Bai Xiao immediately asked, "Who?" Bai Xiao immediately dodged the hidden weapons. Tossing her things aside, she cursed, "Despicable villains, how dare you launch a sneak attack?" Bai Xiao took out her acupuncture needles. "Let me give you a taste of my power." As she spoke, she threw the needles at the assassins and sneered, "You don't know your own limits." Seeing this, the leader thought to himself, "She actually has such skills. This doesn't match the information I received." Bai Xiao then asked him, "Who are you? Who sent you here?" He answered, "Unfortunately, client information is confidential." After hearing this, Bai Xiao asked, "Even if you don't say it, I know. Besides those two brainless women of the Bai family, who else would spend money on me?" After hearing this, the man said, "Since you already know, then go and die." Just then, an acupuncture needle appeared on his shoulder, immobilizing him. When Bai Xiao smiled and asked, "If I let you see me throw my needles, wouldn't that ruin my reputation as a poison doctor? I advise you not to move. There's poison in it." He pulled out the needle and said, "Then you've underestimated me." Bai Xiao thought to herself, to be able to seal his own acupoints, he's truly a ruthless person. He said to her, "Next, we'll have some real fun." The leader immediately grabbed his saber and chased after Bai Xiao. "Don't run if you have the guts." Bai Xiao ran with her things. "Don't chase me if you have the skills." The leader then cursed, "If you have the skills, then fight me fair and square." In a fight, Bai Xiao then said to him, "A good man doesn't fight with a woman. Can't you have a little awareness as a man?" She panted as she ran. "This body needs more training. I've only run a little, and I'm already tired as a dog." Just then, Nam Chiu Devong appeared and asked, "You dare touch her? Are you looking to die?" The Jiu Shun blocked the man. He thought to himself, such a powerful aura. As soon as Bai Xiao saw Nam Chiu Devong, she tearfully threw herself at him. "Imperial uncle, it's so good that you're here." The leader pointed at Nam Chiu Devong and asked, "What is your relationship with this wretched girl?" Nam Chiu Devong smiled and said, "A dead man doesn't need to know too much." After that, Nam Chiu Devong immediately struck down the man. The next day, Bai Xiao woke up and rubbed her eyes. That was a comfortable sleep. Gasps, "Imperial uncle, why are you here?" Bai Xiao looked over at Nam Chiu Devong lying next to her. He smiled and asked, "You dare to question this king? Yesterday, you ran away and were hunted down. It was this king who saved your little life." Bai Xiao, "This king has never forced anyone before." Bai Xiao replied scornfully, "Then may I ask who was it that forced me and told me to kiss him earlier?" Nam Chiu Devong smiled. "If you don't want to dual cultivate with this king, then this king will give you 3 paths. Gouge out your eyes, chop off your hands, or rip out your heart. Choose." After hearing this, she was terrified and started massaging his shoulders. "Imperial uncle, how could I possibly be unwilling? What's so difficult about dual cultivation? Tell me how you like it. Do you like me to be more proactive, or do you prefer a bit of push and pull? Do you want me to be a little louder, or..." After hearing this, he blushed and coughed. "For now, that's not necessary. Get up and get dressed. This king will take you back to the general's residence first." She spoke up, teasing, "Imperial uncle, you're not getting shy, are you?" At the gate of the general's residence, Bai Xiao got out of the carriage. "Thank you for bringing me back, Imperial uncle. I'll head inside first." He said to her, "Bai Xiao, there are some things this king will only say once. You will behave yourself for this king in the general's manner." She then said, "What is this? Forcing me into dual cultivation is one thing, but what's with this domineering you are my woman type of line?" He frowned and asked, "What? You have a problem with it?" Bai Xiao replied, No, of course not. I'm super well behaved. I never say more than one sentence to other men." After hearing her, King Yi of Nanzhao pointed to Hong Xiu beside her and asked with a dark face, "Behave yourself? Explain this." Bai Xiao frantically explained to Yi Jiushin, "No, Yi Ran is my friend. I've told you about him before." After hearing this, King Yi of Nanzhao turned and got into the carriage. "Fine, it has nothing to do with me." Hearing this, Bai Xiao scornfully thought to herself, "But your expression doesn't look like that at all." Then, Hong Xiu took Bai Xiao to Feng Yiran's residence. Feng Yiran took off his shirt for Bai Xiao Xiao to perform acupuncture. As Bai Xiao Xiao inserted the needles into Feng Yiran, she asked, "Is this amount of force okay?" Feng Yiran replied, After finishing the acupuncture, Bai Xiao Xiao put away the silver needles and told Feng Yiran about his condition. "Looking at your pulse today, it has improved a lot." Feng Yiran put on his shirt and said to Bai Xiao Xiao with a smile, "It is all thanks to you, miss." She then smiled and said, "You're too kind, too kind." Feng Yiran continued, "Oh, right, for the Lantern Festival in half a month, I would like to invite you to go with me. I wonder if you would agree." Bai Xiao Xiao's eyes lit up. "The Lantern Festival? Okay, yes." At the general's manor, Bai Xiao Xiao sat in her room and mumbled, "I don't even know what the Lantern Festival is. Why did I agree? Looks really do cloud one's judgment." At this moment, a servant came in and asked her, "Miss, you don't know about the Lantern Festival? It's a day for men and women to go out together and express their feelings. But that day has nothing to do with you, miss. No one has invited you to go with them." After hearing this, Bai Xiao Xiao said, "You're being so obviously offensive. Are you looking to die?" Bai Xiao Xiao imagined the scene of going out with Feng Yiran and then pinched her own face. She thought, no, my inner self won't allow this to happen. She slammed the table and said, "I've decided I must speed up my weight loss progress." And so, Bai Xiao Xiao began to exercise. A servant asked, "What is Miss doing?" Another replied, "I don't know. It seems like she's practicing some kind of skill, but it looks more like she's suffering from qi deviation." Bai Xiao Xiao, trembling all over, refused the delicacies before her and could only cry while gnawing on a cucumber. Then she started brewing and drinking medicine. After she drank it, she fainted. The servants cried out, "Miss has fainted. Miss, please wake up." King Yi of Nanjiao's subordinate saw this and went back to report to him. He asked in disbelief, "You mean to say that for the past few days, no one has dared to make a move on her?" His man replied, "Yes." He then asked, "Then what kind of medicine is she using to torture herself?" "To the point of drinking it until she faints." His subordinate came closer and whispered, "I also heard that she is doing it for..." After hearing this, he asked doubtfully, "The Lantern Festival. The Garden Lantern Festival in half a month." King Yi of Nanjiao and Yun Changfeng appeared on the street. King Yi of Nanjiao looked at the crowd around him and grumbled. She said she was coming to the Lantern Festival. How come I can't see her anywhere? Then, suddenly, Yi Jiushin saw a woman walk past him and was extremely puzzled. Bai Xiao Xiao had now successfully lost weight. Looking incredibly beautiful, she walked to Feng Yiran's side and said with a smile, "Sorry to have kept you waiting." Feng Yiran smiled and replied, "It's all right. I just arrived myself." "Miss Bai, you look very beautiful today." Bai Xiao Xiao smiled upon being praised. Hong Xiu saw her appearance and thought to herself, "This is a completely changed person. Why did you recognize her as Miss Bai at a single glance?" Then Bai Xiao Xiao was startled. This feeling was just too unreal. King Yi of Nanjiao looked towards her and asked, "Is that really Bai Xiao Xiao? How does she look like a completely different person from before?" So it turns out she tortured herself like that all for the sake of meeting her lover today. Feng Yiran turned and said to Bai Xiao Xiao, "The garden tour is about to begin. Miss Bai, let's go. It's so crowded. It wouldn't be good if we get separated later. Of course, if you don't mind." After saying that, he took her hand. She replied, I don't mind. She thought to herself, "It's just holding hands. A 21st century girl like me isn't going to mind this with an ancient person like you." Feng Yiran led her by the hand. "Let's go." Seeing this, King Yi of Nanjiao became annoyed. Yin Changfeng, at his side, added fuel to the fire. "I wonder if that handsome young master next to her is Miss Bai's something." Hearing this, King Yi of Nanjiao angrily broke the object in his hand. Bai Xiao Xiao looked around and exclaimed, "So the Lantern Festival is this lively?" Feng Yiran replied to her, "Of course, after all, there's only one day like this a year, helping loving men and women to stroll hand in hand like this." Hearing this, Bai Xiao Xiao thought to herself, does this count as a confession? I can't get ahead of myself." Just then, Yun Changfeng approached and said to her, Miss Bai, Master Yi invites you to Yitzi Lake." After hearing this, she asked, "Yi Jiushin, Feng Yiran said to her, "If Miss Bai has something to attend to, I won't disturb you any longer. Go on." Bai Xiao Xiao then said, "All right." Then she thought to herself, Feng Yiran is truly considerate. Then she turned and asked, "I wonder what Yi Jiushin wants to do now?" Yi Jiushin seems to be an interesting person too. Then she walked towards the lake and asked, "Yi Jiushin is on the boat." Yin Changfeng replied, Yes. Bai Xiao walked onto the bridge and said, "Why be so mysterious? I never thought that in my lifetime I would get to see His Highness King Yi get jealous over a girl." She went inside the boat and asked, "Imperial uncle, you were looking for me?" And she tripped and fell. Yi Jioshan caught her. She asked him, "What's the matter?" He then said, "Bai Xiao, are you that eager to be in my arms?" Hearing Yi Jioshan's question, Bai Xiao became angry. "Since when was I eager to be in your arms? That was just an accident, okay? And let's see who was it that took the initiative to catch me." Bai Xiao quickly escaped from Yi Jioshan's arms and intended to run away. As if he knew her actions all too well, Yi Jioshan quickly and deftly blocked her, pinning her against the wall and asking her, "Do I need to remind you a little about your identity? Since you have dual cultivated with this king, you should fool around less with other men." Being accused by Yi Jioshan of fooling around with other men, Bai Xiao cried out, "When did I fool around with other men? Oh, you mean Iran?" Hearing Bai Xiao call Feng Iran so intimately, Yi Jioshan became even angrier. Yi Jioshan's face darkened as he asked Bai Xiao, "Iran?" addressing him so brazenly. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaned down and kissed her on the lips. Seeing this, Bai Xiao cried out, Imperial uncle." Then Bai Xiao pushed Yi Jioshan away and asked him, "Imperial uncle, you're not jealous, are you?" As if his sore spot had been hit, Yi Jioshan adamantly refused to admit it, turning away to ask Bai Xiao, "Jealous of what? This king simply doesn't like the person who dual cultivates with me going around flirting everywhere." Hearing Yi Jioshan's transparent excuse, Bai Xiao showed a completely disbelieving expression. Nevertheless, Bai Xiao still said, I believe you." Then suddenly, the boat shook. Bai Xiao fell into Yi Jioshan's arms and was caught by him. Bai Xiao was startled. She thought to herself, "What's happening?" On the bridge at this moment, assassins were lying in ambush, targeting Yi Jioshan's boat. Yi Jioshan glanced and saw the assassins who had already jumped onto the boat's railing, and he instructed her, "Wait in there for me, don't come out." Then Yi Jioshan turned and walked out of the room. He alone faced the group of assassins. He said contemptuously, "You people from Yuya Hall truly are unrepentant." The assassin spoke up, "Yi Jioshan, if you must blame someone, blame yourself for blocking our hall master's path." Yi Jioshan then gathered his spiritual energy with unknown power and blew the group of people away. Bai Xiao praised. After such a big build-up, the fight ended in just one move? Yi Jioshan then asked, "Didn't I tell you not to come out?" Seeing this, the assassin immediately grabbed explosives and charged forward. She cried out, "Imperial uncle, be careful, be careful." That assassin shouted, "Yi Jioshan, let's meet again in hell." After saying that, he self-detonated. Bai Xiao was startled to see this, and then raindrops began to fall, which was a blood rain. Bai Xiao touched it with her hand and said, "This blood is poisoned." Imperial uncle. Yi Jioshan's men began to move at this time. After realizing it was poison blood, Bai Xiao immediately went to Yi Jioshan's side and asked, "Imperial uncle, are you alright?" Yi Jioshan had been hit by the poison blood. He coughed up blood and collapsed. Seeing Bai Xiao approaching him, Yi Jioshan said to her, "Don't come over here." Seeing Yi Jioshan fall, Bai Xiao was worried. "Imperial uncle." Yi Jioshan then explained to Bai Xiao, "The poison blood has triggered the poison within my body." After hearing this, Bai Xiao understood and asked, "The poison has acted up, so we must dual cultivate to cure it." Normally, if the poison in Yi Jioshan's body acted up, he would make Bai Xiao dual cultivate with him. But this time, Yi Jioshan didn't tell her to dual cultivate and instead cut his hand, saying, "Whether this king dual cultivates with you or not depends on me. And right now, this king is not interested." Seeing Yi Jioshan say this, Bai Xiao froze. She frowned and thought to herself, "He'd rather let the poison blood drain out than dual cultivate with me." At times like this, I don't know whether to call it caring or just stubborn. Bai Xiao was worried about Yi Jioshan, so she disobeyed his words and approached him. "Even if you don't want to dual cultivate, it's enough that I want to." Woo! After saying that, Bai Xiao hugged Yi Jioshan. Seeing this, Yi Jioshan was startled. "Stop! What do you want to do?" Bai Xiao replied, "Dual cultivation, what else?" When Yi Jioshan heard Bai Xiao say this, he scolded, "You have no shame." Bai Xiao replied nonchalantly, "Say what you will, I want to do it today. Yi Jioshin immediately broke free from her embrace, turned, and jumped into the lake. Seeing Yi Jioshin suddenly jump into the water, Bai Xiao was startled in disbelief. He suddenly jumped into the lake. Could it be that dual cultivation with me is even more unacceptable than jumping into a lake? Bai Xiao fell silent, pondering for a moment. After some time, Bai Xiao, sitting on the boat, said to Yi Jioshin, "Imperial uncle, come up in a bit. I won't force you anymore. Why didn't I think of using the lake water to lower his temperature and neutralize the poison's effects? Could it be that I was really eager to?" Then Bai Xiao shook her head and exclaimed, No, I must have just been anxious to save him." Bai Xiao then asked Yi Jioshin, "Imperial uncle, why haven't you come up yet? You haven't drowned, have you?" Imperial uncle is so reckless. Seeing Yi Jioshin not responding, Bai Xiao jumped into the lake. Seeing her, Yi Jioshin cried out, "Bai Xiao." Bai Xiao swam down, lifted his chin, and kissed him to give him air. He thought to himself, why is she in such a hurry to save me? If I died, you would be free, no longer forced by me to dual cultivate. You wouldn't have to be threatened by me. Bai Xiao pushed Yi Jioshin to the surface and said, "There, you're up." She thought to herself, wait, no way. Her legs started to cramp, and she cried out, help me. Yun Changfeng, standing on the bridge, saw Bai Xiao and Yi Jioshin fall into the water. Hearing Bai Xiao crying for help, he thought, over there. Yun Changfeng immediately jumped down and pulled Bai Xiao and Yi Jioshin ashore. Yun Changfeng asked her, "How did you suddenly fall into the lake? Are you two all right?" "His Highness, Prince Yi." Bai Xiao immediately covered Yun Changfeng's mouth and said, "Be quiet." Back to the prince's manor. Inside the prince's manor, after examining Yi Jioshin, Bai Xiao turned to Yun Changfeng and said, "The poison in the imperial uncle's body has flared up. It's only been temporarily suppressed. Moreover, his hand is severely injured. Help me prepare a set of silver needles. Then get the medicine according to this prescription. If we don't deal with this quickly, the future consequences will be unpredictable." Yun Changfeng left for a while, then brought the items to her, saying, "Miss Bai, the things you needed." Bai Xiao unrolled the silver needles and said to Yun Changfeng, "Take off his clothes." Yun Changfeng replied, "Yes." He asked, "Miss Bai, will His Highness be all right?" At this moment, Bai Xiao was concentrating, holding her breath as she inserted needles into Yi Jioshin's body to draw out the poisoned blood for him. She said, "He's fine for now. I can only use the silver needles to temporarily suppress the poison's effects. This poison is too potent. Even I don't have a way to completely resolve it at the moment." "Huh? Why does this tattoo look like the eagle on Feng Yiran's body? Do they have the same tattoo master?" She said, "Forget it." Then she turned to Yun Changfeng and said, "The imperial uncle is fine now. Bring a basin of water and wipe him down." He replied, "Thank you so much, Miss Bai. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't have known what to do. Thank you for saving His Highness, Prince Yi." "Miss Bai, since it's come to this, and you're a good person, please see it through to the end. Help His Highness, Prince Yi, take care of it." She asked, "Huh?" He ran off, saying, "His Highness, Prince Yi, will have to rely on you, miss." Bai Xiao was stunned. "What was that?" He said thanks and then ran off. She thought to herself, why do I feel like there's some kind of scheme going on? As Yun Changfeng ran, he thought to himself, His Highness has never allowed his subordinates to touch him. He exclaimed, "Good thing I ran fast. Otherwise, if His Highness, Prince Yi, woke up and found out I touched him, this subordinate would be dead for sure." Bai Xiao wrung out the cloth. "Forget it. I'll just do it myself. But if that's the case, then I'll handle it as I see fit." Bai Xiao began to wipe Yi Jioshin's body. Wipe. It seems there's only one spot left to wipe." She swallowed and said, "I'm just a physician with a parental heart." Just then, Yi Jioshin woke up and asked, "Bai Xiao, what are you doing?" Bai Xiao was startled. Bai Xiao froze. She was then pulled by Yi Jioshin, and Xiao fell onto him. She forced a smile. "Imperial uncle, you're awake." The male lead, Yi Jioshin, saw her hand holding the cloth and resting on a sensitive area. He said, embarrassed by Xiao. Xiao quickly stood up. "Imperial uncle, I can explain. It's all because Yun Changfeng wouldn't wipe you down, so I had to do it myself." Yun Changfeng, standing behind, looked bewildered and quickly made his excuses. Seeing him pull off the blanket and get out of bed, Xiao turned away say, covering her face in a fluster. I'm Imperial. Imperial uncle, your wound hasn't healed. Don't get up. Or if you must, at least put on some clothes first. Yi Jioshin stood up and put on a robe. How can I put on clothes without standing up? Hearing this, Xiao Xiao laughed awkwardly. That seems to be true. Ah, that's right. Who were those people on the boat who attacked us? Yi Jioshin came over and patted her head. The more you know, the more dangerous it is for you, by Xiao Xiao. Do you really want to know? Xiao Xiao sulked, her head bowed. Now I don't want it anymore. He then leaned into her ear and whispered, but it's all right to tell you. Xiao Xiao panicked. Don't, I beg you spare me. Yi Jioshin then said, by Xiao Xiao, thank you. Xiao Xiao froze, and he gently lifted her face. Xiao Xiao's heart pounded. What's happening? By Xiao Xiao, you need to calm down. Don't let your heart beat so fast. It's just a thank you. Why is it beating so fast? She quickly turned away. What's there to thank me for? I'm just a physician with a mother's kindness. She said shyly, if you want to thank me, just pay me. Since we're acquaintances, how about I give you a discount to 100,000 taels? Yi Jioshin had to accept. All right. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao was surprised. All right, that's 100,000 taels. Yi Jioshin just gave a cold command. Yun Changfeng, bring the purple dragon jade pendant here. Yun Changfeng complied immediately. Your Highness, Prince Yi. Seeing this, Xiao Xiao thought to herself, that was fast. Then the box with the purple dragon jade pendant was brought over. Yi Jioshin took it and gave it to Xiao Xiao. For you. Xiao Xiao held the jade pendant, stunned, and muttered, what is this? Is this thing worth 100,000 taels? What if I break it? Yin Changfeng thought to himself. His Highness gave the purple dragon jade pendant to Miss Xiao Xiao. It seems I'll have to cling tightly to the future princess consort Ye's leg. Xiao Xiao clutched the jade pendant tightly and replied, all right, I'll accept the jade pendant for now. It's getting late. I have to go back. If I'm out all night, those petty people will surely find fault with me. But Yi Jioshin called her back by Xiao Xiao. She paused and he said, if you run into any trouble when you get back, just come find me. Then Xiao Xiao left, waving goodbye. Yun Changfeng approached him. Your Highness, while Miss Xiao Xiao was here, this subordinate didn't dare to mention it. Yun Changfeng clasped his hands respectfully to him. Actually, the poison in your body, over time, will become more severe, won't it? Yi Jioshin replied. That is correct. Yun Changfeng was checking Prince Ye's pulse. Miss Xiao Xiao has only temporarily controlled the poison. This is not a long-term solution. Yi Jioshin said, of course I know that. Yun Changfeng knelt, weeping, and begged him. Your Highness, boo-hoo-hoo. Yi Jioshin coldly shouted, get lost. Changfeng said to him, I know of someone who can cure the poison in your Highness's body. Yi Jioshin crossed his arms, gazing into the distance outside. I have a rough idea of who you're talking about. Let me tell you, don't even think about it. The words were like a thunderous roar of anger. Yun Changfeng cried his eyes out. Please don't be like this, Your Highness. Outside, he continued to persuade Prince Yi. This subordinate knows you and that divine physician of Wushuang Valley, Feng Jinyue, are not on good terms. But things have come to this. There's no other way. Yi Jioshin said to him, you're too naive. That fellow hates me too. Even if I were to bow my head to him, he wouldn't spare me any face. He'd even mock me until I die. However, it's not like there's no solution. I heard that fellow is recently holding some kind of disciple recruitment assembly. Hearing this, Yun Changfeng realized, I understand. You're talking about Bai Xiao Xiao. Yun Changfeng pondered. To have Miss Xiao Xiao attend the disciple recruitment assembly and become Feng Jinyue's disciple is possible, but will Miss Xiao Xiao agree to participate in the assembly? Yi Jioshin said bluntly, she will agree. Meanwhile, back at her residence, Xiao Xiao couldn't stop sneezing. She walked around. Why do I feel a chill? I'm not catching a cold, am I? Then she opened the door to her room. I'm back. At that moment, Xiao Xiao was startled. Here, everyone is sitting inside in 2 rows on either side. Xiao Xiao guessed, and her guess was spot on. This really isn't surprising at all. Bai Iran, sitting at the head, angrily pointed at her. Bai Xiao Xiao, where were you all night? Where did you go? Her younger sister, standing behind, observed and sneered. Isn't this enough to ruin your reputation? Then she approached her father to persuade him. Father, don't be so angry. It's bad for your health. Although older sister is unrestrained, went gallivanting at the Lantern Festival and stayed out all night, ruining a maiden's pure reputation. But it's fortunate that older sister has returned now. Seeing this, Xiao Xiao thought irritably, a master at splashing dirty water on others while pretending to be a gentle and obedient daughter. By Iran angrily slammed the table. What else do you have to explain? His two concubines came to persuade him. Don't harm your health by being angry at her. Please calm down, master. Master, don't be angry anymore. She sneered. By Xiao Xiao, you still haven't given an explanation. I'm afraid the general's manor will not tolerate an unchaste and impure daughter like you. Just then, someone ran in from outside. Wait. Yi Jioshin and Yun Changfeng walked in. This explanation, let this prince handle it. How about that? Yi Jioshan's entrance startled everyone inside. His Highness, Yi Jioshan, Bai Jiran immediately came forward to bow. I was not aware of your Highness's grand arrival and failed to welcome you from afar. Yi Jioshan said, there is no need for such formalities. This prince came here today to give you all an explanation. He then took Xiao Xiao's hand and pulled her. Over last night, Bai Xiao Xiao did not return because she was indeed staying at my place. Seeing this, Bai Qianqian and Zhao Mingyue were displeased, thinking to themselves, this little brat actually managed to get involved with Yi Jiao. Shun, Bai Jiran stammered. This. Yi Jioshan put an arm around Xiao Zhao's shoulder and said, last night, I accidentally fell into the water. Fortunately, I met this young lady who came to my rescue. Xiao Xiao could only watch in silence, thinking to herself, he's such a good actor. Then Yi Jioshan said, a life-saving benefactor is someone this prince will never forget, so I have come here specially today to express my gratitude. Hearing this, Bai Jiran thought to himself, I never expected that this girl, Xiao Xiao, would actually become the life-saving benefactor of His Highness, Yi Jioshan. Then Yi Jioshan ordered, men, bring the thank you gifts here. Bai Jiran was delighted, but outwardly refused hastily. This really won't do. Meanwhile, the mother and her two daughters standing behind were annoyed. Aya, this is so infuriating. Xiao Xiao was crying internally over that pile of gold. Imperial uncle is too extravagant. With so many things, they are benefiting way too much. Then Yi Jioshan offered praise, adding that he has a good way of raising his daughter. Bai Jiran smiled brightly. Your Highness, Yi Jioshan, you flatter me. Annoyed, Xiao Xiao tugged at the Yi prince's sleeve. You, come over here. Then the two of them went outside to talk. Seeing this, Jiran thought to himself, it seems the relationship between Xiao Xiao and His Highness, Yi Jioshan, is very good. Outside, the two were standing and talking. Yi Jioshan explained, I went to great lengths to come and provide cover for you. Yet you don't seem to care about your reputation at all. Xiao Xiao was stunned. Is reputation more important than money? Is your brain waterlogged? What was in that chest to just let those people benefit for nothing? Yi Jioshan covered his mouth, laughing to himself. Even if it's money, it's my money. He moved his face close to hers. You're not the Yi Jioshan princess, so what? To be pitying my money on my behalf. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao replied, fine, just pretend I said nothing. Then Yi Jioshan turned away. Forget it, let's talk business. Have you heard of the divine physician, Feng Jingyue? Xiao Xiao was surprised at who's that. Is he very famous? Yi Jioshan recounted, Feng Jingyue is currently the only person in this world who can bear the title of divine physician. The others are merely swindlers out for money. Next month, he will hold a disciple recruitment assembly at Jueqing Valley. Hearing this, Xiao Zhao's eyes lit up with excitement. The contemporary divine physician, a disciple recruitment assembly. Then Yi Jioshan showed some hesitation, but he only accepts those with extremely high talent as his disciples. Although this prince is acquainted with him. Xiao Xiao immediately linked her arm with his and pleaded, Imperial uncle, take me with you. I will definitely pass the disciple recruitment assembly's test. Seeing her like this, Yi Jioshan thought to himself, although this isn't much different from what I had in mind, why do I feel so annoyed? He then acted proud, although this prince does intend to go to Jueqing Valley. Yi Jioshan leaned his face close to Xiao Zhao's. But on what ground should this prince bring you along? Xiao Xiao looked up at him blankly. Then she kissed him on the cheek, on the grounds that I'm your dearest dual cultivation partner, of course. Imperial uncle. Seeing this, Yi Jioshan was both embarrassed and flustered. All right, that's enough. He held his forehead and said, I'll take you, all right. Then Xiao Xiao left delightedly. I knew Imperial uncle wouldn't abandon me so easily. I'll go pack my bags then. Yi Jiu-shun stayed behind, touching the spot she had just kissed and smiling to himself that I really don't know what to do with you. At Tianyan, Feng Yiran was with Xiao Xiao. He asked in surprise that a disciple recruitment assembly. Xiao Xiao, who was performing acupuncture on him, replied, "That's right. I heard it's organized by the divine physician Feng Jinwei. Just thinking about it makes me a little excited." Feng Yiran scoffed. Feng Jinwei. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao was overjoyed. "I can't believe Imperial Uncle really agreed to take me." She applied a needle on Iran, but her hand trembled, and he cried out, "Ah." Xiao Xiao was startled. "Sorry, I got a bit excited and used too much force." "Are you all right?" Iran calmly replied, "I'm fine." Xiao Xiao scratched her head shyly. "Actually, this time, besides coming to help you with acupuncture, I also came to say goodbye. Imperial Uncle is planning to take me to the disciple recruitment assembly, so I might be gone for a few days." Iran was surprised. Imperial Uncle. He recalled the man from the other day. Could it be the person from the Lantern Festival? Hearing this, Xiao Xiao was surprised. The Lantern Festival? You met Imperial Uncle before. Iran put his shirt back on. I've never met him. He stood looking out into the distance. If Miss Xiao gets to meet the divine physician Feng at the disciple recruitment assembly, please send him my regards. The next day in CS City, the horse carriage stopped. Xiao Xiao got out. "We're here. Let's get out." To the Imperial Apothecary Pavilion. Xiao Xiao entered with the Yi Prince. "This is the Imperial Apothecary Pavilion of CS City. Your Highness, Yi Jiu-shun." Tao Roar came out to greet them. "Long time no see." Yi Jiu-shun also greeted her back. "Long time no see." Xiao Xiao hid behind the Yi Prince. "Who is this? Is she very close to Imperial Uncle?" "That's right," Tao Roar said. "Your Highness, Yi Jiu-shun, this young lady is the physician you asked me to test." "Test?" Xiao Xiao frantically asked the Yi Prince. "Test? Test what?" He then tugged at her sleeve. "This is Roar, Feng Jinyue's junior martial sister. If you want to participate in the disciple recruitment assembly, you must first pass her test to qualify." Xiao Xiao finally understood. "Oh. Roar said, "You two, stop whispering." Then Roar brought out a rack. "Let's start the test now." There are 3 vials on the rack. The test is very simple. These 3 bottles all contain poison. As long as you can identify these poisons within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn and write down the antidotes on paper, you will pass. Xiao Xiao was surprised. "May I ask, Sister Roar, if I pass the test, can I participate in the disciple recruitment assembly? I didn't expect the test content to be my specialty. Poisons. Isn't this a piece of cake?" Roar answered her, "Of course." Then the incense stick was lit. Let's begin. Xiao Xiao sniffed each vial and saw something on the rim of a vial. Golden snake lotus, nether scent amber, and it crawled on her sleeve, making Xiao Xiao dizzy. Yi Jiu-shun stood by worriedly by Xiao Xiao. Ruo said to him, "Your Highness, Yi Prince, you cannot interfere during the test, or it will affect the fairness of the result." Result. Xiao Xiao pressed an acupoint on her arm. "Imperial Uncle, don't worry about me. I'm fine." Seeing this, Ruoto said, "She has some skill to even know the acupoint pressing technique to suppress the poisons." Effects. Xiao Xiao carefully observed the 3 bottles, and it dawned on her: golden snake lotus, nether scent amber, blood moon marrow. I was almost fooled by this little trick. Then she started to pick up a brush and write on the paper. Then she held up the paper. There are 4 types of poisons here, right? The 4th type of poison is formed by the mixture of golden snake lotus, nether scent amber, and blood moon marrow. Xiao Xiao handed the paper to Roar. When one sniffs them to identify the poisons, a poisonous gas is formed, which is the floating scent of ruin. This is the difficult part you set up in this test. Hearing this, Roar clapped her hands. The first 3 poisons are extremely difficult to identify. I didn't expect you could also figure out the 4th hidden poison, hidden within. It seems you truly have skill. Xiao Xiao asked again. So, does that mean I've passed the test? Roar clasped her hands respectfully. Of course. You two may go back first. I will send someone with the invitation card later. Later, the carriage was moving on the road. Yi Jiu-shun asked by Xiao Xiao, "I didn't expect that besides medical skills, you also know so much about poisons." Xiao Xiao was sitting in the carriage with him. So, not as amazing as you think. Jiu-shun said, "It's just that this prince wants to know, where did you learn all these skills?" Xiao Xiao stammered, how do I explain this? You won't believe that I transmigrated here, right? Right? Then Xiao Xiao stammered, I taught myself in the manners pharmacy. I was very interested in medicine before, and over time I just learned. Hearing that, Jiu Shun went, oh. Xiao Xiao quickly said, it's true. Believe me, I'm not lying to you. Imperial uncle. Yi Jiushun reluctantly said, fine, I'll believe you for now. Xiao Xiao lowered her head, feeling very unwell, her hands trembling. Her head was spinning, making her hold her forehead. What's wrong with me? Yi Jiushun was surprised by Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao gasped, clutching her chest. Then her eyes widened, and she suddenly picked up a knife and held it to the top of her head. Yi Jiushun rushed over. By Xiao Xiao, what's wrong with you? He pinned her hand against the wall. Xiao Xiao cried out in pain. Imperial uncle, knock me out. Jiushun still didn't understand what was happening. She urged him quick. Then Yi Jiushun raised his hand high and struck a heavy blow across her face. Xiao Xiao fainted, and Yi Jiushun caught her. By Xiao Xiao, he picked Xiao Xiao up and frantically ordered the driver, turn around to the Imperial Apothecary Pavilion. He thought of roar. This must have something to do with how roar. Seeing Xiao Xiao was already gone. By Xiao Xiao, nothing can happen to you. Jiushun held her in his arms. This prince will definitely save you. You must hold on. To the Imperial Apothecary Pavilion. Yi Jiushun carried Xiao Xiao inside. Tao, roar. She was standing outside. I wonder why His Highness the Yi Prince has returned after leaving. What is the matter? Yi Jiushun, with a dark expression, holding Xiao Xiao, wasted no words. By Xiao Xiao ended up like this because she was poisoned by you. Hand over the antidote now. Ruater said, I can give her the antidote. But if I do, she won't be able to get the invitation letter. Yi Jiushun was surprised. What do you mean by that? Nuakni crossed her arms and said, if a medical student can't even cure her own poisoning, don't even think about getting my senior brother's approval. This bitch by Xiao Xiao. What kind of dark magic did she use to make His Highness, King Yi, so utterly mesmerized? Yi Jiushun roared with anger. Down Nuakni. I'll say it again. Give me the antidote now. Xiao Xiao weakly tugged at his sleeve. Wait, royal uncle. Yi Jiushun was surprised. Xiao Xiao, you're awake. Xiao Xiao stammered, I'm better now. You can put me down first. Seeing the two of them like this, Nuakni looked disgusted. Xiao Xiao weakly stood up. It's the 5 poisons goo, isn't it? Hearing this, Nuakni was surprised. She actually knows. Xiao Xiao held out her hand. That I just don't know if this 5 poisons goo was a test or if you did on purpose. Luckily, when I was poisoned, I managed to seal my acupuncture points in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Xiao Xiao stared at her, stunned. We have no grudge against each other, so why would you try to kill me? Nuakni pondered for a moment. Of course it was a test. The apothecary is next door. You could detoxify yourself. Xiao Xiao replied, all right. Seeing this, Yi Jiushun was alarmed. Xiao Xiao, but she cut him off. Royal uncle, I can do it. Yi Jiushun was stunned. Even in this state, she still chooses to detoxify herself. By Xiao Xiao, just how many sides of you are there that I don't understand? Meanwhile, Nuakni sneered. To be able to stand up after being hit by the 5 poisons goo, this woman is indeed not simple. It's just that this poison is extremely difficult to cure. Whatever she does will just be a waste of effort. Yi Jiushun reached out down Nuakni. He grabbed her hand. Did you ever think that if by Xiao Xiao hadn't detected the 5th poison, wouldn't she have been doomed to die? How can this be my fault? If she came here, she should have been prepared for the worst. Nuakni cried out in pain. His Highness, King Yi, you're hurting me. Yi Jiushun warned her. Listen closely to this, king. Even if you're a Feng Jinyue's junior sister, if you dare to harm by Xiao Xiao in the slightest again, I will definitely not spare you. Dao Nuakni stared at him. His Highness, King Yi, my Dao Nuakni's medical talent is second to none. For you, I willingly stayed in this tiny Imperial Apothecary Pavilion, and yet you get angry at me for a bitch. By Xiao Xiao, I will definitely not let you live. I want you to know, I'm a most suitable woman to be by King Ye's side. Xiao Xiao stood with her arms crossed. Dao Nuakni, I suppose this means I've passed, right? Dao Nuakni was astonished. How is this possible? She managed to detoxify herself so quickly. Xiao Xiao then turned to question Yi Jiushun. How about it, royal uncle? Aren't I amazing? Dao Nuakni then had no choice but to give the invitation to Xiao Xiao. Tomorrow at high noon, go to the location in the letter to get it. You can only go alone. Otherwise, you won't get the invitation. Also, Nuakni threw something to Xiao Xiao. This is a token from Peerless Valley. Consider it an apology gift. Xiao Xiao caught it and thanked her. Many thanks. She held it up. It was a protective talisman. Royal uncle, have you and Dao Nuok Ni known each other for a long time? In the horse carriage, Yi Jioshan answered her, "We've only met a few times. She is the junior sister of the divine Dr. Feng Jinwei and voluntarily came to the Imperial Apothecary Pavilion to train." What reason would this king have to refuse? Hearing this, Xiao Xiao was surprised. There are so many apothecary pavilions in the world. Why did she insist on entering the royal? Uncles, Jioshan said thoughtfully. This king's Imperial Apothecary Pavilion is, after all, one of the top 1 or 2 in the Southern Dynasty Kingdom. Xiao Xiao speculated, "I always feel that with Dao Nuok Ni, she has an ulterior motive." Dao Nuok Ni stood watching their carriage gradually depart. "His Highness, King Yi, sooner or later you will lose by Xiao Xiao because of your protection of her. That protective talisman. After you find out the true purpose of the Disciple Recruitment Conference, I'm afraid you'll regret it to your very core." "Where is Xie Wangjiang?" Xiao Xiao was dazed. "That I've been here since high noon. It's been almost an hour. Why hasn't the person delivering the invitation appeared yet? Why hasn't the person delivering the invitation appeared yet?" She listlessly held the invitation card in her hand. "Dao Nuok Ni didn't give me a fake address, did she?" "Oh no, she wouldn't be that cruel, would she?" She held the protective talisman in her hand. "But if she hates me so much, why would she give me a protective talisman?" Suddenly, a person in patched clothes ran up and bumped into her. The protective talisman in her hand disappeared. The protective talisman. Xiao Xiao ran after him. "You in front. How dare you steal from me? Stop right there." He ran away, sticking out his tongue and taunting, "Na na 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 boo boo." She couldn't catch up. In the small alley, there were a few people passing by. The boy ran off, with Xiao Xiao chasing right after him, but then he vanished without a trace. Xiao Xiao was frantic. "Excuse me, brother, did you see a beggar run past here? He stole something from me. How did that beggar just disappear?" That brother said. He ran to the left. Xiao Xiao then ran after him. "Many thanks." Then that brother held the talisman in his hand, but something fell from him. Xiao Xiao immediately stopped. Feng Jinwei held up the talisman. "Is this what you're looking for?" At this moment, Xiao Xiao was drooling, her eyes sparkling with love. Wow, how can there be someone so handsome in this world? This level of beauty can really be compared to the royal. "Uncle." Jinwei approached and asked her, "Is this yours?" Xiao Xiao smiled shyly. "That's mine." "By Xiao Xiao, you beauty lover. Why you get boy crazy over everyone you see?" "Thank you, handsome brother, for your help. May I ask for your name?" Feng Jinwei sneered. "You want to be my disciple, yet you don't even know who I am?" Xiao Xiao was stunned. "You can't be the divine doctor, Feng Jinwei, can you?" Feng Jinwei said proudly, "It is I." Xiao Xiao cried internally, what do I do now? I just called him handsome brother. That was so disrespectful. He won't think I'm a pervert, will he?" She then tried to calm down. Please ignore my rudeness just now. This humble girl, by Xiao Xiao, hopes to become your disciple. Feng Jinwei was surprised. "Then, can you accept the teacher-student romance?" Hearing this, Xiao Xiao was dumbfounded. Her mouth agape. "What did you say?" Feng Jinwei then repeated, word for word, "This master is asking if you can accept a teacher-student romance. Question mark. So I didn't mishear. But how could the divine doctor fall in love with me at first sight? He must be testing me. That must be it." Xiao Xiao was stunned. "I feel that a teacher-student romance is a bit inappropriate. After falling in love with a student, a teacher can't treat them fairly." Before she could finish her sentence, Jinwei covered her mouth with his hand. "Someone's here." He saw a pair of feet hiding on the other side. He pressed Xiao Xiao against him. "Here, be careful." Xiao Xiao was dazed. Where's this story going? Yi Jioshan appeared, his face filled with anger. Feng Jinwei, let her go. Xiao Xiao was surprised. "Royal uncle." Feng Jinwei held Xiao Xiao in his arms. Seeing Yi Jioshan arrive, he spoke up and asked, "Yi Jioshan, what are you doing here?" Yi Jioshan saw his hands holding Xiao Xiao tightly, and he became furious. If you don't let go, this king will cripple both your hands." Xiao Xiao turned around in surprise. What's wrong with royal uncle? He clearly wanted to ask the divine doctor to cure his heat poison, but as soon as he arrived, he got angry at the divine doctor. With this attitude, how could he possibly treat royal uncle? She quickly broke free and ran over in a panic. "Wait, royal uncle, you've misunderstood." Xiao Xiao blocked Yi Jioshan's path. "Just now, the divine doctor was testing me. We weren't doing anything." Hearing this, King Yi calmed down. "Really?" Xiao Xiao replied, "Absolutely." Yi Jioshan walked closer. Feng Jinwei, I'll let it slide this time. If you dare have any ill intentions towards Bai Xiao Xiao, this king will absolutely not spare you. He then left, signaling by Xiao Xiao, let's go. Xiao Xiao was furious. Damn it, has royal uncle gone mad? Did he forget he has heat poison and needs the divine doctor to cure him? Being so arrogant, sooner or later he'll be poisoned to death by the heat poison. She shyly approached Feng Jinui. I'm sorry, divine doctor. Royal uncle is not in a good mood today. Please don't hold it against him. Feng Jinui questioned, you want this master to treat the poison in Yi Jioshan, right? Xiao Xiao replied, yes. He then said, then let me tell you, this master hates him and will absolutely not help. However, if this master's disciple pleads for him, then there's still room for negotiation. Xiao Xiao was stunned. The divine doctor's meaning is, Feng Jinui told her, strive to be the best at the disciple recruitment conference and become this master's disciple. His eyes were deep. That way, this master can, as you wish, cure the heat poison in King Yi. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao was overjoyed that it's a deal. Divine doctor, just wait and see me show my skills. I'm going to prepare now. I'll take my leave. Just then, footsteps were heard from behind. Feng Jinui turned his head. Feng Jinui's friend, Li Feiyu, appeared, clapping. Indeed an interesting woman. No wonder Yi Jioshan has taken a liking to her. Jinui was surprised. You guy, when did you get here? Feiyu said, you know full well this disciple recruitment conference is just a pretense. The truth is, your master is using this opportunity to find you a kind-hearted wife with high medical skills to continue the bloodline. Feiyu crossed his arms. And yet you told by Xiao Xiao to participate in the disciple recruitment conference. Could it be that you really intend to choose by Xiao Xiao? Jinui immediately cut him off. Feiyu, do you really think I'm interested in her? Feiyu sneered. As if I don't know what you're thinking. You hate King Yi, just because people always compare the two of you. You hate it so much, yet you can't escape the gossip of the world. And now, a woman that Yi Jioshan likes has suddenly appeared. And as it happens, she wants to become your disciple. Jinui said thoughtfully, this master will absolutely not favor by Xiao Xiao because of this. I also don't think she can win. The victory. Feiyu was surprised that I asked that so. How about we make a bet? If you say by Xiao Xiao can't win, then I'll bet she can win in the end and become your disciple. How about it? Jinui asked back the wager. Feiyu then took out a jade pendant. If I lose, I'll steal my grandfather's heavenly mystic device for you. He thought to himself, he's been eyeing the heavenly mystic device for a long time. He definitely won't refuse. If you lose, you must do your best to pursue by Xiao Xiao and compete with the Night King. Hearing this, Jinui was stunned again. This matter, at the Night God Manor. Yi Jioshan's powerful punch cracked the wall. What's wrong with me? Just now, seeing Feng Jinui and by Xiao Xiao being close, I actually got angry. That feeling was as if something important in my heart had been stolen. He walked while looking up at the blue sky. By Xiao Xiao, you tell me, what exactly is this king's concern for you? The next day, Yi Jioshan and Xiao Xiao stepped down from the carriage, and a subordinate helped them. Your Highness Yi Jioshan, Miss Xiao Xiao, we have arrived at Wuyin Town. Rest at the inn for one night first. Tomorrow we will go to Jueching Valley to participate in the disciple recruitment assembly. Xiao Xiao looked outside, appearing worried. It's so crowded, and inside it's packed with people. Are all these people here to participate in the disciple recruitment assembly? Each one of them looks far from simple. Seeing the masked Yi Jioshan walk in, several people started whispering to each other. 2 more competitors have arrived. Although we can't see that masked man's face, his gestures carry a very regal aura. I don't know if he's a king or not, but he must be handsome. A young lady appeared to welcome them. You two have finally arrived. Seeing her, Xiao Xiao was immediately annoyed. Why is she here? She came to invite them. Let's go. I have specially prepared rooms for you two. Yi Jioshan was also puzzled. What are you doing here? She replied, after all, Xiao Xiao passed my test. I naturally have to witness for myself how far she can go in my senior brother's disciple recruitment assembly. Xiao Xiao, I have high hopes for you. But tomorrow, you can't be careless. A moment of negligence and you'll be eliminated. Xiao Xiao retorted immediately. You don't need to worry about that. I will naturally do my best. No need to be a busybody. I think it's more like you're hoping I get eliminated soon. Then, she warmly led the way upstairs. Then I shall wait with eager eyes. Let's go upstairs to the rooms first. After going up a few steps, Xiao Xiao turned to look down and was surprised. What happened? She saw the figure of a woman entering from outside. Why is the divine doctor's disciple recruitment assembly full of bow ties? Everyone watched her walk in majestically. Who is this? Why does she look a bit familiar? How shallow? You don't even recognize Du Xiener. That girl came to stand next to Xiao Xiao, crossed her arms, looked down, and said, I didn't expect senior brother to invite Du Xiener as well. Xiao Xiao asked in surprise, Who is Du Xiener? She immediately replied, A famous poison master renowned in the martial world, well-versed in medical principles, and even more skilled with hidden weapons. Hearing that, Xiao Xiao was shocked, her mouth agape. A poison master, well-versed in medical principles? Is this character's persona set up against mine? Du Xiener, this woman exudes a terrifying aura. She is indeed not an easy person to deal with. Xiao Xiao watched her walk by with 2 disciples. If we were to compete in tomorrow's recruitment assembly, she would be a formidable opponent. Du Xiener was gradually approaching the Night King. She froze, staring at him, that man. Seeing this, Xiao Xiao forced a smile. Imperial Uncle is already a lady killer even with his mask on. If he took it off, it would be even more incredible. When heaven created this man, Yi Jioshin, just how many women must he harm before it's satisfied? Du Xiener got close to him. Young master, could you move aside a little? I would like to pass. She stepped forward. Thank you, young master. Yi Jioshin quickly dodged, causing her to stumble and fall. Du Xiener was stunned, thinking to herself, the distance was clearly so close, yet this man still managed to get away. He is indeed no ordinary person. Watching from the side, Xiao Xiao was aghast. Then she grew angry, falling on such flat ground. Even if you're trying to act like you want to fall into a man's arms, it's way too obvious, you wretch. How dare you have designs on my imperial uncle? Du Xiener approached the Night King. This young master truly doesn't know how to cherish a woman. How could you dodge at a time like this? You should have held me tight and asked with concern. But she was immediately ignored. Yi Jioshin walked up to Xiao Xiao and stared at her. Yes, she right. Xiao Xiao was surprised. Why is he looking at me at a time like this? Du Xiener speculated. Could this be the young master's lover? How dare she get one step ahead of me? She truly doesn't know her own limits. Seeing her looking at her with eyes full of daggers, Xiao Xiao was terrified. Damn it, what's with that look? I'm just standing next to Imperial Uncle. How can I get caught in the crossfire like this? In the carriage, Tao Ruo'er asked by Xiao Xiao, Why isn't His Highness the Night King seen today? Hearing Tao Ruo'er say that, Bai Xiao Xiao replied, I don't know. Imperial Uncle only told me he wouldn't be coming to Jueching Valley with us. Bai Xiao Xiao thought to herself, perhaps it's because he and the Divine Doctor both hate each other. After hearing this, Tao Ruo'er said, Oh, she thought to herself, even if she knew, she wouldn't tell me. So petty. Then the carriage stopped, and Bai Xiao Xiao lifted the curtain and went outside. We finally arrived. Inside Jueching Valley, someone said, All heroes who have come to participate in the Disciple Recruitment Assembly, please hand your invitation letters to us. Tao Ruo'er went in first, Bai Xiao Xiao followed behind, and gave a recommendation letter to the gatekeeper. After entering, Tao Ruo'er saw Yu Wuhan and stopped. Yu Wuhan approached, bowed, and said to Tao Ruo'er, Master. Tao Ruo'er then told her, Wuhan defeat Bai Xiao Xiao. Yu Wuhan bowed and replied, Yes. In the stands, Bai Xiao Xiao saw Du Xiener and thought to herself, Du Xiener is here too. Among the 36 opponents in the main hall, she is the one I should be most wary of. At this moment, Zhao Wuk entered the examination hall, and upon seeing him, everyone started to murmur, What handsome man! Seeing Zhao Wuk, Du Xiener smiled and thought to herself, I haven't seen him in a few years. I didn't expect him to become even more to my taste. Zhao Wuk walked up and introduced himself. I am Zhao Wuk, one of the Divine Doctor's 4 great guardians. The first round of the test will be envy. Heal its head by me. There are a total of 36 small carts here. Please feel free to choose one. Within the time it takes for 1 incense stick to burn, you must identify all the mixed herbs in the small cart and write them down on paper. There are 100 types of herbs in total. The others heard this and asked in astonishment. Identify 100 types of herbs. That's too outrageous. This is only the first round, and it's already this difficult. After hearing this, Bai Xiao Xiao thought to herself, Indeed, testing 36 people one by one would be too time-consuming. So the first test must be super difficult to eliminate a large number of people. The ones who remain will be the elite of the elite. Zhao Wuk announced, No cheating is allowed during the test. It is about to begin. The contestants immediately ran off, saying, Quick, quick, just pick one, hurry, and choose the herbs. At this moment, Bai Xiao Xiao's gaze met Yu Wuhan's. The two looked at each other and thought, This young woman is a strong opponent. Just then, someone kicked her and said, Are you going to choose or not? Hurry up and get out of the way. Bai Xiao Xiao asked angrily, Who was that? The other person angrily scolded. If you feel you don't have the ability, then hurry up and admit defeat and withdraw. Don't stand here like a block of wood, you disgraceful piece of trash. Bai Xiao thought to herself, arrogant and outrageous. I'll be the one to get you eliminated in the very first round. Pang Fian was extremely haughty. She put her hands on her hips, her face full of anger as she scolded Bai Xiao. You're that Bai Xiao who got in through connections, right? Isn't it because you know Tao Ruo? Otherwise, how would someone with no reputation like you be qualified to participate in the Disciple Recruitment Assembly? Everyone participating in the Disciple Recruitment Assembly comes from a prestigious medicine pavilion like me. Someone like you who relies on connections should just hurry up and go home. After hearing Pang Fian's scolding, Bai Xiao remained calm. She showed no signs of anger and instead smiled and said to Pang Fian, after that incense stick burns out, we'll see who should be the one to go home. When Pang Fian heard Bai Xiao say this, she thought to herself, competing with this kind of person who relies on connections is truly an insult. I must eliminate her in the first round. Then Bai Xiao focused on the herb card. Seeing that Bai Xiao was ignoring her words and just looking at the herb card, Pang Fian continued to scold her. Useless trash. Don't pretend to be sorting. This isn't a place that garbage like you who relies on connections can challenge. After saying that, while Bai Xiao wasn't paying attention, Pang Fian reached out and shot a stone at the cart. That Bai Xiao had chosen, causing the cart to fall over. After doing it, she even exclaimed, how is it that a piece of trash like you would choose something just as trashy? It actually broke. Seeing Bai Xiao's herb cart fall over, everyone started to gossip. This Bai Xiao is really unlucky to be targeted by the young miss of the Pang family. Pang Fian's character is so unreasonable. She won't have a good outcome. Du Xiener, who was nearby, saw Bai Xiao being targeted by Pang Fian and said, the time of one incense stick was already outrageous enough. With this mess, there's no way she can finish. Du Xiener thought to herself, I originally thought Bai Xiao would be a troublesome character, but now it seems she'll be eliminated in the first round. Du Xiener then turned and left. I have to go complete my own test. You can clean up this mess yourself. Seeing her herb cart overturned, although Bai Xiao knew Pang Fian did it, she still showed no anger. She didn't go to the invigilator to demand justice, but calmly sat down by the herb cart to start sorting. Zhao Wuk, who had witnessed everything, saw Bai Xiao's composure and made an assessment. This woman is not bad. Under Pang Fian's provocation, an ordinary person would either fight back or demand a ruling, but that would waste the already limited time. She understands this point very well, so she absolutely did not waste words on Pang Fian, only focusing on sorting. After a period of time, the examination time was over. Zhao Wuk shouted to the contestants, time's up, stop writing immediately. Now, to announce the results of the first round. Pang Fian, below the stage, was extremely confident, thinking to herself, out of 100 herbs identified 99. Surely no one identified more than me. I can definitely get into the next round. But Zhao Wuk's announcement immediately proved her wrong. Zhao Wuk read the announcement of the names of those who could advance to the next round. Du Xiener, Yu Wuhan, Bai Xiao, Yin Jinxiu, Yin Ziming, Li Jianqing. These 6 people identified 100 types of herbs and will advance to the next round. The rest who are not named must leave Jeweling Valley immediately. Upon hearing the results, Pang Fian cried out in disbelief. How can this be? I was only missing 1 herb. How could Bai Xiao, relying on her connections, identify them all correctly? Hearing Pang Fian's words, Bai Xiao walked over to her and spoke. Let me tell you why you lost. It's because you chose the wrong opponent. You were always thinking of ways to disturb me, plotting to get me kicked out of this competition. This wasted a lot of my time, but it also wasted a lot of your own time, leading to you not being able to pick out the last herb. You eliminated yourself. After hearing Bai Xiao's words, Pang Fian still refused to admit her mistake and cursed at Bai Xiao. No, it's all your fault, you bitch. You said you would make me get eliminated in the first round, so you must have used some despicable trick. She then ran over to Zhao Wujue to complain. Young Master Zhao Wujue, she must have cheated, seeing how she shamelessly tried to harm Bai Xiao and was now framing the victim. Zhao Wujue angrily scolded her. The one who cheated was you. You repeatedly provoked Miss Bai and even pushed over her cart. Did you think we didn't see it? Eliminating you is already letting you off easy. After hearing this, Xiao Xiao said to Pang Fian, eldest young Miss Pang, you should get lost and go back to your renowned great apothecary. Forgive me for not seeing you out. Hearing Xiao Xiao say this, Pang Fian became even more furious and turned to curse. You bitch. Immediately, people from Jueching Valley came forward to drag Pang Fian away, saying, Miss Pang Fian, you should leave Jueching Valley now. Pang Fian was kicked out of the competition, but she refused to admit defeat and turned to shout, this isn't fair. As the eldest daughter of the Flower Medicine Pavilion, I was eliminated in the first round, but someone who relied on connections gets to enter the second round. This isn't fair. Just then, Tao Wu approached Pang Fian and said to her, if you hadn't wasted time disturbing Xiao Xiao, you might have been able to pick out the last herb. Pang Fian turned and asked Tao Wu, who are you? Tao Wu smiled and said to Pang Fian, I'm someone who has come to help you. If Xiao Xiao hadn't wasted your time, you definitely could have advanced. It's all her fault you were eliminated early. How can you be willing to swallow this anger? Pang Fian believed Tao Ruo's words and said angrily, of course I can't stand that bitch who used the back door. She ruined the glory that should have been mine. But what can I do now? Tao Ruo replied to Pang Fian, I know what to do, as long as you hate her enough. After saying that, Tao Ruo waved her hand. Pang Fian didn't notice that a hairpin had been stuck into her shoulder at some point. The poison from the hairpin quickly seeped into Pang Fian's body. Pang Fian's eyes gradually became vacant. That night, inside her bedroom, Xiao Xiao was startled when she heard her room door open. She asked cautiously, who is it? Yi Jiushan appeared, walked closer, and covered Xiao Xiao's mouth, saying, it is this king. Seeing Yi Jiushan, Xiao Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and asked, Royal Uncle, you nearly scared me to death. Why are you here? Yi Jiushan walked in and said, seeing that you passed the first 2 rounds of tests, I came to visit you on the first day. I didn't expect you to be quite skilled, not bad. She smiled and said, of course, Royal Uncle. Who do you think I Xiao Xiao am? Just then, Pang Fian punched a hole in the door of Xiao Xiao's room and cursed. Xiao Xiao, you despicable bitch. This is the price you'll pay for framing me. Pang Fian, go to hell. Before she could make a move, Yi Jiushan had already grabbed her tightly by the neck, causing her to cry out, who is this? A demon. Yi Jiushan threw Pang Fian to the ground. Seeing this, Xiao Xiao said, so it's you. I already spared you, yet you insist on coming here to seek death? Speak, who exactly sent you? Pang Fian asked, what do you mean? She replied, with your third-rate kung fu, there's no way you could have avoided the guards outside the courtyard. So you must have an accomplice, and one from Jueching Valley, Pang Fian. If you don't reveal your accomplice, there is only one outcome. Death. Pang Fian cried out, I'll talk. She is. Before she could finish, she was poisoned and collapsed. Yi Jiushan went over to check. She's dead. Seeing this, Xiao Xiao said, is that? Yi Jiushan told her, Xiao Xiao, this is the mark left after using a needle for poisoning. After examining the body, Xiao Xiao said, it seems the person behind this, to prevent Pang Fian from revealing their true identity, administered a slow-acting poison on her when she wasn't paying attention. Yi Jiushan cursed, which bastard dares to harm you? Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground and turn this entire Jueching Valley upside down, I will find the person behind this. Xiao Xiao cried out, Royal Uncle. Yi Jiushan calmed down at that moment. So hot, so uncomfortable. She approached him and thought to herself, is it his chi rebelling against his heart, causing the heat poison to flare up? I must quickly find the divine doctor to treat the heat poison for Royal Uncle. The next day, Du Xiener and Xiao Xiao were walking together. Yin Ziming and Yu Wuhan also appeared. Tao Rod said, congratulations to the 4 of you for making it this far. You only need to pass 1 more round to meet my senior brother. This round is a series of paired duels. The person who draws the same number as you will be your opponent. Xiao Xiao went up and asked, why are you in charge of this? Where are the divine doctor's 4 great guardians? She replied, the guardians are all busy setting up the test, so I am conducting the draw on their behalf. Please, Xiao Xiao, you seem to be in good spirits today. She replied, I'm all right. She thought to herself, what does this woman's words mean? She drew a number and said, it seems the person who draws this number will be my opponent, but I wonder who it will be. Tao Rao ordered Yu Wuhan. You must win. Yu Wuhan replied, yes. Tao Rao thought to herself, by Xiao Xiao, you are sure to lose this time. Inside the competition room, the judges said, just now, you two used the various herbs here to modify your scorpions. Now, the poisonous scorpion duel officially begins. Whoever scorpion survives until the end will pass this round. Yu Wuhan smiled and said, last night, Master Tao Roar already told me the test question. I have prepared the most potent red-crowned crane poison in advance. By Xiao Xiao, you can't possibly use the herbs here to create a stronger poison. You're sure to lose. From the looks of it, the winner and loser are already clear. Yu Wuhan looked over at Bai Xiao Xiao and saw her smiling, thinking to herself, she's actually smiling. Just then, Yu Wuhan's scorpion lost. She said in shock, how is this possible? I actually lost. Bai Xiao Xiao said, you can't figure out why you lost, can you? Let me give you a hint. You can check my scorpion shell. Yu Wuhan checked and said in shock, this is Huayin powder. No wonder her scorpion could continue fighting after being stabbed. It's because when Huayin powder touches flesh and blood, it acts like a medicinal flower that can stimulate the scorpion to produce greater strength. She could actually think of using Huayin powder to revive the scorpion. Truly formidable. Afterwards, Bai Xiao Xiao went outside and saw Tao asking, Tao why are you still here? Tao Roar thought to herself. She was probably thoroughly defeated by Yu Wuhan, heartbroken and dispirited, right? You were lucky not to die last night. But today you'll have to get out of Jueching Valley anyway. She then asked, Xiao Xiao, what was the result? Bai Xiao Xiao smiled and said, I won. Hearing this, Tao Roar asked in shock, 1-1. Bai Xiao Xiao then asked her, is there a need to be so surprised? It seems you didn't think I could win at all, did you? Tao Roar immediately smiled and said, how could that be? I'm just happy for you. So happy that I couldn't react in time. Xiao Xiao, you are truly very capable. Congratulations on reaching the final round. Bai Xiao Xiao turned away, a chill running down her spine. This woman is truly terrifying. Tao Roar crossed her arms and thought to herself, damn it, is Yu Wuhan useless trash? How could she lose to that bitch Bai Xiao Xiao with such an advantage? Bai Xiao Xiao thought to herself, just now, Tao Roar's expression was as if she thought I was sure to lose. Du Sienna walked over to her and said, Xiao Xiao, so the last two remaining are indeed the two of us. However, at most, you can only make it this far. Later, when you're getting kicked out of Jueching Valley, try not to look too pathetic. Hearing this, Bai Xiao Xiao turned her head in confusion. Zhao Wujue walked over and said, you two, stop poking at each other with your words. Come with me to the back mountain to meet His Highness. Then, Zhao Wujue led the two of them over. He pushed open the door and said, go in. His Highness is waiting for you two. Feng Jinhue smiled and said, congratulations to you both for making it this far. Seeing him, Du Sienner said, this enchanting demon, this alluring and ascetic aura is exactly as the legends say. I can barely take it anymore. Feng Jinhue said, there is a kitchen behind the pavilion. The two of you will use the ingredients inside to make a dish for this venerable one to try within half an hour. Whoever's dish suits this venerable one's taste will become this venerable one's disciple. Hearing this, Bai Xiao Xiao thought to herself, making a dish has nothing to do with testing medical skills. That's too arbitrary. Du Sienner said, Divine Dr. Feng, this is the first time I'm cooking for someone else. You must savor it well later. She immediately swayed seductively towards Feng Jinhue, but he dodged her. She thought to herself, so cold. Seeing this, Bai Xiao Xiao also broke into a sweat, thinking, it seems there's no shortage of lewd women in any era. Then, the two of them left. Feng Jinhue said, come out. They have already entered the kitchen. Yi Jioshin then asked, Feng Jinhue, what exactly are you trying to do? The true intention of this disciple recruitment conference isn't that simple, is it? Feng Jinhue replied, just wait and see, King Yi. Once this disciple recruitment conference has a final result, I will let you know my true intention. Yi Jioshin replied, then this king will wait and see. Feng Jinhue smiled and said, but when that time comes, King Yi, will you really bear to let Bai Xiao Xiao become my disciple? Yi Jioshin thought to himself, Bai Xiao Xiao, this prince doesn't know whether to hope you win or lose. If you really become his disciple, what reason would this prince have to stay by your side? After a while, Feng Jinhua said, "Time is up. Stop and bring up the dishes." Half an hour later, Du Xiener brought her food over and said, "Divine Physician Feng, this is the first-grade bird's nest soup I made for you. This first-grade bird's nest soup is meticulously refined from the nests of top-quality swifts from the early rainy season. Its flavor is delicious and palatable. It nourishes essence and blood, replenishes yin and tonifies the kidneys, and supports the stomach." Bai Xiao at the side said, all right, this isn't some gourmet food show." Du Xiener passed the food over. Watching as Feng Jinhua took a spoonful, thinking to herself, "I specially added opium powder to the bird's nest soup I cooked. Even if he's a divine physician, one bite will surely get him addicted." After eating, Feng Jinhua turned to ask Bai Xiao, "What did you make?" Bai Xiao brought her dish up and said, "Xiao's super invincible egg fried rice." Seeing this, Du Xiener smiled and said, "Such big talk for just an extremely ordinary plate of egg fried rice. Do you think the divine physician is some country bumpkin?" Du Xiener thought to herself, "I can't believe Bai Xiao is truly this useless. It seems I'm sure to win this time." Who would have thought that as soon as Feng Jinhua took a spoonful, his eyes lit up? Bai Xiao at his side immediately asked, "How is it? How is it?" Feng Jinhua replied, "Bai Xiao, congratulations, you've won." Hearing this, Du Xiener was startled and asked, "An ordinary plate of egg fried rice actually beat my first-grade bird's nest soup? I clearly put opium powder in the bird's nest soup." Feng Jinhua then scolded Du Xiener, "Although your bird's nest soup is precious, top grade, and a rare delicacy in a mortal world, you have ruined it. To make a good dish, the important thing is not a flavor that makes people addicted, but one that lets them feel the heart of the person who made it." This round was not a test of medical skills, nor of using poison, but of using your two hearts, and this is the difference between you and Bai Xiao. After hearing this, Du Xiener asked, "Heart," he said, "try Bai Xiao's egg fried rice, and you will know how different our intentions are." After eating, Du Xiener thought to herself, This feeling is exactly like the egg fried rice my grandmother personally made for me when I was little. It's the taste of home." Du Xiener cried out, "Bai Xiao, I have truly lost to you this time. But don't get complacent, I will definitely be back." Bai Xiao replied, "The classic trope of spouting harsh words after a failure. When will the villains ever come up with something new?" Then, Feng Jinhua said to her, "Bai Xiao, you have successfully passed this Venerable One's final test. But whether or not you ultimately want to become this Venerable One's disciple is for you to decide." She immediately asked, "Divine Physician, what do you mean? Shouldn't I directly become the disciple of the Divine Physician?" Feng Jinhua asked her, "If this Venerable One said that my disciple must also be my wife, would you still be willing?" After hearing this, she was startled and asked, What did you say?" Feng Jinhua replied, "This time, this Venerable One held a disciple recruitment conference to select a disciple. It was on my master's orders to choose a woman whose medical skills could catch my eye, whose character meets my requirements, and who is also the person who must marry me to continue the bloodline." After hearing this, she was startled and thought to herself, "This joke has gone a little too far." Feng Jinhua continued, "Bai Xiao, this Venerable One hopes you will answer this question carefully. Do you, in the end, want to become this Venerable One's disciple?" Just then, Yi Jiuchen appeared and said, "Absolutely not." Bai Xiao cried out, Imperial Uncle." Feng Jinhua said, "This Venerable One was not asking you." Yi Jiuchen's face darkened. "You want to steal my woman?" Feng Jinhua, "Do you want to declare war on this prince?" Feng Jinhua then asked, "Prince He, Bai Xiao was never yours to begin with, so how can you speak of stealing or not stealing? You even meddle in the affairs of your imperial nephew and your own. Could it be that you truly like Bai Xiao?" After hearing this, she thought to herself, Imperial Uncle likes me? That's completely impossible. Yi Jiuchen then said, "This prince does not need to answer you. Bai Xiao is my person. If you want her, you'll have to see if I agree first." Feng Jinhua then said, "Then there is nothing more to say between us." Bai Xiao blushed and thought to herself, "Imperial Uncle said I'm his person." Yi Jiuchen and Feng Jinhua looked at each other, the two exuding the aura of a dragon and phoenix in conflict. Yi Jiuchen gathered his spiritual power and said, "Feng Jinhua, if you want to steal this prince's person, you can wait another 800 lifetimes." Yi Jiuchen struck with a palm towards Feng Jin. You! Feng Jinhue quickly leaped from his chair to dodge the blow and exclaimed, Prince Yi, Loveless Valley is not a place for you to act so outrageously. Then, a needle immediately shot out towards Yi Jiuchen, but as it got close to him, it was deflected and flew towards Bai Xiao. Seeing this, Yi Jiuchen and Feng Jinhue cried out, Bai Xiao. Just then, Li Feiyu appeared, flicking his fan to knock the needle away, and said, If you two wish to duel, I'm afraid you'll have to choose another place. It's no matter if Loveless Valley is destroyed by you two, but if Miss Bai gets hurt, it would be truly heartbreaking. Seeing this, Bai Xiao thought to herself, Who is this person? Yi Jiuchen said, Li Feiyu, why are you here? Feng Jinhue also asked, Feiyu, weren't you waiting in the valley? What are you doing out here? Li Feiyu replied, I'm a friend of the divine physician, so of course I can appear here. Bai Xiao thought to herself, Imperial uncle knows him. It seems this guy is no simple character. Li Feiyu continued, Miss Bai, Jinhue must choose a wife at the disciple recruitment conference. This time, it is an order from his master, Immortal Xianin. Immortal Xianin hopes that Jinhue can unite with a woman of outstanding foundation so that the next generation can become world-renowned physicians. After hearing this, Bai Xiao said, If I had known this earlier, I would not have come to participate in this disciple recruitment conference. Feng Jinhue, I will not marry you, but you already agreed with me. As long as I pass this disciple recruitment conference, you will cure the heat poison in the Imperial uncle. You must keep your word. Feng Jinhue replied, You don't intend to become this venerable one's disciple, yet you still want me to cure the heat poison in Prince Yi? In your dreams. Bai Xiao angrily cursed, Damn you, what kind of divine physician are you? You're clearly a despicable liar. Yi Jiuchen led Bai Xiao away, saying, No need to say more. Bai Xiao, let's go. She said, I'm done with you. Marriage fraud, scumbag. As Bai Xiao walked out with Yi Jiuchen, she cursed, This is making me so mad. To think Feng Jinhue had such an agenda. What is wrong with his brain? And another thing, his master too. Why would he give his own disciple such a terrible idea? Yi Jiuchen asked Bai Xiao, Do you really not have any feelings for Feng Jinhue? She immediately asked, Imperial uncle, what do you mean? He said, Feng Jinhue is also a handsome man on par with this venerable one. She then said, But he also needs to have an upright character. What's the use of a handsome man with a dark heart? To think I had a decent impression of him before. I never expected him to be the most despicable of all the despicable people. He said to her, But you wanted to learn his medical skills so badly before. If all of this was really for the sake of being with Feng Jinhue, then do you hate this prince for showing up and ruining things just now? She asked angrily, Hey, Imperial uncle, what kind of woman do you take me for? Yes, I like handsome men, but I don't like men who lie to me, especially with such a despicable act of marriage fraud. He replied, This prince was just worried that you would blame me in your heart. He thought to himself, What in the world is wrong with this prince? Why does Feng Jinhue's appearance make me feel so uneasy? Why do I care so much about Bai Xiao's thoughts on Feng Jinhue, even to the point of questioning her? Bai Xiao angrily cursed, Go to hell, Imperial uncle. You actually doubt me. Talking to a man like you is infuriating. Truly, no man is any good, especially you devastatingly handsome ones. Yi Jiuchen ran up and grabbed her hand, saying, Bai Xiao, who are you cursing? Imperial uncle, I'm in a bad mood right now. Even if it's you who angers me, I'll still hit you. After hearing this, Yi Jiuchen was startled. Then he fell down, thinking to himself, It's happening. She cried out, Imperial uncle. Yi Jiuchen clutched his body, fell to the ground, and cried out, Damn it, it's so hot, so uncomfortable. Bai Xiao ran over and said, Imperial uncle, is the heat poison in your body acting up? Yi Jiuchen spoke up, Bai Xiao, leave quickly, or else this prince will take you. Bai Xiao immediately scolded him, Leave my ass. How can you tell me to leave when you're like this? He then asked, Bai Xiao, do you want to dual cultivate with this prince that badly? She then said, If the Imperial uncle needs it. He frowned and said, How could this prince do something like taking advantage of you? This prince wants you to be with this prince willingly. She then said, Then there's only one way. Imperial uncle, I have to knock you out, then go find the divine physician to detoxify you. Yi Jiuchen turned his face away and said, I'd rather die than have that guy detoxify me. But she didn't listen and knocked him out, still being stubborn at a time like this. Imperial uncle, you should lose some weight with me. You're too heavy. After that, Bai Xiao brought him back to the entrance of the main courtyard. Seeing her return, Li Feiyu asked in confusion, Bai Xiao, Zhao Wuk asked. The person she's dragging, is that Prince Yi? Bai Xiao said. I want to see Feng Jinwei. Zhao Wuk said. His Highness is resting and not seeing outsiders. She immediately pushed Yi Jiuchen onto Zhao Wuk. I'm not an outsider. Here, help me hold him. Zhao Wuk caught the man. Then Bai Xiao stormed in aggressively. Seeing this, Zhao Wuk said, why didn't you stop her? His Highness is bathing. For her to barge in, Li Feiyu said, it's more interesting precisely because he's bathing. Bai Xiao lifted the curtain and said, Feng Jinwei, where are you? Get out here. Feng Jinwei asked, did no one teach you that it's rude to peek at others while they're bathing? You have no regard for your own reputation. She then said, a life is at stake. Who cares about etiquette? It's not like I'm doing anything I can't be seen doing. I am very innocent. He said, a life is at stake. Could it be that the Night King's heat poison has flared up again? She replied, Royal Uncle is in critical danger now. Only you can save Royal Uncle. I already said I won't save him. Don't waste my precious bath time. She rushed in and said, you, how can you call yourself a divine doctor if you see someone dying and refuse to save them? She immediately pulled him. Even if I have to drag you, I will drag you to save Royal Uncle. Feng Jinwei stood up and wrapped a towel tightly around his waist. She replied, you, what are you trying to do? I'm warning you. If you come any closer, I'll show you what I'm made of. He asked, you want to show this venerable one what you're made of? How? He immediately moved closer to her. She pushed him away, saying, get away, you marriage-scamming scumbag. Then she touched his chest and thought in shock, what I just touched was. Feng Jinwei lifted her chin and said, Bai Xiao, you are challenging this venerable one's bottom line. Bai Xiao blushed. Sorry, you were the one who pushed me against the wall first. This has nothing to do with me. Stop. Feng Jinwei, even if you have me, you will never have my heart. If you really force yourself on me, I will definitely make you pay. Feng Jinwei grabbed her hand. What nonsense are you spouting? This venerable one will not do anything to you. But if you want this venerable one to save the Night King, you must become this king's disciple. This venerable one doesn't care if you're the Night King's woman or not. In any case, you and the Night King are not married. Before that happens, this venerable one will definitely snatch you over. She immediately said, Feng Jinwei, don't even dream of it. I will never like someone like you. Let go, you villain. He asked her, don't you want to save the Night King? You choose. Bai Xiao, will you become this venerable one's disciple for the Night King's sake or not? She thought to herself, what on earth should I do? No, I can't. Royal Uncle is suffering from the heat poison. I absolutely cannot abandon him. For Royal Uncle's sake, even if. She immediately said, I agree to become your disciple. Feng Jinwei asked, Bai Xiao, are you really willing to go this far for the Night King? This venerable one is truly surprised. Our master-disciple relationship is now established. But I have one condition. This venerable one wants you to swear that you will absolutely not fall in love with this venerable one. She asked angrily, you think I would fall for you? You narcissist. Wait, Feng Jinwei, what do you mean? One moment you say you want to snatch me from Royal Uncle, the next you tell me not to fall for you. Your words contradict each other. Do you find this fun? She thought to herself, this Feng Jinwei can't be insane, can he? Feng Jinwei said, my master wants me to marry my disciple, but the prerequisite is that the master and disciple must be mutually in love. If we don't love each other, this fate my master set out for me will not count. This king wants to see to what extent you would go for the Night King. Now it seems that with that man, the Night King, in the picture, you will absolutely not have any improper thoughts about this king. She immediately asked, you mean everything you just said was to test me, because you want to find a disciple who will absolutely not fall for you? He said, you can think of it as a transaction. You help this venerable one put on an act in front of my master, and this venerable one will teach you medical arts and help you treat the Night King. She scolded, then why didn't you just say so from the start? You made me so angry I could have died. He then said, many women have used the master-disciple relationship as an excuse to get close to me, all with the goal of having this venerable one. This venerable one had to confirm that you're not like those women. She thought to herself, how has he not been beaten up for being such a narcissist? She said angrily, Bai Xiao, wouldn't fall for you even if my damn eyes were blinded by 24K titanium alloy. Feng Jinwei smiled and said, since you are now this venerable one's disciple, let me hear you call me master. She thought angrily, go to hell, taking advantage of me so quickly. She uttered, Master, he smiled and said, very good, disciple. Although that call held no respect for this venerable one. We have plenty of time to slowly teach you in the future. She thought to herself, teach me? This bastard, does he want to fight? Feng Jinwei ordered, carry his highness, the Night King in. The Night King was panting at this moment. She spoke up and asked, do you need my help? Feng Jinwei replied, of course. It is only right for a disciple to help her own master. Also, from now on, remember to add the word master when you address this venerable one. That's how you show respect. She cursed angrily. To have this Feng Jinwei as my master. This master's arrogance is higher than the heavens. Feng Jinwei lifted Yi Jiuchen's shirt. Seeing this, Bai Xiao thought, two peerless handsome men who were always at each other's throats. Now one is unconscious on the bed, while the other gently touches his body. Isn't this a peerless, one-of-a-kind love? Yi Jiuchen let out a cry. Feng Jinwei began applying needles, his speed incredibly fast. She saw this and thought, so intense. This must be the legendary 1,000 hands of wind and moon. This guy is worthy of being called a divine doctor. Even royal uncle acknowledges his skills. If only he could fix that rotten personality of his. It would be wonderful for Bai Xiao to be Feng Jinwei's disciple. He called out, Bai Xiao. She immediately asked, Master Feng, what is it? Feng Jinwei pointed at Yi Jiuchen's body and said, take off his pants. Her face immediately turned red upon hearing this. Feng Jinwei ordered Bai Xiao, hurry and take off his pants. I need to apply needles to his thighs as well. Bai Xiao immediately asked, can't you take them off? Feng Jinwei then asked her, when a doctor is saving a life, do you still care about gender? Hearing this, Bai Xiao broke into a sweat and replied yes. She thought to herself, oh, come on, asking me to take off royal uncle's pants in front of you is really weird. Then Bai Xiao went forward, closed her eyes, and pulled down his pants. She looked blushed and said that is. She covered her mouth and thought, the master has already fainted. How is that still so spirited? Bai Xiao slapped her face and exclaimed, wait, now is not the time to be concerned with this. Save him. Bring out your professionalism as a medical practitioner. After a while, Feng Jinwei removed the needles and said, acupuncture is done. Help the Night King to the medicine spring. That's the only way to better force the toxins out of his body. Bai Xiao heard this, licked her lips, and thought, if it's the medicine spring, doesn't that mean I have to strip royal uncle completely, see everything, throw him into the pool, and then touch him all over? She started to imagine it, and then pictured the scene of getting her butt kicked out, saying, wait, I can't even go to the bathroom. But my fate will most likely be this. Bai Xiao immediately said, Master, can you get someone else to do it? Feng Jinwei was puzzled upon hearing this. Bai Xiao hurriedly waved her hands, trembling. No change. I'll help royal uncle to the medicine spring right away. Afterwards, she helped Yi Jiuchen sit in the medicine spring, wiped his body, and sighed, royal uncle, you must be safe and sound. At this moment, Yi Jiuchen opened his eyes and cried out, what's going on? Where am I? Bai Xiao, what are you doing? She immediately said to him, royal uncle, you're awake. Master saved you. He asked in shock, Master, don't tell me you've taken Feng Jinwei as your master. He immediately stood up, thinking she went to Feng Jinwei for help. Doesn't that mean she has become his woman? He said angrily, hey, woman, why didn't you listen to this king? She immediately pushed him back down into the water. Royal uncle, listen to my explanation. Sit down first, your bird is showing. He angrily grabbed her hand. Bai Xiao, if you don't explain clearly, this king will kill you. She said, royal uncle, actually, what happened before was master testing me. He only said those things because he wanted to make sure I don't like him. Master demanded that I must not fall for him. I just have to put on an act with him in front of his master. I don't lose anything, and I can help royal uncle cure his heat poison. It's a great thing. He frowned and said, how is that possible? How could Feng Jinwei be so kind? He thought to himself, no, delays breed trouble. This king cannot let Bai Xiao continue to stay by Feng Jinwei's side. Thump! At this moment, someone spoke up, Miss Bai, master invites you to his room. He frowned and asked, what does this Feng Jinwei want now? She smiled and said, royal uncle, don't worry. He must just be giving me instructions on your medicine. I'll go and be right back. In Feng Jinyue's room, she entered and asked, Master, you were looking for me? He replied, You are now this venerable one's disciple. In the future, many people will surely be jealous, but you have not yet awakened your spiritual power. This venerable one is worried you cannot protect yourself. She replied, troubled, I know that too, but I heard it takes a very long time to awaken one's spiritual power. He said, just drink this, and you'll be able to use spiritual power very soon. Her eyes lit up as she asked, What is this? Feng Jinyue asked her, Aren't you afraid that the medicine this venerable one is giving you is poison? She replied, When I, by Xiao Xiao, call you master, it means I have acknowledged you. Even if you really gave me poison to drink, I would. Take it. He exhaled and said, The medicine I'm giving you is a marrow cleansing pill. It can instantly open up your dantian, allowing you to use spiritual power. She replied happily, I knew master was the best to me. After drinking it, she felt her body and asked, Is this what's called spiritual power? Feng Jinyue took off his shirt and asked, How does it feel? She replied, It's so warm. Her face flushed as she asked, Why are you taking off your clothes without a word? He replied, As your master, I will use acupoint techniques combined with external methods to regulate and increase the spiritual power in your body. She backed away and said, What does that have to do with taking off clothes? He replied, Only through skin-to-skin contact can it be opened up better. Therefore, you must take yours off too. She heard this, was startled, and thought to herself, Damn, this is the exact same trap from the martial arts novels. Feng Jinyue asked her, What are you thinking? Do you think this venerable one would have improper thoughts about someone like you? She said angrily, What do you mean by that? If you want to take them off, I'll take them off. Who's afraid of whom? She thought to herself, This is to increase my spiritual power. Feng Jinyue doesn't care. Bai Xiaoxiao pondered, Why am I overthinking this? Calm down. This is like treating an injured person. It's unavoidable to see someone else's body. I'll just go for it. She took off her top and said, Master, it's best not to let Royal Uncle know about this. I'm not gay. Why would I go looking for unnecessary trouble by letting him know? Just showing your back is enough. It will hurt a little, so bear with it. Then he used his spiritual power to touch her body. She cried out that don't say such misleading things at a time like this. It really makes one's mind wander. Phuong Cam Viet inserted the needle into her body. She trembled and let out a cry. After he pulled the needle out, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Phuong Cam Viet asked her, What do you feel? She replied excitedly, My body feels many times better. It's so comfortable. I feel like all the toxins in my body have been eliminated, and there's a feeling of lightness as if I've lost 5 kilograms. Master, you should open a weight loss wellness center. I definitely will. He turned and said, Your clothes are still not properly worn. She immediately tensed up, put on her clothes, and pushed the door open, saying, I'm a person with spiritual power now. If Imperial Uncle finds out, he'll definitely be shocked. As soon as she stepped outside, DeQ then grabbed her hand. She said in surprise, Imperial Uncle, it's you? You scared me to death. Why do you look so angry? DeQ then said angrily, Just now, this king saw you run out of Phuong Cam Viet's room with your clothes in disarray. She replied, Imperial Uncle, what are you talking about? You suspect me? He fumed. It can't be called suspicion. You're both fat and ugly. How could a man like Phuong Cam Viet possibly be interested in you? This king just wants you to explain what you and he were doing just now. She immediately said, Imperial Uncle, you've misunderstood. Master was just helping me awaken my spiritual power. He asked, How come I didn't know that awakening spiritual power requires taking off one's clothes? Surely that Phuong Cam Viet fellow didn't take the opportunity to take advantage of you, did he? She immediately said, Imperial Uncle, what are you saying? Can you not think like that? You've just become his disciple, and you're already defending him. Do I not know your personality? You like handsome men so much. If you dare to have feelings for your master, this king will definitely eat you alive and chop you up to feed the dogs. She pushed him away and said, Imperial Uncle, you're being too tyrannical. Who doesn't love beautiful things? Why can't I? He said angrily, Because you took this king's first time, you must now pay the price. If you dare to stand before me and say you like your master, this king will kill you immediately. She immediately said, I like my master. Imperial Uncle, kill me. He said angrily, Bok Chiu Chiu, you would actually talk back to me for a master you just acknowledged. It seems he is more important than me in your heart. After saying that, he left. She said angrily, Imperial Uncle, really? Don't I have the right to admire other handsome men? It's not like I like him just because he's handsome. The person I like is... She exclaimed in alarm. Oh no, Imperial Uncle has gone to find Master. What if the two men fight again? She ran after him, saying, Imperial Uncle, Imperial Uncle. At that moment, an arrow shot towards her. Bok Qiu immediately dodged the incoming arrow and turned around angrily to ask, Who's there? Standing on the eaves was a man in a black cloak. He immediately jumped down, thrusting his sword towards Bok Qiu. Bok Qiu nimbly dodged, but it still left a scratch on her face. The assassin continued to attack Bok Qiu. However, Bok Qiu continuously managed to dodge, thinking to herself, this person's movements in my eyes have actually become slower. This must also be the effect of spiritual power. Bok Qiu immediately shot out needles, blinding the person's eyes. Then she immediately unleashed her spiritual power to strike him, scolding, How dare you ambush me? Take this. She approached the person's body, thinking to herself, What is this person's identity? Why do you want to kill me? This is the smell of gas. As soon as she finished speaking, the assassin's body immediately exploded. Bok Qiu cried out, Oh no, it's a bomb. She thought to herself, Am I going to die here? No, I don't want to die. I still want to see Imperial Uncle. At that moment, Phuong Cam Viet appeared, pulling her into his arms and shielding her from the blast wave. He asked, Bok Qiu, are you all right? He knelt down in pain. She immediately asked, Why did you save me? He replied, Because you're my disciple. Bak Qiu Gai Modesta. Then she saw the wound on his back. Master, let me give you some first aid. It will hurt a lot, Master. Phuong Cam Viet said, Just bear with it for a moment. She asked him, Master, why did you appear here? He answered, This venerable one originally wanted to tell you that the Night King has left the Loveless Valley, but I ran into you being assassinated. She asked tearfully, Imperial Uncle has left. Then she started to sob. Phuong Cam Viet turned and wiped her tears. The Night King just went to handle some matters. You are my disciple. Without him, you still have me to protect you. Don't be afraid. The bomb just now was developed by the Crescent Moon Hall. It's a human bomb. Its destructive power cannot be underestimated. Fortunately, I, your master, arrived in time, so nothing major happened. She thought to herself, Phuong Cam Viet is as noble as a god, yet for my sake, for Bok Qiu, he got himself injured like this. And before Phuong Cam Viet patted her head and asked, What's wrong? My disciple, were you hurt by the sword just now? Hurt? She cried out tearfully, Master, I'm such an idiot. An idiot. I used to suspect that you only took me as a disciple to use me. But you, Phuong Cam Viet said, It's normal for a master to protect his disciple. You don't need to blame yourself. Then his face turned pale. She supported him and said, Master, let me help you to the medicine room to bandage your wound and change into new clothes. Otherwise, the wound. Phuong Cam Viet coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Bok Qiu panicked. Master! Inside the room, Phuong Cam Viet woke up. Seeing that he was awake, Bok Qiu happily ran over and said to him, Master, you're finally awake. Phuong Cam Viet sat up and, seeing Bok Qiu, asked, Have you been taking care of me all this time? Then Phuong Cam Viet sensed something. He looked down at his bare body, wrapped only in bandages with nothing else for cover. He shyly used his hands to cover his body and asked Bok Qiu, My clothes? It wasn't you who? Seeing Phuong Cam Viet's suspicion, Bok Qiu hurriedly waved her hands and explained, No. I told Tru Vo Kiet to take them off. At this moment, Tru Vo Kiet entered, bowed to Phuong Cam Viet, and reported, Master, I just found this in the explosion area. The person who attacked Lady Bok was carrying it. Tru Vo Kiet presented a jade pendant. Bok Qiu waved and gestured to Tru Vo Kiet, saying, Quick, tell Master that you were the one who took off his clothes. Bok Qiu noticed the jade pendant that Tru Vo Kiet brought and said, I think I've seen this somewhere before. Phuong Cam Viet took the jade stone that Tru Vo Kiet presented and said, This jade stone is a token of the Peerless Valley. This jade's heat resistance is extremely high, making it difficult to destroy. In this world, besides me and my master, only my junior sister, who is also a successor of the Peerless Valley like me, has this token. After hearing the explanation of the jade's origin, Bok Qiu asked, Could it be that Dao Nuoc Ni is behind all of this? Seeing Bok Qiu's suspect, Dao Nuoc Ni, Phuong Cam Viet said to her, My junior sister has no grudge against you. Why would she do this? Besides, she couldn't possibly know how to make a human bomb. The only one who understands how to make human bombs is the puppet master of the Crescent Moon Hall, the Black Widow. Seeing Phuong Cam Viet defending Dao Nuoc Ni, Bok Chu Chu pouted angrily and thought to herself, I have no grudge against her. Whether she has a grudge against me is another story. Bok Chu Chu then recounted to Phuong Cam Viet, Master, I was attacked like this before. The one behind it is proficient in medicine, understands the security situation at the Loveless Valley, and has a token from the Peerless Valley. Beside Dao Nuoc Ni, there is no one else. I know Dao Nuoc Ni is your junior sister. Hearing Bok Chu Chu say this, Phuong Cam Viet told her, don't misunderstand. If my junior sister really did such a harmful thing and colluded with the Crescent Moon Hall, I will definitely not forgive her. But you must have concrete evidence to prove she did it. Hearing Phuong Cam Viet say this, Bok Chu Chu immediately ran outside. As she ran, she said, don't worry, Master. I'll go find evidence right away. Bok Chu Chu suddenly turned back, making Phuong Cam Viet break into a sweat. Bok Chu Chu asked Phuong Cam Viet, but Dao Nuoc Ni isn't in the Loveless Valley. Where did she go? True Vo Kiet immediately answered Bok Chu Chu. When the Night King left, she went with him. I couldn't stop her. Phuong Cam Viet said to Bok Chu Chu, I'll send a letter to the Night King to ask where my junior sister is. The Night King has replied to the letter. When Phuong Cam Viet entered her room, he was startled and asked, what are you doing? Bok Chu Chu, who was doing yoga, replied to him, regulating my emotions. Witnessing Bok Chu Chu's incomprehensible movements, Phuong Cam Viet couldn't help but wonder to himself, did I really take on a strange disciple? After finishing her exercise, Bok Chu Chu excitedly went to him and asked, where did Imperial uncles say Dao Nuoc Ni is? Phuong Cam Viet answered her, Tan Chao City. Later, at the Imperial Medicine Pavilion in Tan Chao City, Dao Nuoc Ni was standing behind the counter and said angrily, that heartless Night King. I went through so much trouble to follow him, yet he still finds me an eyesore and casually sent me here to collect money. At that moment, Phuong Cam Viet walked in and called out, junior sister. Dao Nuoc Ni looked up, startled, and asked, senior brother? Diu. Bok Chu Chu stepped forward and asked Dao Nuoc Ni, have you ever heard of the evil moon called human bombs? Dao Nuoc Ni immediately replied to Bok Chu Chu, of course I have. How could I not have heard of such an inhuman bomb? Bok Chu Chu told Dao Nuoc Ni, half a month ago, I was attacked by a human bomb. If Master hadn't saved me, I would have died for sure. Dao Nuoc Ni feigned surprise and asked Bok Chu Chu, then are you all right? Chu Chu, I can't believe the members of the evil moon cult would actually plot against you. They must be trying to indirectly harm His Highness the Night King by dealing with you. They truly deserve to die. Seeing Dao Nuoc Ni say this, Bok Chu Chu thought to herself, if this woman is really acting, then her acting skills are truly terrifying. Dao Nuoc Ni kontin toats bak tiu. Senior brother, why are you two looking at me so strangely? Phuong Cam Viet took out the gemstone they had found and showed it to Dao Nuoc Ni. We found this on the human bomb. After looking at it, Dao Nuoc Ni said to Phuong Cam Viet, this is a gemstone from the Peerless Valley. Could it be that you two suspect me? Outwardly, she pretended these matters had nothing to do with her, but inwardly, she was fuming. That idiot, I gave him the Wushuang Valley token for contact, but he ended up carrying the token when he went to attack by Xiao Xiao. Isn't this just implicating me? Tao Ruor knew they suspected she was behind this, so she pretended to grab by Xiao Xiao's hand and asked, Xiao Xiao, you and I have no grievances or grudges. I even treat you like a sister. How could I harm you? Bai Xiao Xiao frowned and said to Tao Ruo, right now, you are the most suspicious person. Otherwise, how do you explain this token? Moreover, Pang Fian's attack on me before was also manipulated by you, wasn't it? Hearing Bai Xiao Xiao question her like that, Tao Ruo immediately asked, for the past half month, I have been in Xinzhou City, 1,000 miles away from Jueching Valley. How could I manipulate a human flesh bomb to attack you? Bai Xiao Xiao replied, who knows if what you're saying is true or false? Tao Ruo took out an item and said to her, this can prove my innocence. Bai Xiao Xiao asked her back, what is this? Tao Ruo answered her, this is a positioning bead His Highness the Night king told me to carry it with me. Through the positioning bead, His Highness the Night King can know my specific location at any time. It can prove that I have always been in Shinjo City. After hearing this, Xiao Xiao thought to herself, Imperial Uncle did indeed say before that he used some method to monitor Tao Rao's every move, so it was the positioning bead. I didn't expect her to use the positioning bead to clear her own suspicion. Xiao Xiao said angrily, Tao Rao, no matter what, I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly and find evidence. If I, Xiao Xiao, have truly misunderstood you, I will personally come to your door to apologize. At that time, you can punish me however you wish. Then Xiao Xiao left with Feng Jinwei. Tao Ruo watched Xiao Xiao leave, gritting her teeth and thinking to herself, damn it, I was almost exposed. But Xiao Xiao, the same mistake will not happen to me. Second time, I will soon make you and His Highness the Night King separated by life and death. In the evening, Xiao Xiao lay on the bed. I must find evidence to prove that Tao Ruo is the one behind this. But how on earth should I do it? Just then, someone covered her mouth. She was startled and thought to herself, who? Yi Jioshin spoke. It is this king. She was startled and exclaimed, Imperial Uncle. Xiao Xiao asked Yi Jioshin in surprise. Imperial Uncle, why? Why are you here? He replied to her, Feng Jinwei sent a letter saying you were attacked. How could this king not come to see you? She immediately snuggled up to Yi Jioshin and asked, Imperial Uncle, are you not angry? Even if I were angry to death, I must first protect you completely. Besides, is this king that petty of a person? She nodded and replied, Yes. Imperial Uncle is magnanimous and can tolerate anything. He told her, but if anything were to happen to you, I couldn't tolerate even a speck of sand in my eye. She smiled and said, Imperial Uncle, I have my master protecting me. What could possibly happen? You don't need to worry needlessly. He tapped her on the head. She cried out in pain and said, Imperial Uncle, why did you suddenly hit me? My head isn't made of iron. That really hurts. He said angrily, This foolish woman protecting you was originally the responsibility of me, Yi Jioshin. Since when was it Feng Jinyue's turn? She was surprised. Imperial Uncle, you. Yi Jioshin took her hand. That's why this king is angry at myself. Why wasn't this king the one by your side at that time? Xiao Xiao. This king is the one who can protect you completely for a lifetime. She blushed and thought to herself, Isn't this the prelude to a confession? Yi Jioshin asked her, Right, how is the investigation into Tao Ruo's matter going? Xiao Xiao felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her, a truly emo feeling. Yi Jioshin asked her, Xiao Xiao, why are you spacing out? This king is asking you a question. She replied dejectedly, The matter with Tao Ruo. Tao Ruo used the positioning bead you gave her to clear her suspicion. Yi Jioshin said, According to the monitoring situation of the positioning bead, she indeed did not leave Shinjo City. But from the meaning in your words, you seem to still suspect her. Imperial Uncle, do you believe my intuition? He immediately said, I do. She heard this and thought to herself, I was prepared to be scolded, but Imperial Uncle actually said, He believes me. Yi Jioshin asked her, Your intuition tells you that Tao Ruo is the culprit. She nodded. I always feel that there is something wrong with Tao Ruo. My intuition tells me she is definitely related to this matter. But right now, there isn't enough evidence to prove her guilt. Yi Jioshin said angrily, Why care about evidence? If you really feel that Tao Ruo is a problem, this king will immediately kill her cleanly. Anyone who threatens your survival, this king will definitely kill without mercy. Hearing this, she broke out in a cold sweat. About that, Imperial Uncle, she helped you as a physician for several years. After all, for you to kill her just like that is so cold-blooded and ruthless. It's just one Tao Ruo. What's the big deal? For you, even if I had to annihilate the entire world, I would not hesitate. Hearing this, her face fell. Imperial Uncle, actually you don't need to do so much for me, annihilating the world for me and all that. Although I am very moved, but I know that in Imperial Uncle's heart, I am not that important at all. Such important words should be saved for when Imperial Uncle meets the woman he truly likes. Yi Jioshin kissed her and continued, Xiao Xiao, do you not understand my words? She coughed, and he immediately said, This foolish woman, you don't even know how to breathe when being kissed? It's because Imperial Uncle was too sudden. He said to her, Then prepare yourself well this time, and lean down to kiss her. The next day, Bai Xiao Xiao stretched and woke up asking, "Where's Imperial Uncle?" At this moment, there was someone outside. She opened the door and asked, "Imperial Uncle is back." "Imperial Uncle, where did you go so early in the morning?" But immediately, someone covered her mouth. Inside the Imperial Apothecary, Feng Jinhua walked in, and Tao Ruo immediately asked, "Senior brother, why have you come?" He immediately said, "Bai Xiao Xiao has disappeared." After hearing Feng Jinhua say that Bai Xiao Xiao was missing, Tao Ruo was startled and asked Feng Jinhua again, "Xiao Xiao has disappeared. What is going on? Could she have been taken by someone?" Feng Jinhua shook his head. If someone had broken into her room, this venerable one, being next door, couldn't possibly have not sensed anything. Hearing this, Tao Ruo thought to herself, "What on earth is going on? If something really happened to Bai Xiao Xiao, wouldn't I be the first person to be suspected? But I clearly didn't do anything. Why did Bai Xiao Xiao suddenly go missing?" Tao Ruo then said to Feng Jinhua, "Senior brother, don't worry too much. Let's go with you to Xiao Xiao's room. Perhaps she left some traces in her room." Feng Jinhua heard that Tao Ruo's words made sense. He sighed and said to Tao Ruo, "For now, that's all we can do." In Bai Xiao Xiao's study, the two of them went in to investigate. After looking, both Tao Ruo and Feng Jinhua said, "There are no traces of anyone having been here." Suddenly, Tao Ruo discovered a piece of paper pinned to a pillar with a dagger. Tao Ruo turned to Feng Jinhua, "Senior brother, look what's written on this paper." Feng Jinhua pulled the paper down and picked it up to read. Inside the paper was written a notice for Yi Jioshin, "Your woman is in my hands. If you want to save her life, come alone to meet at the ruined temple outside the city at midnight tomorrow." After reading it, Feng Jinhua was furious. He crumpled the paper and said to Tao Ruo, "It's an enemy of Yi Jioshin." Hearing this, Tao Ruo exclaimed, "An enemy of His Highness the Night King. Could it be people from the Crescent Moon cult?" Tao Ruo thought to herself, "The only ones bold enough to kidnap Bai Xiao Xiao to threaten Yi Jioshin could only be people from the Crescent Moon Palace." Tao Ruo said to Feng Jinhua, "But with senior brother's strength, how could people from the Crescent Moon Palace take Bai Xiao Xiao away without making any sound?" Hearing her ask this, Feng Jinhua replied, "In the Crescent Moon Palace, there are two people who can do this. One is the Green-Winged Bat King. He is extremely good at concealing his aura. The second person is the Black Widow. Her lightness skill is extremely fast. She is also the creator of that human flesh bomb puppet." After hearing this, Tao Ruo voiced her thoughts. "In that case, the people of the Crescent Moon Palace have long wanted to make a move on Xiao Xiao. Senior brother, should we immediately inform His Highness the Night King?" Feng Jinhua asked Tao Ruo, "Where is the Night King now?" Tao Ruo answered him, "The Night King is currently doing his utmost to trace the whereabouts of the Crescent Moon Palace. I'm afraid he definitely won't be able to make it back to Xinzhou City in time." Hearing this, Feng Jinhua frowned. "If that's the case, we can only rely on the two of us to figure out a way to save Bai Xiao out." Later that evening, inside the bedroom, Tao Ruo paced back and forth, thinking about Bai Xiao Xiao's disappearance and asking herself, did something really happen to Bai Xiao Xiao? Or is she deliberately putting on a show to lure me into revealing a flaw? If something really happened to her, that's truly good news. If she's trying to trick me, I'll just take matters into my own hands and deal with her. Just then, the Black Widow appeared and walked into Tao Ruo's room, my precious disciple. Seeing the Black Widow suddenly appear, Tao Ruo was startled and asked, "Master?" The Black Widow asked Tao Ruo, "What is it? Does my precious disciple have something to see me about?" Tao Ruo then asked the Black Widow, "Master, have you by any chance captured someone recently?" The Black Widow replied, "If you're talking about materials for refining puppets, then I've captured a lot." Tao Ruo then said to the Black Widow, "Master, I'm not asking about those materials. I'm asking about a person of great importance to the Crescent Moon Palace." Hearing Tao Ruo say this, the Black Widow asked, "Great importance? Has something happened?" "You're not to hide it from your master. You know how tragic the consequences of hiding things from me are." Tao Ruo swallowed and asked the Black Widow, "Did you capture the woman the Night King loves?" Hearing Tao Ruo say this, the Black Widow burst out laughing. "Interesting, truly too interesting. I didn't expect the Night King of Nanzhao to have a woman he likes. but why haven't I heard you mention this? Could it be that you were specially hiding it from me for that Night King's sake? Don't tell me you have feelings for the Night King. The Black Widow immediately moved closer to Tao Ruor. She reached out and easily choked Tao Ruor, making her unable to breathe. Seeing that the Black Widow intended to kill her, Tao Ruor immediately explained, "No, Master, even if you gave this disciple 10,000 times the courage, this disciple wouldn't dare. I only recently found out that the Night King likes by Xiao Xiao. I heard Feng Jinhue say that the only people who could take by Xiao Xiao away without making a sound were the green-winged Bat King and you." Hearing Tao Ruor's words, the Black Widow was pleased and released her grip on her neck, saying, "I haven't captured any by Xiao Xiao recently. That old Bat King already has a grudge against the Night King. It would make sense for him to kidnap his woman to threaten him. In any case, my precious disciple, I want you to capture by Xiao Xiao and bring her to me." Tao Ruor immediately replied, "Yes." The next night, at midnight, Feng Jinhue and Tao Ruor went to the ruined temple in the outskirts, the location specified on the note left by Xiao Xiao's kidnapper. Feng Jinhue and Tao Ruor went inside the temple. Tao Ruor looked left and right, assessing the temple, and then voiced her suspicion. "Why is there no one here?" Just then, a lamp lit up, startling Tao, who asked warily what is going on. From inside a cellar, a mysterious voice spoke. "If you want to save by Xiao Xiao, come in alone." Hearing the other party's words, Feng Jinhue turned to Tao Ruor and said, "Junior sister, you stand guard here. This master will go in and see if Xiao Xiao is really inside." Hearing that Feng Jinhue intended to risk going in alone, Tao Ruor said worriedly, "But this is too dangerous. What if it's a trap set by the green-winged Bat King?" Feng Jinhue said to Tao Ruor, "Xiao Xiao is my disciple. Even if it's a trap, I must go in." After Feng Jinhue went inside, Tao Ruor, who stayed behind, angrily gritted her teeth and thought to herself, what kind of love potion did by Xiao Xiao give them, making senior brother and the others risk so much for her? By Xiao Xiao, you'd better just die in here. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Tao Ruor saw that Feng Jinhue still hadn't come out and grew worried. Why has it been so long and senior brother still hasn't returned? Don't tell me something happened. Just then, Feng Jinhue came out carrying by Xiao Xiao, with bloodstains on his body. Seeing Feng Jinhue had come out, Tao Ruor called out worriedly, "Senior brother." Feng Jinhue handed by Xiao Xiao to Tao Ruor and instructed, "Junior sister, take Xiao Xiao and leave quickly." A person appeared. It was the green-winged Bat King, wearing a mask that completely covered his face. He said with amusement, "I didn't expect the prey that came was not Yi Jiuxin, but the legendary Feng Jinhue. No matter who came, you will all die for me." Feng Jinhue turned and said to Tao Ruor, "Take by Xiao Xiao and go. This master will hold off the green-winged Bat King." The green-winged Bat King then rushed towards Feng Jinhue. Seeing this, Tao Ruor shouted worriedly, "Senior brother, you must be careful." With that, Tao Ruor, supported by Xiao Xiao, and headed outside. After leaving that temple, she saw by Xiao Xiao waking up. Tao Ruor asked her, "Xiao Xiao, you're finally awake. Are you all right?" Bai Xiao Xiao looked around blankly and asked, "What is going on?" "Oh, where am I?" Tao Ruor answered her, "Xiao Xiao, you were kidnapped. It was senior brother who rescued you." Bai Xiao Xiao asked worriedly, "Where is master now?" Tao Ruor said to her, "Senior brother." Just then, the green-winged Bat King appeared, laughing as he said, "I thought the legendary divine physician Feng Jinhue was so formidable. Turns out he can't even withstand a single blow." Tao Ruor was shocked to hear this. How can this be? How could senior brother? Bai Xiao Xiao said angrily, "You're lying. How could master?" Tao Ruor said to Bai Xiao Xiao, "Xiao Xiao, the situation is critical now. It's a fact that something has happened to senior brother. Even the two of us will." Bai Xiao Xiao turned and said, "Tao Ruor, as long as the two of us team up, we might have a chance of survival. We must hurry and save master." Tao Ruor smiled and said to her, "I'm very sorry." Then Tao Ruor reached out and grabbed Bai Xiao Xiao by the throat. Bai Xiao Xiao asked her, What are you doing?" Tao Ruor, "Even senior brother is no match for the green-winged Bat King, let alone us. Letting me live is the only way." Tao Ruor turned to ask the green-winged Bat King, "I'll hand Bai Xiao Xiao over to you to deal with as you please. How about you spare my life?" The green-winged Bat King's face hardened. "Are you threatening me?" Tao tightened her grip on Bai Xiao Xiao's neck. "If you don't agree, I will kill Bai Xiao Xiao right now. If you lose the pawn by Xiao Xiao, you won't be able to use anyone to threaten the Night King. She is the key to dealing with the Night King." The green-winged Bat King asked, "What kind of deal are you proposing?" Tao Ruo threw a sensing jade to the green-winged Bat King. "Take this sensing jade and stay 3 miles away." The green-winged Bat King left, saying, "If you go back on your word, death is your only path." Afterwards, Tao Ruo released by Xiao Xiao, causing her to fall to the ground, and asked, "Tao, why would you do this? Could it be that you?" Tao Ruo replied, "By Xiao Xiao, since you're about to die anyway, it's fine to tell you. The first time I met you, I already wanted to kill you. I just didn't expect you to have such a tenacious life that you even managed to dodge both Bang Fai Yin and the human flesh bomb created by the puppet master." Bai Xiao Xiao shouted angrily, You are a demon. Why on earth? Why do you keep trying to harm me time and again? I clearly have no grudge or enmity with you." She said, "Bai Xiao Xiao, you are the demon, you damned vixen. What kind of dark magic did you use to bewitch the Night King until he's head over heels? A talentless, plain-looking wench like you. What right do you have?" Bai Xiao Xiao was surprised. Tao, you really do like Royal Uncle? You did this because of Royal Uncle?" Tao Ruar laughed. "That's right. I like His Highness the Night King. The first time I saw him, I knew that he was the only man in this life for me, Tao Ruar. But I also know the Night King's status is noble. For all these years, to become a woman worthy of him, I have diligently studied medical arts, even taking the Black Widow as my master. I don't regret anything I've done, but after you appeared, everything changed." She grabbed Bai Xiao Xiao's collar. "You're no match for me in any way. What right do you have to receive the love of His Highness the Night King? Therefore, even if I can't kill you myself, I must destroy your face." With that, she took out a dagger. "I want to make the Night King see your ugliest appearance." Just then, a stone shot into her hand, forcing her to drop the dagger. She turned around and asked who it was. Seeing the Green-Winged Bat King, she asked, "Green-Winged Bat King, didn't I tell you to stay 3 miles away?" The Green-Winged Bat King took off his hood, revealing Yi Jioshin's face. He said, "Tao, you have truly made this king see you in a new light." She asked in shock, "Your Highness the Night King." Seeing Yi Jioshin, Tao Ruo cried out, "Your Highness the Night King, this can't be. Isn't His Highness the Night King tracking the whereabouts of the Moon Evil Hall? How can he be here?" Feng Jinwei also approached at this time and said angrily, "Why can't it be? Junior sister, this was a trap set for you from the very beginning." Seeing Feng Jinwei, Tao Ruo was startled and called out, "Senior brother." She stood up and asked, "Could it be that everything was an act you and Xiao Xiao put on?" Bai Xiao Xiao clutched her neck and said, "What else? Luckily, you were foolish enough to spill everything." Hearing this, Tao Ruo angrily turned her head and cursed, "I want you dead." She intended to reach out and grab Bai Xiao Xiao's neck, but Yi Jioshin immediately stepped forward and kicked her down. "You wench, do you think you still have a chance to harm Xiao Xiao? Daring to touch Xiao Xiao, this king thinks you no longer wish to live." Bai Xiao Xiao pulled on Yi Jioshin's hand. "Royal Uncle, calm down. Keeping her alive is still useful." She thought to herself, it just so happens that Royal Uncle is at a dead end with the Moon Evil Hall matter. Now, there's a source of intelligence. Tao Ruot hugged Yi Jioshin's leg. "Your Highness the Night King, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I only did it because I like you too much. Your Highness the Night King, please don't hate me." Feng Jinwei frowned and asked, "Junior sister, has it come to this and you still don't understand? The person you should be apologizing to is not the Night King, but Miss Bai." Bai Xiao Xiao then said, "I don't need her apology. However, Tao, if you truly like Royal Uncle, then tell us the location of your evil moon cult. Ensuring Royal Uncle's safety was your old wish as well." Tao Ruor shouted angrily, "Royal Uncle, calling him so intimately. You damned enchantress. It's all because of you that everything of mine is ruined." She intended to reach out and grab Bai Xiao Xiao, when 2 needles shot out, pulling threads that wrapped tightly around her. She said in shock, "This is the Thousand Hands Wind Kill. It took me several years to master this secret technique, yet you've learned it just after starting." Bai Xiao Xiao smiled and said, "I am much more talented than you." Yi Jioshin sensed something and spoke up, "Be careful, someone is coming." A group of people in black robes rushed in. Bai Xiao Xiao said in alarm, "It's the Black Widow's puppets, exactly like the one that attacked me that day." Seeing this, Tao Ruer was secretly delighted and thought, Master is here. Yi Jiushin pulled Bai Xiao to one side. The Black Widow is not easy to deal with. Bai Xiao, you stand behind this king. The puppets rushed forward at this moment. Yi Jiushin immediately kicked at them. A puppet swung its sword towards Bai Xiao. She immediately dodged. Feng Jinwei also launched a palm strike towards the puppet. Bai Xiao noticed it was emitting corpse chi again and shouted, "This is bad. It's a bomb puppet, an exploding bomb." Yi Jiushin hugged her and asked worriedly, Xiao, are you all right? Bai Xiao replied to him, "I'm fine. Are you hurt? Don't worry. As long as I'm prepared, that thing can't hurt me." I never thought the Black Widow also had someone she cared about. At this moment, the Black Widow appeared. Tao said joyfully, "Master." The Black Widow angrily slapped her and scolded, "Useless thing, get up already." The needles fell, and Tao thought to herself, "I can move again." She stood up and said with a smile, "Bai Xiao, for all the sins I've had to endure today, I will definitely repay you tenfold. There will come a day when I will make His Highness the Night King see you for who you really are." Just then, the Black Widow's hand pierced through her chest. In disbelief, she trembled and asked, "Master." Tao clutched her chest and cried out, "Master, why?" The Black Widow was furious. "Keeping trash like you around will only expose the secrets of the Evil Moon Palace. Since you've lost your value, you don't need to live anymore." As she finished speaking, Dao Ruo air fell to the ground. Yi Jiushin said to her angrily, "Black Widow, I've been looking for people from the Evil Moon Palace. I didn't expect you to come to my doorstep yourself." The Black Widow laughed. "Want to catch me? You're still too inexperienced, Divine Dr. Yuan. And you, Bai Xiao, you are all such an interesting group. I look forward to our next meeting." With that, she left with her puppets. Feng Jinyu then said, "We let that woman off too easily. It's a pity we couldn't get more intelligence about the Evil Moon cult from her. Things have come to this. I should make a trip back to Peerless Valley to report my junior sister's actions and death to the elders." Xiao, you'll come back with me." Bai Xiao was surprised. "I have to go back to Peerless Valley too." Hearing this, Yi Jiushin became angry. Feng Jinyu explained, "You are my disciple now. You should go and pay respects to the masters and elders." Bai Xiao thought to herself, "Wait, doesn't this mean I'll have to act all lovey-dovey with Master there? Royal Uncle definitely won't let me." Yi Jiushin spoke up, "I will go to Peerless Valley with you." After hearing this, she asked, startled, "Royal Uncle wants to go too?" Feng Jinyu was also startled and asked, "You want to go too?" Yi Jiushin said nonchalantly, "What? It's not like I've never been to Peerless Valley before. I happen to want to find a few of the old-timers in Peerless Valley to have a chat." Jinyu smiled and said, "If that's the case, then let's go together." Inside Peerless Valley, Celestial Master Tianyin spoke. "Although it is regrettable if Ruo Air's wrongdoings led to this outcome, then it was her fate. As for this grand disciple Xiao, I am very satisfied. If there is nothing else, Jinyu, Xiao, you two may leave with the other elders. I wish to speak with you, Wang." Half an hour later, Bai Xiao sat down looking at the lake. That royal uncle, as soon as he arrived, he went to talk to Celestial Master Tianyin. Yi Jiushin came out and called Xiao. She stood up happily. "Royal Uncle, you're out of the main hall so quickly. What did you ask Celestial Master Tianyin about?" Yi Jiushin recalled Celestial Master Tianyin's question. "Yi Wang, are you here this time because of the Emperor Dragon pattern on your body?" He replied to him, "You once said that this Emperor Dragon pattern has a very heavy, killing aura. Not only did it cause my mother's death, but it also prevents me from getting close to any woman, because no woman can withstand my vital essence. But what if I met a woman who could withstand me?" Celestial Master Tianyin said, "In this world, the only one who can resist the killing aura of the Emperor Dragon pattern is someone with a phoenix birthmark. If your highness has truly met such a person, you must remember to cherish her." Yi Jiushin thought to himself, could it be that Bai Xiao has a phoenix birthmark? But that time with Bai Xiao and the ice coffin in the tomb, it was too dark. My body was affected by the heat poison, and my mind was unclear. How can I remember whether she has a phoenix birthmark or not? Yi Jiushin was extremely troubled. Seeing this, Bai Xiao asked, "Royal Uncle, what's wrong?" Yi Jiushin hesitated, then asked, "Do you have a congenital birthmark?" She was secretly happy and thought, a birthmark? Why is Royal Uncle asking about this? Could it be that Royal Uncle is interested in my body? She smiled and asked, "You mean the phoenix birthmark?" He immediately asked her, "Don't tell me you have one." She said, huh? I don't have one. Royal uncle, why are you asking about this? What exactly happened? He asked suspiciously. If you don't have one, how do you know about the phoenix birthmark? He thought to himself, besides, if she doesn't have a phoenix birthmark, how could she withstand my vital essence? She replied how should I put it? She thought to herself, right now, I really don't have a phoenix birthmark on this body, but my body before I transmigrated did. But I can't tell him that I transmigrated from the future. Yi Jiu Shun asked her, by Xiao Xiao, does your body have a phoenix birthmark or not? If you're toying with me, I will force a kiss on you. She blushed and thought to herself, is royal uncle addicted to this kind of punishment? She replied, all right, I can tell you, royal uncle, but you must promise first not to tell anyone else what I'm about to say. She thought to herself, I'm only telling royal uncle. It probably won't cause any time-space chaos. He decisively said, I swear, if I reveal even half a word, may I not die a peaceful death. She said to him, royal uncle, actually I'm not the real by Xiao Xiao at all. This body doesn't belong to me either. My soul transmigrated here from the future. Before I transmigrated, I did have a phoenix birthmark. He immediately asked, you're a soul who borrowed a corpse to be resurrected? Bai Xiao Xiao said to Yi Jiu Shun, borrowing a corpse to be resurrected. That's one way to put it. To put it simply, this is not my body. My soul comes from several thousand years in the future. I know that saying this, royal uncle will definitely find it strange. I can understand if you don't believe me. Yi Jiu Shun said, I believe you. Didn't I say it before? No matter what you say, I won't have the slightest doubt. She exclaimed in surprise, royal uncle. Yi Jiu Shun said, besides, I've investigated before. That weak, fat, and rustic piece of trash by Xiao Xiao was completely different from you. Now that you've said this, I can understand. After hearing this, she thought to herself, fat and rustic. Why hasn't royal uncle forgotten how I was back then? Bai Xiao Xiao said, royal uncle, what I just told you must not be told to anyone else. After all, the matter of borrowing a corpse for resurrection is not something others should know. He smiled and said, but the fact that you didn't tell this to anyone else also means that I am the man you trust the most. She replied, royal uncle, the joy at the corners of your mouth is too obvious. Yi Jiu Shun asked her, but you said your soul came from several thousand years in the future. Doesn't that mean one day your soul will return there? She then asked, royal uncle, you can't bear for me to leave? If I say yes, will you leave me? Bai Xiao Xiao, promise me that you will stay here for me, that you won't return to that 1,000 years in the future. She then asked, royal uncle, are you like this because you like me? Yi Jiu Shun asked her, Bai Xiao Xiao, are you an idiot? If it wasn't because I like you, why would I care whether you stay or go? If you dare to refuse me, I will definitely make you pay. Xiao Xiao was stunned, then threw herself into Yi Jiu Shun's arms. Royal uncle, I like you too. I want to stay here and be with you for the rest of my life. He lifted her face and asked, is what you said true? Say it again. She repeated, royal uncle, I like you, I like you. I will always be by your side. He immediately leaned down and kissed her. Good. We will always be together. Then it started to rain. Yi Jiu Shun asked angrily, damn it. The atmosphere was so nice just now. Why did it suddenly start to rain? Bai Xiao Xiao took Yi Jiu Shun's hand and led him away. Royal uncle, the rain is getting heavier. It's dangerous to hide under a tree. Master said there's a cave in the back mountains. Let's go there first. The two of them enter the cave. Yi Jiu Shun draped his cloak over her. Don't catch a cold. Bai Xiao Xiao said, royal uncle, it seems like there's something in this cave. Let's go take a look. He asked in surprise, why are you so curious? Aren't you afraid of danger? She replied to him, maybe it's because I was born in the year of the cat. Let's go, let's go. We have nothing to do right now anyway. She then pulled him deeper inside. Seeing a door, she thought to herself, there's actually a door in this cave. Wait, the pattern on the door looks a bit familiar. That's right, it's the pattern on Feng Yuran. Why would a pattern identical to the one on his body appear on a door in a cave in the back mountains of Peerless Valley? Just then, an eagle flew over. Yi Jiu Shun attacked Be careful. This flock of eagles is being controlled by someone. It looks like they're protecting this door, not letting anyone get close. She then asked, could it be that something is hidden behind this door? Yi Jiu Shun looked at the flock of eagles flying towards them, that it's unclear, but we can't get out for the time being. Bai Xiao Xiao stepped back behind him and asked, then what should we do? Since we can't get out, why don't we go inside and take a look? We can see just what Peerless Valley is hiding. After all, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Bai Xiao Xiao covered her nose and thought, oh no, this smoke. She cried out, royal uncle, She stepped inside and thought, what's going on? Wasn't I just in the cave? At this moment, a skeleton emerged and reached its hand towards her. Seeing this, she was startled. Bai Xiao Xiao was pulled into the water by the skeleton. She let out a cry. What on earth is this? It wants to kill me. I don't want to die. At this moment, the token that Feng Yiran had given her began to glow. Elsewhere, Feng Yiran saw his token light up and said, the token is lit. Bai Xiao Xiao has entered the forbidden grounds of Peerless Valley. He thought to himself, she's about to discover my secret this quickly. Then someone called her, Xiao Xiao, Xiao Xiao, wake up quickly. Bai Xiao Xiao opened her eyes and saw Yi Jiushun's face, royal uncle. Seeing him leaning towards her, she immediately lifted her head and kissed him on the lips. Yi Jiushun blushed and said, why did you suddenly kiss me? She then asked, didn't royal uncle want to kiss me? He replied, I was going to give you mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Bai Xiao Xiao was startled and asked, mouth-to-mouth? That's right. What exactly happened just now? He began to explain, just now, we were both pulled into an illusion by the power of the enchanted smoke. Luckily, the token on you emitted a glow and saved us. She took out the token and asked, the token on me? This one. He frowned and said, this type of token that can dispel illusions. I've heard of it before. It said that these tokens come in pairs and can only affect the illusions of a specific location. Where did you get this token? She broke into a sweat and replied, a friend gave it to me to thank me for treating his injuries. He asked angrily, male or female friend? How old? What did you meet? Where? How long have you known each other? Is he as handsome as me? Where is he from? What's his name? She answered blankly, it's Feng Yiran. Didn't royal uncle already meet him during the Lantern Festival before? Yi Jiushun said angrily, you from now on, you should have less contact with Feng Yiran. Then he turned around. She turned to ask him, royal uncle, are you jealous? He said angrily, I'm not jealous. I'm just worried those guys will harm you. She smiled brightly. Royal uncle, you can't be like this just because Feng Yiran is handsome. He immediately said, didn't I remind you before? That guy is the infamous Poison Lord. After hearing this, she was startled and asked, he's the Poison Lord? She thought to herself, oh crap, I thought he was some kind of gangster, but it turns out he's even more formidable. She shouted angrily, royal uncle, why didn't you tell me this kind of thing sooner? He said angrily, I usually don't pay any mind to people like him. She asked in surprise, the token the Poison Lord gave me, why was it able to dispel the illusion in the mountain cave? Could it be that Feng Yiran has some connection to Peerless Valley? He replied, I guess the answer we're looking for might be behind this door. Then, Yi Jiushun pushed the door open. Bai Xiao Xiao looked inside, startled, and asked, why is there a coffin hidden in the back mountain of Peerless Valley? There isn't some kind of chaste female zombie in the coffin, is there? Yi Jiushun told her, with me here, there's no need to worry. We must open the coffin to find out the truth. Yi Jiushun then pushed the coffin lid open and looked inside. Seeing something fly out, he asked, what is this thing? A monster rushed out from inside. Bai Xiao Xiao immediately used the 1,000-hand sealing kill to bind it. However, the monster's strength was too great and it broke all the threads. Bai Xiao Xiao exclaimed, what? The monster rushed toward her, saying kill, kill, kill. Yi Jiushun called out in alarm, Xiao Xiao. The monster charged at Bai Xiao Xiao kill. Then it grabbed Bai Xiao Xiao by the neck. Yi Jiushun immediately used his spiritual power to attack it, causing it to spit out a mouthful of blood and fall down. He ran to her side and asked, Xiao Xiao, are you all right? I'm fine. Royal uncle, let's hurry and see what this monster was protecting in the coffin. The two of them looked inside, saw the white skeleton, and said, what is this white thing? This person is so strange to be holding a piece of white cloth before death. She picked up the cloth. Yi Jiushun said, let me see. He thought to himself, could this thing be? Yi Jiushun smiled and said, if I'm not mistaken, you can try waving it around. She waved the cloth. What's so great about this thing? The cloth shot towards the wall, causing it to crumble. She exclaimed, this is such a miraculous weapon. It's astonishing. He then asked, this weapon seems to suit you well. Why don't you take it? She waved her hands and said, no. I also came out of a coffin in Peerless Valley. What if this person was some formidable figure? If I just take it, I'd be betraying my sect. It's better to take it back and give it to Celestial Master Tianyin for safekeeping. He replied, that works too. It's a good chance to test my guess, eh? Bit. In the main hall of Peerless Valley, Celestial Master Tianyin asked, King Yi, Xiao Xiao, what brings you two here? Yi Jiuchen spoke up, just now Xiao Xiao and I happened to pass by the mountain cave in the back mountains of Peerless Valley. Upon hearing this, Celestial Master Tianyin was startled and asked, "What?" Yi Jiuchen asked, "Based on what I saw in the cave, I guess that the infamous poison lord of the martial world, Feng Yiran, is also a disciple of Peerless Valley." Celestial Master Tianyin said, "You are indeed very intelligent, King Yi. Yiran was indeed a disciple of Peerless Valley, and he was also Jin Yue's senior brother." After hearing this, she was petrified and exclaimed, "No way. Feng Yiran is my grandmaster?" Yi Jiuchen asked, "Then why did he give up medicine to become the poison lord?" Celestial Master Tianyin explained, "When Yiran was in Peerless Valley, he and Jin Yue were like brothers. That year, Jin Yue went through a near-death experience. To prevent Jin Yue's death, Yiran killed an innocent fetus, using the death of the ghost fetus to replace the death of Jin Yue. After committing such a cruel act of killing, Yiran could no longer practice medicine, so he left Peerless Valley. As for what happened later, and why he became the Poison Lord, I do not know." After hearing this, Bai Xiao Xiao thought to herself, "I can't believe Feng Yiran did all this for Master." Celestial Master Tianyin said, "Yiran's story is regrettable, but it is the price he must pay for the sin he committed. For you to have mistakenly entered the back mountain and come out safely, it must be the will of heaven." Bai Xiao Xiao held up the white cloth and said, "Speaking of which, we found this in the coffin in the back mountain. We invite Celestial Master to take a look." After looking at it, Celestial Master Tianyin was startled. This is seeing the cloth Bai Xiao Xiao brought. Celestial Master Tianyin smiled and said, "I didn't expect Xiao Xiao to have such a fortuitous encounter. If I remember correctly, this should be the legendary divine chaos heavenly silk." When Bai Xiao Xiao heard Celestial Master Tianyin mention the divine chaos heavenly silk, she asked, "What is that?" Celestial Master Tianyin explained, "The divine chaos heavenly silk is a weapon of the first Valley Master, Han Fei. It is rumored to be made from the world's toughest snow silk. Not only is it extremely powerful, but it can also change its shape at will." Yi Jiuchen also didn't know about this magical weapon. After hearing the explanation, he understood, so that's why you were able to use it to easily break the rock wall. Hearing Yi Jiuchen say this, Celestial Master Tianyin was startled and asked, "What did you say?" "My grand disciple can actually use the divine chaos heavenly silk?" Bai Xiao Xiao also understood the use of the divine chaos heavenly silk. Then she became puzzled and asked, "I didn't expect it to be so powerful. If this is the divine chaos heavenly silk of the first Valley Master, then why was it hidden in a coffin? Furthermore, why did Feng Yiran set up an illusion and a monster to protect that coffin?" After hearing Bai Xiao Xiao's questions, Celestial Master Tianyin explained, "Because the skeleton in that coffin is Han Fei, and Yiran is Han Fei's grandson." After hearing this, Bai Xiao Xiao couldn't believe it. She exclaimed in shock, "What?" Celestial Master Tianyin recounted the old story to Bai Xiao Xiao. In the past, Valley Master Han Fei was a formidable presence in the martial world. Countless people admired him, but there were also those who wanted to assassinate him. To prevent Iran from being implicated, Valley Master Han Fei told him to change his surname to Feng and become my disciple. That is why Feng Yiran has a father with the surname Han, but he himself bears the surname Feng. After hearing Celestial Master Tianyin's explanation, Bai Xiao Xiao understood how precious the divine chaos heavenly silk was. She immediately handed the divine chaos heavenly silk to Celestial Master Tianyin. "If this was left by the former Valley Master, then it should be given to you, Grand Master." Celestial Master Tianyin replied, "Thank you." However, as soon as Celestial Master Tianyin took the divine chaos heavenly silk, it seemed to have a spirit of its own and escaped from his hand. It immediately flew up and wrapped itself around the neck of Bai Xiao Xiao. Then, it even acted pitifully by rubbing against Bai Xiao Xiao's face. Seeing this, Bai Xiao Xiao asked in confusion, What is happening?" Celestial Master Tianyin, seeing this for the first time, was also startled. He thought for a moment, and then said, "Could this be a spiritual weapon acknowledging its master?" Bai Xiao Xiao asked in confusion, "Grand Master, what is a spiritual weapon acknowledging its master?" Celestial Master Tianyin explained to her, "The weapons of peerless masters, after years of tempering, gain a spirit. They will automatically choose a master suitable for them. This divine chaos, heavenly silk, is clinging to your body and won't let go. I'm afraid it has already acknowledged Xiao Xiao as its master. After hearing Celestial Master Tianin's explanation, Bai Xiao Xiao was stunned and waved her hands. Acknowledge me? No, this can't be. This divine chaos heavenly silk is the powerful weapon of the First Valley Master. How am I qualified to be acknowledged by it? Then, Bai Xiao Xiao immediately used her strength to pull the divine chaos heavenly silk off her neck. She then handed it to Celestial Master Tianin. Grandmaster, you should still take it. There must be someone more suitable than me. Seeing this, Celestial Master Tianin said, you don't need to belittle yourself. The fact that this spiritual weapon has acknowledged you as its master shows that you must have some extraordinary qualities. Moreover, a spiritual weapon's decision cannot be changed by external forces. Right now, besides you, I'm afraid no one else can use it. You are its master now. After leaving Celestial Master Tianin's place, Bai Xiao Xiao pulled Yi Jiuchen along to find Feng Jinwei. Yi Jiuchen, Bai Xiao Xiao, and Feng Jinwei ran into each other in the corridor. As soon as Bai Xiao Xiao saw her master, she spoke up. Master, just now. Feng Jinwei asked her, Xiao Xiao, I was looking for you. Can we talk over here for a moment? Seeing Feng Jinwei about to pull Bai Xiao Xiao away, Yi Jiuchen's face darkened with anger and asked, is there something you can't say in front of me? Bai Xiao Xiao agreed. Speaking up, Royal Uncle is not an outsider. Master, please go ahead. Feng Jinwei then stated his purpose for finding her. Xiao Xiao, when I took you as my disciple, we already agreed. You have to help me act out a lover's play in front of my master to make him believe that between you and me. Hearing this, Yi Jiuchen became furious. Absolutely not. Seeing Yi Jiuchen interfere in his and Bai Xiao Xiao's business, Feng Jinwei said, King Yi, this is a matter between me and Xiao Xiao. It's not your place to meddle. Yi Jiuchen angrily asked Feng Jinwei, why is it not my place? Let me tell you, Feng Jinwei, Bai Xiao Xiao is the woman of me, Yi Jiuchen, the King Yi of the Southern Dynasty, and she is also this king's future princess consort. You want to use her to act in a play? Not a chance. Bai Xiao Xiao, being held in Yi Jiuchen's arms, heard those words and blushed, thinking, Royal Uncle, where did this sudden act come from? Why did you suddenly say these things to my master? I wasn't mentally prepared at all. Hearing what Yi Jiuchen said, Feng Jinwei turned to ask Bai Xiao Xiao, Disciple, is this true? Are you and King Yi together? Bai Xiao Xiao nodded and replied, Well, Master, Royal Uncle and I are indeed together. Our feelings are mutual. In short, I hope for Master's blessing. Hearing this, Feng Jinwei frowned with worry and advised Bai Xiao Xiao, How long have you known each other, and you're already together? Don't you think it's too ridiculous? Furthermore, King Yi, with your status and position, if Xiao Xiao becomes your princess consort, it will bring her a lot of danger. Hearing Feng Jinwei say this, Yi Jiuchen became angry. You don't need to worry about that. This king will protect Xiao Xiao well, even if it costs me my life. Xiao, Feng Jinwei said angrily, even if you say that, I will not allow Xiao Xiao to marry you. Among you royals, taking wives and concubines, are there few instances of faithlessness and betrayal? I do not want my disciple to jump into this pit of fire. Yi Jiuchen, seeing Feng Jinwei constantly interfering in the matter between him and Bai Xiao Xiao, became angry. I have no intention of seeking your opinion, Feng Jinwei, and I certainly don't need to listen to your orders. If you insist on stopping us, I will take Xiao Xiao away right now. Hearing Yi Jiuchen threaten him like this, Feng Jinwei was provoked and shouted, You dare, Yi Jiuchen, you dare to stand before me and want to put Xiao Xiao in a dangerous position? I will definitely not agree. Yi Jiuchen angrily warned, Feng Jinwei, recognize your own status. Although you are Xiao Xiao's master, the matter between me and Xiao Xiao is not for you to interfere in. Bai Xiao Xiao, who had been listening to Feng Jinwei and Yi Jiuchen argue about her this whole time, had been holding back for a long while. At this moment, her anger erupted and she shouted at the two men, That's enough. Do you two want others to criticize me, Bai Xiao Xiao, as a femme fatale? If you keep arguing, get out of my sight. Yi Jiuchen and Feng Jinwei were startled by her words and obediently made a gesture as if zipping their lips, not daring to argue another word. Then Bai Xiao Xiao explained, Master, I have already chosen the imperial uncle. I am no longer a child and will take responsibility for my own choices, so I hope you can understand. Feng Jinwei was still worried. Xiao Xiao, Prince, he has such great power and influence. Do you really believe he will remain devoted to you? Yi Jiushin immediately spoke up to answer, of course. I have promised to love only Xiao Xiao in this life. Feng Jinwei, don't think that just because you are Xiao Xiao's master, you can. Seeing that Yi Jiushin was about to continue arguing with Feng Jinwei, Bai Xiao Xiao frowned and said, Imperial uncle, you should also say a few words less. If you are now by Xiao Xiao's man, then while respecting me, you must also respect my master. Besides, about the play acting with master, we already agreed on it when I first became his disciple. I don't want to break the agreement. Moreover, after the act is over, we will leave Peerless Valley, so it won't. Before Bai Xiao Xiao could finish, Yi Jiushin exclaimed, No, absolutely not. I will never allow you and Feng Jinwei to act out some romantic play. Seeing Yi Jiushin being so unreasonable, Bai Xiao Xiao angrily asked him, Imperial uncle, why are you so domineering? Yi Jiushin immediately grabbed Bai Xiao Xiao's hand. I am just this domineering, and I will be domineering with you for a lifetime. From now on, you belong only to me. Even if it's just an act, I will not allow you to have any involvement with anyone else. Just as a dispute was breaking out among Bai Xiao Xiao, Yi Jiushin, and Feng Jinwei, Celestial Master Tianyin appeared. He coughed, and Feng Jinwei turned his head. Seeing Celestial Master Tianyin appear, he trembled in fear and called out, Master. Bai Xiao Xiao, seeing Celestial Master Tianyin appear, also called out, Grandmaster. Feng Jinwei worriedly asked Celestial Master Tianyin, Did you hear everything just now? Celestial Master Tianyin replied to Feng Jinwei, Although I am old, my ears are not deaf, and my eyes are not dim. When Prince Yi and Bai Xiao Xiao first arrived at Peerless Valley, I already saw their relationship. Did you young people really think I wouldn't notice you exchanging flirtatious glances? Jinwei, you actually wanted to use this method to deceive your master. I told you to organize the disciple recruitment assembly not because I wanted you to marry immediately, but because I hoped you could find someone you are of one mind with. Hearing Celestial Master Tianyin's admonishment, Feng Jinwei immediately knelt down, bowed, and admitted his fault to him. Your disciple knows he was wrong. It was your disciple who misunderstood. Celestial Master Tianyin stepped forward to help Feng Jinwei up and then explained, Since you were young, you have always been engrossed in the medical arts. But for a healer, it's not just medical skills that are important. It's also important to understand human nature. Understanding medical arts can heal a person's body, but understanding human nature can heal a person's heart. After hearing Celestial Master Tianyin's teachings, Feng Jinwei bowed. Thank you for your teachings, Master. Your disciple understands. Celestial Master Tianyin shook his head. If you truly understood, you would pay attention to the person beside you. Hearing Celestial Master Tianyin mention the person beside him, Bai Xiao Xiao looked left and right and thought to herself, what does the person beside him mean? Is there someone beside Master worth paying attention to? Afterwards, Bai Xiao Xiao left the others to return. In the hallway, Bai Xiao Xiao stretched and said, After a torturous day, I can finally go home and rest. Just then, from behind her, a girl appeared and spoke. Excuse me, you're the sister Xiao Xiao who came to Peerless Valley a few days ago, right? Bai Xiao Xiao turned to see who was talking to her. As soon as she saw the girl's face, Bai Xiao Xiao was startled and asked, how is this possible? Weren't you? Looking at the person's face, Bai Xiao Xiao mistook her for Tao Rou and thought to herself, Tao Rou has come back from the dead. The girl, seeing that Bai Xiao Xiao thought she was Tao Rou, immediately waved her hands to explain, Don't misunderstand. I'm not Sister Rou. I am Hua Yinyin from Bodhi Mountain, here to study medicine. I just happen to look like her. That's all. Bai Xiao Xiao looked at Hua Yunyin's face again and thought to herself, looking closely, she and Tao Ru really aren't identical, but Hua Yunyin suddenly moved closer to Bai Xiao Xiao, reached out, and took her hand as if they were old acquaintances. I heard others say that Xiao Xiao won the disciple recruitment assembly and became the divine doctor's disciple. It's truly admirable. Bai Xiao Xiao said shyly. Thank you. Then Hua Yunyin let go of Bai Xiao Xiao's hand, waved, and said, I'd really like to chat longer with Sister Xiao Xiao, but it's getting late, so I'll head back first. Let's talk another day. Bai Xiao Xiao replied, okay. She thought to herself, Hua Yunyin is truly a strange person. Inside a bedroom, Hua Yunyin walked over to Yu Wuhan. Yu Wuhan sat up with a start and called out, Mas. Then she said, Hua Yunyin, what are you doing here? Now that you know my master Tao is dead. Did you come here to mock me? Hua Yunyun said, Sister Wuhan, how could you misunderstand my good intentions? I came especially to comfort you. Yu Wuhan said angrily, Get out. People like you, who use a face similar to my master's as an excuse to enter Peerless Valley out of pity, are the kind my master despised the most. Hua Yunyun asked, It's fine if I leave, but don't you want to know the real reason for Sister Roar's death? Yu Wuhan asked, What do you mean? My master was killed by the Black Widow of Crescent Moon Hall. This is something everyone knows. Hua Yunyun replied, That's just the story from Feng Jinwei, Yi Jiuxian, and by Xiao Xiao. It's one thing for others to be deceived by them, but how could you be deceived by them too? I sent people to investigate. The one who caused Sister Ruar's death wasn't Crescent Moon Hall, but by Xiao Xiao. Yu Wuhan asked, startled, by Xiao Xiao kill my master? How is that possible? Hua Yunyun asked, why not? By Xiao Xiao stole the man Sister Roar liked. Only she would have a motive to kill Sister Roar. Yu Wuhan asked suspiciously, even if what you're saying is true, so what? Bai Xiao Xiao is Feng Jinyue's disciple and has the protection of Prince Yi. There's no way I can avenge my master. Hua Yunyun moved closer to Yu Wuhan. You may not be able to do it alone, but I can help you. Yu Wuhan was surprised by her words. Why would you be so kind? Hua Yunyun answered, because I once hated by Xiao Xiao just as much. To tell you the truth, the reason I came to Peerless Valley to study was to pursue Feng Jinwei, to become his disciple. I put in so much effort, yet he wouldn't even give me a second glance. But Bai Xiao Xiao achieved that goal so easily. How is that bitch Bai Xiao Xiao better than me in any way? Only if she dies can I get what I want, and you can also avenge your master. So what do you say? Want to cooperate with me? Yu Wuhan agreed. Tell me your plan first. In her room, Bai Xiao Xiao was happily singing Draw a Dragon with Me on the left and a rainbow on the right. Just then, someone opened the door. Bai Xiao Xiao said, Imperial Uncle, you're here. Perfect timing. I just went to the kitchen and made mung bean cakes. Come and try my handiwork. Yi Jiuxian walked in and said, Xiao Xiao, I have to leave Peerless Valley. She asked, startled what? He continued, a branch of the Crescent Moon cult that I was tracking a few days ago has lost contact. According to the spy's report, traces of the Crescent Moon cult were found where they lost contact. I want to go personally for a trip, so Bai Xiao Xiao smiled and said, Imperial Uncle has become much gentler than before. If this were in the past, you probably would have just dragged me along without saying anything. Yi Jiuxian's face grew serious. This time is different. This trip is extremely dangerous. I can't guarantee I can protect you. Staying in Peerless Valley is the safest option. Bai Xiao Xiao replied worriedly, but I'm worried about you, Imperial Uncle. I want to go with you. Xiao Xiao, you are a talented person. You must continue to stay in Peerless Valley and cultivate. This is the only way you can become stronger. I promise you, I will definitely return safely to get you. With that, he kissed her on the forehead. Bai Xiao Xiao sat sadly under a tree. The Imperial Uncle really left me behind. If I were strong enough, would he not have to worry about me? I'm really too weak. Just then, Hua Yunyun appeared and called out, Sister Xiao Xiao, why the long face? Did something happen? If there's anything I can help with, just ask me. She immediately asked, Do you know of any way to get strong quickly? Hua Yunyun replied, Get strong? Take miraculous pills and elixirs. Cultivate unorthodox techniques or fall into the demonic path. But these methods will harm the body. Oh, right. Sister Xiao Xiao, do you know about the Taotai secret chamber? It's rumored that anyone who enters the Taotai secret chamber to cultivate will be completely transformed, their power increasing manifold. Your master, Feng Jinwei, also cultivated in there once. After hearing this, Bai Xiao Xiao pondered the Taotai secret chamber. Hua Yunyun smiled as she watched her. Then Bai Xiao Xiao ran off to find Feng Jinwei and Celestial Master Tianyin. Grandmaster, Master. Celestial Master Tianyin asked her, Xiao Xiao, you've suddenly burst in. Is something the matter? In such a hurry? Bai Xiao Xiao immediately said, Grandmaster, please open the Taotai secret chamber for your grand disciple to enter and cultivate. The Celestial Master Tianyin was startled. What? The Taotai secret chamber was opened by Valley Master Han Fei. It's even called the Immortal's Hell. It is located at the Dragon Vein of Peerless Valley, the most alluring place in Peerless Valley, and also the most dangerous. My grand disciple, do you know that although the spiritual energy there is abundant and suitable for cultivation, those who enter can very easily suffer from chi deviation and bury themselves? In history, 10 people have entered the Tao Tai's secret chamber, but in the end, only 3 came out alive. Your master, Feng Jinwei. Aside from those 3, all the others suffered from qi deviation and committed suicide inside the Tao Tai's secret chamber. My grand disciple, do you now know how terrifying the Tao Tai's secret chamber is? Even so, you still intend to challenge it. She replied resolutely, I have already decided. Grandmaster. Then she knelt and kowtowed that I must enter the Tao Tai's secret chamber to cultivate. I hope Grandmaster will grant my wish. Feng Jinwei retorted, I do not agree. Feng Jinwei said, this master does not agree to let you enter the Tao Tai's secret chamber to cultivate. Bai Xiao asked in surprise why. Feng Jinwei answered her, Xiao, your talent is indeed extremely high, but entering the Tao Tai's secret chamber is too risky. It's very likely that, as your master, I will not allow you to gamble with your life. Bai Xiao frowned and said, Master, I know you are worried about me, but I hope even more that you will believe in me. The Tao Tai secret chamber is not a test of spiritual power at all, but of mental strength. This is my stubbornness. I will come out alive. Feng Jinwei asked angrily, why must you insist on taking such a risk? She said agitatedly, because I don't want to make others worry about me. Only by becoming stronger can I help. Feng Jinwei asked her, help the Beast King, right? What is it about that man that is worth you risking your life? She said in a serious tone, Master, if one day you also have someone you love, you will know that risking your life for a loved one is a kind of happiness. Feng Jinwei turned his head in anger. Xiao, you are truly a fool. Fine, this master will not stop you, but you will bear all the consequences yourself. With that, he flicked his sleeves and left. Bai Xiao smiled. Thank you, master. The celestial master Tianyin told her, Xiao, before entering the secret chamber to cultivate, you must first go to Crescent Moon Lake for a purification ritual. She asked in surprise. Crescent Moon Lake? At Crescent Moon Lake, the celestial master Tianyin explained, Crescent Moon Lake is the sacred lake of Peerless Valley. The lake's water has the effect of purifying the body and mind. Only those who undergo the purification ritual at Crescent Moon Lake and thoroughly wash away the impurities on their bodies can pass the Taoye selection and enter the secret chamber to cultivate. Otherwise, they will be devoured by the Tao Tai. Bai Xiao walked into the lake and said, so that's the barrier. She thought to herself, just as Master said, the moment I stepped into Crescent Moon Lake, this barrier would automatically open to prevent a second person from entering. Just then, Hua Yunyun appeared. Xiao, I didn't expect you to actually come. She immediately asked, Hua Yunyun, why are you here? She smiled and said, because I came specifically to watch a good show. She immediately used her spiritual power to strike the barrier, causing it to crack, but then the barrier automatically restored itself. Hua Yunyun said, this barrier is just like in the legends. It can automatically restore itself, which suits me just fine. With that, she attacked the barrier. Bai Xiao cried out, Hua Yunyun, what are you doing? This will anger the Tao Tai. When that happens, neither of us will be able to escape. Hua Yunyun laughed loudly and said, don't worry, as soon as the Tao Tai comes out, I'll leave. By then, the barrier will have recovered, and you'll be the only one inside. You'll die alone. Bai Xiao, today is the day you die. She immediately asked, Hua Yunyun, there is no enmity between us. Why do you want to harm me? Hua Yunyun said angrily, you stole the disciple position that originally belonged to me, and you still ask why? How is a bitch like you worthy of having Feng Jinwei as a master? Bai Xiao retorted, I became master's disciple by winning fair and square at the disciple acceptance ceremony. But I didn't see you at the disciple acceptance ceremony. I get it now. You couldn't even win the qualification to participate in the disciple acceptance ceremony. Hua Yunyun shouted angrily, shut up. She attacked the barrier again. Bai Xiao was shocked that, oh no, that's... At this moment, the Tao Tai appeared. Bai Xiao thought in terror. The Tao Tai. Hua Yunyun's attack on the barrier disturbed the Tao Tai. And so, the Tao Tai rose to the surface of the lake. The Tao Tai let out a ferocious roar. Seeing the Tao Tai appear, Bai Xiao immediately went ashore, put on her robe to cover her body, then took out the divine chaos, heavenly spirit, and attacked the Tao Tai. Bai Xiao commanded, divine chaos, heavenly spirit. The divine chaos, heavenly spirit quickly shot towards the Tao Tai, but before the divine chaos, heavenly spirit could touch the Tao Tai, it was stomped on by its foot. Then, the Tao Tai turned and whipped its tail. Bai Xiao was stunned, thinking to herself, oh no. The Tao Ye's tail struck towards Bai Xiao Xiao. One of its strikes hit by Xiao Xiao, sending her flying towards the barrier. She spat out a mouthful of blood from the injury. The force of its tail was incredibly terrifying. Hua Yunyun, outside the barrier, saw Bai Xiao Xiao get injured and laughed maniacally, saying, "This is so satisfying to watch." Bai Xiao Xiao, look at your wretched appearance, just like a clown. Bai Xiao Xiao, who told you to steal my position and get close to Feng Jinhua? This is the price you have to pay. The Tao Tai turned around and prepared to attack Bai Xiao Xiao again. It aimed straight for Bai Xiao Xiao and charged. Seeing this, she thought to herself, this is not good. The Tao Tai has completely lost its reason now. I must find a way to get out of here. Bai Xiao Xiao observed the Tao Tai and the surrounding space for a moment, then excitedly exclaimed, "I've got it!" Bai Xiao Xiao stood up, saw the Tao Tai charging, and said to it, "Sorry, Tao Tai." Bai Xiao Xiao once again used the divine chaos heavenly spirit to attack the Tao Yi's eyes. The Tao Yi's eyes were immediately injured, bleeding, causing it to scream in extreme pain. Unable to see where it was going, the Tao Tai charged and attacked the barrier. Its immense power created a crack. Seeing this, Bai Xiao Xiao said, "All right." She immediately flew towards the crack. Hua Yunyun, standing outside, saw this and immediately understood Bai Xiao Xiao's goal of escaping. She said angrily, "Want to get out? Dream on. Just die. Just die." When Bai Xiao Xiao saw the barrier had sealed itself again, she screamed, "No!" Hua Yunyun laughed triumphantly and said, "Bai Xiao Xiao, today is the day you die. Just give up. No one will come to save you. I've already arranged for people to stop Feng Jinhua and the others. Just stay inside the barrier and be devoured." Bai Xiao Xiao panted, thinking to herself, "Am I going to die? To die alone here? How hateful. I'm not resigned to this. I don't want to die. Royal Uncle, Master, I clearly promised to come out alive to see them. I'm sorry, I've broken my promise." Just then, Feng Jinhua appeared and asked, "Xiao Xiao, are you all right?" Bai Xiao Xiao was startled and called out, "Master!" Bai Xiao Xiao cried out to Feng Jinhua, "Master!" He said, "Don't be afraid. This master will definitely get you out." Bai Xiao Xiao said, "Master, be careful." The Tao Tai prepared to attack the two of them again. Feng Jinhua stepped forward to block a blow. Hua Yunyun, outside, saw this and thought angrily, "That fool Yu Wuchen couldn't even trick Feng Jinhua? How could he give Feng Jinhua the chance to come and save Bai Xiao Xiao? Feng Jinhua, even you are probably no match for the Tao Tai. Are you really going to give up your life for that bitch, Bai Xiao Xiao?" The Tao Tai struck a blow towards Feng Jinhua, causing him to fall. Bai Xiao Xiao called out worriedly, "Master, master, be careful." Feng Jinhua shouted, "White Emperor's sword chant." The sword shot up, breaking a part of the barrier. Feng Jinhua said, "Xiao Xiao, use your divine chaos heavenly spirit." Bai Xiao Xiao immediately used the divine chaos heavenly spirit to wrap around the sword, then pulled Feng Jinhua out of the barrier with her. Bai Xiao Xiao said, "Trembling master, we're out. We're safe now." Just then, the Tao Tai broke through the barrier. Bai Xiao Xiao screamed in shock. "How can this be? Master, quickly, we have to leave." Feng Jinhua said weakly, "Xiao Xiao, you go first. This master only has a fraction of his spiritual power left. My body can barely move." Bai Xiao Xiao cried, "Don't joke, master. How could I abandon you and leave like this? Even if I die, I will take you with me." Feng Jinhua reassured her, "Don't cause trouble. Xiao Xiao, this master is your master. Be good and listen. Don't worry about me anymore." Bai Xiao Xiao said, "I can't leave you here. I would rather die with you than live with a guilty conscience for the rest of my life." At this moment, the Tao Tai charged out. Bai Xiao Xiao shouted, "Oh no, it's creating a vortex." Feng Jinhua grabbed her hand and said, "Xiao Xiao, hold my hand tightly." Bai Xiao Xiao said, "Master." She thought to herself, "This is not good. It's very difficult to hide our figures in the air. If this continues, Master and I will become the Tao Yi's targets. I must think of another way. I've got it." She commanded divine chaos, heavenly spirit, wrap around that tree branch. Then she pulled Feng Jinhua, and the two of them used the line to fall onto a patch of land. The Tao Tai continued to advance. Feng Jinhua said, "Xiao Xiao, it seems we, master and disciple, are to be buried here today." Bai Xiao Xiao stood protectively in front of Feng Jinhua. He asked, startled, "Xiao Xiao, what are you doing?" She replied, "It has always been Master protecting me, taking care of me. I know I'm not nearly as strong as Royal Uncle and Master, but even so, as long as I'm alive, as long as I can still stand, I want to use my own strength to protect Master just once." Bai Xiao Xiao took out the divine chaos heavenly spirit and said, "Go." She thought to herself, with such a huge commotion, Grandmaster will surely notice. As long as I can hold on a little longer, Grandmaster will definitely save us. The Taotai dodged. Bai Xiaoxiao thought just a little longer. Then the Taotai immediately attacked her, knocking her down into the abyss below. Feng Jinhua also dove down, shouting Xiaoxiao at Yi Jiuchen's location. After hearing his subordinate's report about Bai Xiaoxiao's situation, Yi Jiuchen was furious. Stood up. Yi Jiuchen threw down his teacup and questioned his subordinate. What did you say? Bai Xiaoxiao and Feng Jinhua fell off a cliff, their life or death unknown. Yi Jiuchen's subordinate was kneeling on the ground, trembling. He replied, yes. Yi Jiuchen frowned, thinking to himself, Xiaoxiao, you must be safe and sound. At this moment, at the bottom of the abyss, Bai Xiaoxiao was unconscious. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoxiao dreamed of Feng Jinhua. Bai Xiaoxiao then asked Feng Jinhua, where is this? Master, are you all right? Feng Jinhua was currently injured. Feng Jinhua struggled to reach out and touch Bai Xiaoxiao's face. I'm sorry, Xiaoxiao. Master has to go one step ahead. Dreaming up to this point, Bai Xiaoxiao suddenly jolted awake, crying out, Master, don't. Bai Xiaoxiao began to observe her surroundings and saw the Hun Shun Tianling was underneath her. So Bai Xiaoxiao thought to herself, I'm still alive. Did the Hun Shun Tianling underneath me save me? Where is this? I remember clearly falling into a deep abyss. That's right. Where is Master? As if it understood Bai Xiaoxiao's words, the Hun Shun Tianling immediately transformed into an arrow pointing to the right. Seeing this, Bai Xiaoxiao asked, Hun Shun Tianling, do you mean Master is in this direction? The Hun Shun Tianling nodded. Bai Xiaoxiao stood up and said, quick, take me there. Bai Xiaoxiao followed the direction indicated by the Hun Shun Tianling. Seeing Feng Jinhua lying on the ground, she immediately ran towards him, shouting, it's Master. Bai Xiaoxiao reached Feng Jinhua. Master, Master. Seeing that Feng Jinhua wasn't waking up, Bai Xiaoxiao immediately reached out to check his pulse. Master is still alive. The situation here is unclear. To be safe, I should take Master to a safer place. At this moment, a girl appeared. Bai Xiaoxiao was startled and thought to herself, who is that? There's someone else here. That girl immediately rushed towards Bai Xiaoxiao and attacked her. She thought to herself, so fast. Why attack me all of a sudden? Bai Xiaoxiao shouted, thousand hands killing seal. However, they all fell to the ground. That woman disappeared. Bai Xiaoxiao turned her head and wondered, is this person human or a ghost? How did she suddenly disappear? However, that girl immediately appeared behind Bai Xiaoxiao and attacked her. She dodged and thought to herself, what? When did she appear here? Bai Xiaoxiao then called out, Hun Shun Tianling. The Hun Shun Tianling immediately attacked that woman. She said, Hun Shun Tianling, this is the weapon of Han Fei, the Valley Master of Peerless Valley. Why is it in your hands? Could it be that Han Fei is already dead? Bai Xiaoxiao asked in surprise, you know Valley Master Han Fei? Inside the main hall of Peerless Valley, the disciples dragged Hua Yunyun before the main hall and forced her to kneel. Celestial Master Tian Yin said angrily, Hua Yunyun, you dare to violate the rules of Peerless Valley and anger the Taodai, leading to Jinhua and Xiaoxiao falling off Heaven's End cliff. Do you admit your guilt? Hua Yunyun denied the accusation. Master, I don't understand what you're saying. I also heard a loud noise from Yuyao Lake and went to check. I didn't do anything. Yu Wuhan, who was beside her, said angrily, Hua Yunyun, stop making excuses. I've already told the masters your entire plan. Just wait for your punishment. Hua Yunyun angrily turned her head. Yu Wuhan, I get now. You sold me out. No wonder Feng Jinhua arrived just in time. You didn't stop him at all, but instead told him Bai Xiaoxiao was in danger. Why would you do that? Yu Wuhan smiled and said, do you think I'm as foolish as you? Hua Yunyun lunged at Yu Wuhan. I'll kill you. Yu Wuhan immediately raised her hand to cover her face, but saw that Hua Yunyun was no longer there. Hua Yunyun had already fled, saying, a wise person doesn't fight when the odds are against them. I won't obediently accept punishment. Yu Wuhan shouted, just you wait. I will definitely make you pay. How dare she run away in front of the masters? Celestial Master Tian Yin said, there's no need to chase her. Yi Jiuchen had appeared at this moment, kicking Hua Yunyun and knocking her to the ground. Yu Wuhan was startled and thought to herself, King Yi, he returned so quickly. Yi Jiuchen said angrily, Hua Yunyun, if anything happens to Xiaoxiao, I will definitely grind your bones to dust. At this moment, below Heaven's End cliff, Bai Xiaoxiao asked the girl, you know Valley Master Han? She thought to herself, Valley Master Han passed away many years ago. How does she know him, and moreover, know of the Hun Shin Tian? Ling's existence. That woman said, Han Fei was once my master. It was also he who sealed me here. I didn't expect that after so many years, he would already be dead. The Hun Shan Tianling has also found a new master. While I'm still trapped in this deep abyss with no freedom. By Xiao Xiao asked, Valley Master Han was once your master? Are you human or a ghost? The girl replied, I am neither human nor ghost. My name is Mo Xie, a spiritual weapon just like the Hun Shan Tianling. But my power is much stronger than this piece of junk. The Hun Shan Tianling immediately shielded by Xiao Xiao. She smiled and patted its head. Thank you, Hun Shan Tianling. Mo Xie laughed and said, so protective of your master. You and I clearly had the same master. Why did Han Fei favor you, while I, because my evil energy was too strong, was never to see the light of day? If only I could also meet a suitable master. But you no longer need to exist. By Xiao Xiao cried out Hun Shan Tianling. However, it passed right through Mo Xie. She was shocked what? Mo Xie appeared behind by Xiao Xiao and said, go to sleep. She let out a scream and fainted. Mo Xie stood beside Feng Jinua's body and said, may you be forever trapped in a painful nightmare. This man belongs to me now. Yi Jiushan arrived at the cliff's edge, saw Li Feiyu, and asked Li Feiyu, why are you here? Li Feiyu replied, my good brother and his precious disciple fell into this abyss. A knight as highly skilled in martial arts, handsome, dashing, and gallant as myself must naturally save them. I heard from Celestial Master Tian Yin that this abyss is filled with evil energy and dense traps. It also imprisons two unique, great spiritual weapons, Gone, Jiang, and Mo Xie. These two spiritual weapons have power that even Valley Master Han had to be wary of. If Jin Yue and Xiao Xiao encounter the spiritual weapons, I'm afraid. Yi Jiushan grabbed Li Feiyu by the collar. Shut your mouth. Nothing will happen to Xiao Xiao. Li Feiyu pushed Yi Jiushan's hand away. Why are you so agitated? I'm also worried for Lady Xiao Xiao. King Yi, at a time like this, you need to be even calmer. Yi Jiushan leaped down. Nonsense. Li Feiyu shouted. You don't have to be in such a hurry to leave me behind, do you? Wait for me. Below, Bai Xiao Xiao wondered, where's this place? It's so dark. Luckily, the Hun Shan Tianling is here. But where on earth is this? I remember fighting with that spiritual weapon named Mo Xie just now. Then, the Hun Shan Tianling transformed into a pen and wrote the word illusion on her hand. She asked, illusion? You're saying I'm in an illusion created by Mo Xie. This is bad. I have to get out of here quickly to save Master. At this moment, she walked into a room and the lights came on. She then asked, why is there a coffin in an illusion? The coffin opened, and a skeleton holding a sword immediately appeared. She asked, startled, why is it this thing? Does every illusion have to involve skeletons? That illusionary figure charged at her with its sword. She shouted, let's see how you use that sword after I take your arm off first. Thousand Hands Killing Seal. However, as soon as the Thousand Hands Killing Seal touched the sword, it fell apart. She said, startled, it's exactly like with Mo Xie. But I won't fall for it this time. Hun Shan Tianling. She immediately turned her head, bound the skeleton behind her, and clapped her hands. All done. Then she turned her head back and thought to herself, something's not right. That skeleton immediately kicked her away, raising its sword to stab her. She thought to herself, this is bad. I can't handle this skeleton's spiritual power at all. I'm dead for sure now. Just then, something began to glow. She was astonished. This is the Phoenix aura. It's glowing. It actually appeared on this body. At this moment, something on Yi Jiushan's back also began to glow. Li Feiyu asked, King Yi, what is this? He immediately replied, it's Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao must be in danger. Bai Xiao Xiao raised her hand. This feeling, this is Royal Uncle's spiritual power. Is Royal Uncle helping me? She thought to herself, so Royal Uncle has always been protecting me. With Royal Uncle's help, a mere illusion can't stop me. Disappear. She immediately used that spiritual power to attack the two skeletons, causing them to crack. At this moment, outside, Yi Jiushan held her in his arms, calling out Xiao Xiao, wake up, wake up. Bai Xiao Xiao woke up, saw Yi Jiushan, and asked Royal Uncle. Yi Jiushan said to Bai Xiao Xiao with tears in his eyes, Xiao Xiao, you're finally awake. Bai Xiao Xiao was startled. Royal Uncle, your eyes are so red. Could it be? Yi Jiushan immediately turned his head and said, this king did not. You saw wrong. Seeing this, Li Feiyu smiled and said, go on and deny it. You were clearly about to cry just now. Yi Jiushun shouted, shut your mouth. Bai Xiaoxiao reached out and touched Yi Jiushun's face. That I'm sorry, royal uncle. I've made you worry again. It's all because I'm incompetent and always run into danger. I'm so useless. Yi Jiushun said in a stern voice. Shut up, and leaned down to kiss her on the lips. She immediately pushed Yi Jiushun away. Royal uncle, why did you suddenly? Yi Jiushun said to her, Xiao, this king forbids you to say such words. You are wonderful. I have never felt that you are useless. I like you. Whether it's worrying about you or protecting you, I do it willingly. So don't say these self-deprecating words anymore. Bai Xiaoxiao was touched. Royal uncle, thank you. This time, it was thanks to you that I was able to break out of the illusion. At that time, I had clearly run out of strength, but I suddenly felt the power of royal uncle flowing out. If it weren't for you, royal uncle, I would have died. Yi Jiushun then said, Celestial Master Tian, Yin once told me that the imperial dragon pattern on my body and the phoenix birthmark on yours can sense each other. It was also thanks to this connection that I was able to find you. But wasn't it said before that the birthmark of hers? She exclaimed in shock. That's right. We have to go save Master. Master was taken by Mo Xie. Li Feiyu asked, didn't the heavenly sound immortal say that Mo Xie was a spirit weapon sealed here by Valley Master Han Fei? How could she capture Jinyu? She answered him, I'm not sure either, but I'm worried that Master is in great danger right now. Li Feiyu said, it seems we must find Mo Xie's whereabouts quickly. Yi Jiushun pulled Bai Xiaoxiao away. Before we save Feng Jinyu, Xiao, this king has something to say to you in private. Then he pulled her away. Seeing this, Li Feiyu immediately asked, are you two putting on a show for me, talking privately at a time, like this? Bai Xiaoxiao asked him, Royal uncle, what do you want to say? He replied, Xiao, after we leave the abyss, this king plans to take you back to the Southern Dynasty Kingdom to formally introduce you to my royal brothers. This king wants to marry you, to make you this king's consort. She asked, startled. What? Inside a certain cave, Mo Xie placed Feng Jinyu on a stone bed. Sleep on this spirit ice bed, and your wounds will heal quickly. At this moment, Gan Jiang appeared and called out, Mo Xie, you're back. Who is this person? Why did you bring him here? Do you want to kill him? We have an evil aura. Normal people who approach us will die. Mo Xie then said, this man is different. He won't be corroded by our evil aura. Perhaps this man can form a pact with us, become our master, and get us out of this godforsaken place. Gan Jiang said, whether he forms a pact with us or not is this man's own choice. If he is unwilling, there's nothing we can do. Mo Xie said angrily, no, he has no choice. No matter what, this person is our last hope. If he refuses, then only death awaits him. Li Feiyu, who was walking with Xiao and Yi Jiushun, asked, what were you two talking about just now? Xiao was flustered. No, it was nothing. She thought to herself, how could I tell him what the royal uncle said? A moment ago, Xiao was stunned in Yi Jiushun's arms. And Mary? Yi Jiushun held her. When I heard the news that you had fallen into the abyss, this king almost thought this king had lost you. This king never wants to suffer this heart-wrenching pain of separation again. So this king will definitely not let you go. This king must always stay by your side. Therefore, this king wants to marry you as soon as possible. Do you agree? Tears streamed down Xiao's dazed face. Royal uncle. Xiao followed behind him. Royal uncle actually proposed to me. This all feels so surreal. After we leave here, will I really have a wedding with royal uncle? A while later, they arrived. We're here. Look, there's a hole ahead. Light is reflecting from inside. That must be Mo Xie's lair. Inside, a man was looking out. Are they here to save that man? Next to him was a woman in black. Seeing that Xiao was still alive, she's not dead yet. I absolutely will not let them take away the hope of freedom I have obtained. Then she snapped her fingers. Suddenly, the ground beneath the three of them shook violently. Xiao was alarmed. What's happening? Li Feiyu, standing beside her, saw the ground cracking. It seems something is coming out from underground. Suddenly, sharp things burst out of the ground. Yi Jiushun was surprised. Petty tricks. Then he unleashed a skill. Dragon's Roar. Suddenly, the petty tricks were broken and sent flying, accompanied by black energy. Xiao was alarmed. Be careful. This is Mo Xie's evil aura. Once you touch it, you'll fall into an illusion, just like I did before. Then the evil aura surrounded the three of them. Xiao used a skill. Chaotic God, Heavenly Spirit. The evil aura was dispersed. Then it gathered again. Xiao Xiao was alarmed. What do we do now? This evil aura is very hard to deal with. Li Feiyu used the move Clear Mirror Still Water. The evil aura dissipated, then the evil aura gradually vanished. The woman inside was surprised to see this. That's the clear mirror that Han Fei created to subdue me back then. Why is it in their hands? Li Feiyu held the clear mirror in his hand. Luckily, the heavenly sound immortal anticipated that we would be blocked by Gan Jiang and Mo Xie, so he gave us this treasure. Now we can enter the tiger's den. Hearing this, the woman scoffed. Don't get ahead of yourselves. Then, the tendrils wrapped around Xiao Xiao's leg. Xiao Xiao cried out in alarm. Royal uncle, the evil aura suddenly appeared, knocking Xiao Xiao to the ground. Yi Jiuxian grabbed her hand. Xiao Xiao, he tried to pull her up tightly, but then they both disappeared with the evil aura. Li Feiyu was surprised. They disappeared? Xiao Xiao was sucked into the void, she screamed. Yi Jiuxian still held her hand tightly. Xiao Xiao. Then the two of them landed in a new place. Xiao Xiao was surprised. Where is this? Yi Jiuxian held her and looked around. I don't know, but it's definitely related to Mo Xie. Tears streamed down Xiao Xiao's face. Royal uncle, you shouldn't have come here with me. Yi Jiuxian held her tightly. What nonsense are you speaking? Xiao Xiao, this king has said it before. I will protect you even if it costs me my life. This king doesn't want to go back on my word again. Xiao Xiao was worried. But if we're in danger, I don't want royal uncle to also. He cut her off. Don't worry, this king will get you out of here. Besides, Li Feiyu is waiting for us to get out and save him. He alone definitely can't handle Gan Jiang and Mo Xie. Xiao Xiao wondered, but how we get out of here? Yi Jiuxian observed. Although it's not yet clear where this is, if we came here through that black hole, perhaps we can also leave through a similar black hole. He glanced behind him and saw a blade flying toward Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao. She turned around in surprise. Yi Jiuxian pulled her into his arms and then unleashed his skill, shattering the blade. You want to hurt her? In front of me? In your dreams. Mo Xie suddenly appeared. Mo Xie, it's you. Why are you here? Mo Xie said, this is my spiritual domain. Of course I can come and go as I please. She thought to herself, to block my attack so easily. This man is truly not simple. Mo Xie crossed her arms. But you two will never be able to leave this place. Then a giant eagle charged forward with her. This place will be your grave. Yi Jiuxian quickly retaliated. A large dragon's roar appeared, growling. Then he carried Xiao Xiao and left through a black hole. Mo Xie scoffed. Trying to use a black hole to leave? Don't waste your energy. She threw out chains to bind Jiuxian's leg. Get down. Yi Jiuxian also scoffed. I never said I was trying to escape. Then, with one arm holding Xiao Xiao, he summoned a dragon sword with the other. The dragon sword gradually flew towards Mo Xie. She was shocked. In my spiritual domain, other people's spiritual power should be greatly weakened. But this man can still unleash such strong spiritual power. Could he be a monster like Han Fei? Then Mo Xie was impaled, and she screamed. Xiao Xiao exclaimed in surprise. Strange. Jiuxian asked. What is it? Xiao Xiao wondered. Mo Xie has been destroyed, so why hasn't her spiritual domain collapsed? Mo Xie appeared right behind them. Yi Jiuxian quickly shielded Xiao Xiao with his body. Be careful. Then they were both impaled by a spear, drawing blood. Xiao Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood. Mo Xie scoffed. Didn't I say it? This is my spiritual domain. Here, I am invincible. Xiao Xiao weakly trembled. You. Mo Xie pulled out the spear, watching them collapse to the ground. You wanted to take away my hope of freedom. This is your end. The two of them had large bloodstains from their abdomens to their backs. Gradually, they both disappeared. Mo Xie was alarmed. What is happening? Elsewhere, outside the lair, Xiao Xiao was standing with Yi Jiuxian. We finally got out of the black hole. Royal uncle, how did you manage to trick Mo Xie? Yi Jiuxian held up two talismans. Using the illusion talisman. Before we entered the abyss, the heavenly sound immortal told me that Mo Xie's specialty is illusions. Her illusions are not easy to break. The only way is to give her a taste of her own medicine. So the heavenly sound immortal gave me these illusion talismans. This illusion talisman can transform into thousands of things. It's just that the duration is very short. Xiao Xiao was surprised. Mo Xie would never have expected it. When she was killed by Royal Uncle's dragon sword, we took the opportunity to leave the black hole. What she saw was just our illusion, but she will soon realize something is wrong. He turned his head. The urgent matter at hand is to quickly go and save Li Feiyu. If he enters the lair alone to save Feng Jinyu, he He is definitely no match for Gan Jiang. Inside the lair, Li Feiyu was heavily injured. He knelt on the ground, coughing up blood. Gan Jiang stood before him and yelled, "Get out! I won't harm you." Li Feiyu looked up and said loudly, "Stop pretending. Just kill me if you want. If I can't save Jinyu, I'd rather die in here." Gan Jiang declared sternly, "I will not let you take him so easily. He is the key to my and Mo.'s freedom." Li Feiyu was surprised. The key to freedom? What does that mean? Just then, Mo.'s appeared. "Gan Jiang, you're still as soft-hearted as ever." Gan Jiang asked, "Have you dealt with those two?" Mo.'s gritted her teeth. "They escaped." Hearing this, Li Feiyu laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, it seems that's all you've got." Mo.'s was furious. "You, Gan Jiang, if you can't kill them, then let me do it." But just as she raised her hand, she was blocked. Xiao Xiao and Yi Jioshan arrived. "Give us back our master," Mo.'s said to Gan Jiang. "Gan Jiang, deal with them." Gan Jiang used a skill. Li Feiyu called out, "Xiao Xiao, we'll handle things here. Go save Jinyu quickly." Xiao Xiao nodded. Then Li Feiyu stood behind Gan Jiang. "Your opponent is me." Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao ran to Feng Jinyu. "Master, I'll get you out of here." She placed her hand on his shoulder, but suddenly, many arrows flew towards her. Yi Jioshan called out in alarm. Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao quickly used chaotic god heavenly spirit to block all the arrows. Then she helped Feng Jinyu to leave. "Royal uncle, let's get out of here quickly." Yi Jioshan clenched his fist. "All right." Then he unleashed a skill towards Gan Jiang. "Get out of my way." Mo.'s looked worried. Gan Jiang. Yi Jioshan then unleashed a dragon's roar, lighting up the area outside, and pulled Li Feiyu away. "Let's go." A loud bang echoed from outside. The four of them had reached the surface. Li Feiyu asked worriedly, "How is Jinyu?" Xiao Xiao was supporting Jinyu. "Master is still unconscious. We must leave this abyss quickly. Perhaps only Grandmaster can wake him." Li Feiyu was surprised. "What's that?" Suddenly, Gan Jiang and Mo.'s appeared in a majestic stance, swords in hand. Xiao Xiao was alarmed that what's with their appearance? Why did they suddenly transform? Yi Jioshan warned, "Be careful. Their spiritual power seems even stronger than before." Mo.'s pointed her sword at Xiao Xiao. "You bitch, don't even think about taking away my hope for freedom." "Of mine." Mo.'s lunged at her. "This time, I won't go easy on you." Yi Jioshan suddenly moved forward, unable to let her harm Xiao Xiao. But Gan Jiang thrust his sword straight at him. "Your opponent is me." Yi Jioshan gritted his teeth. Gan Jiang, seeing Xiao Xiao spurt blood, he panicked. "Xiao Xiao, this can't go on. If this continues, Xiao Xiao will." A sword appeared behind him. Gan Jiang was surprised. "What sword is that? Why has my body suddenly started to tremble? Is it the oppressive aura of that sword?" Yi Jioshan held the sword in his hand. "To save Xiao Xiao, I can only borrow your power." Gan Jiang screamed in pain. His eyes blazed with light. Then there was a loud thud. Gan Jiang collapsed to the ground, bleeding beside Mo.'s. "How can this be?" Seeing this, Xiao Xiao was overjoyed. "Royal uncle, I never knew you were secretly hiding something so destructive." But he immediately pointed the sword at her. Xiao Xiao was stunned. "Royal uncle." Xiao Xiao froze. "Royal uncle." As Yi Jioshan pointed the sword at her, he stopped. He trembled. "No, I can't harm Xiao Xiao." Xiao Xiao was dazed. "Royal uncle, what's wrong with you? Why is it like you become someone else?" Seeing him being overwhelmed, could it be because of this sword? This sword is devouring Royal Uncle's mind. If this continues, Xiao Xiao grabbed his hand. "Royal Uncle, wake up, throw this sword away." But she was immediately pushed away. "Get lost." Xiao Xiao fell to the ground. The sword still pointed at her. "Royal Uncle, it's me, Xiao Xiao. Please wake up." Seeing Gan Jiang and Mo.'s behind him, she screamed, "Royal Uncle, behind you." The two raised their swords high. "Go to hell." Yi Jioshan swiftly parried their blow, looking for death. Xiao Xiao watched in a daze as Yi Jioshan fought them. "What should I do? Royal Uncle's mind is being devoured by that sword. If I can't bring his consciousness back, I'm afraid." Feng Jinwei called out to her, "Xiao Xiao." Xiao Xiao turned around, overjoyed, and helped him up. "Master, you're finally awake. Look at Royal Uncle." He wiped away Xiao Xiao's tears. "I heard everything. I have a way to bring the Night King's consciousness back." Hearing this, Xiao Xiao was overjoyed. "Really?" Feng Jinwei handed something to her. "This is my heart-penetrating power. I am entrusting it to you. With this power, you can enter the Night King's inner world and bring his consciousness back." Xiao Xiao was moved. "Thank you, Master." Gan Jiang and Mo.'s were lying on the ground. Yi Jioshan still held the sword aggressively. Kill. Xiao Xiao ran and hugged him from behind. Royal uncle, please wake up. The two of them stood motionless. Then, Xiao Xiao opened her eyes. Where is this? In front of her was a gateway. This is Royal Uncle's inner world. This palace must be where Royal Uncle used to live, right? She was surprised that I asked that a child crying. A small child was sitting on the steps, sobbing. Why is there a child here? She approached him. Little one, who are you? Why are you crying here, all alone? The child stopped crying and looked up at her, his eyes welling with tears. Xiao Xiao was shocked when she got a clear look at his face. This is Royal Uncle when he was a child. The young Egyptian looked bewildered. Who are you? He recalled the moment of pain, clutching his ears with both hands. It hurts so much. Yi Jioshin, drenched in sweat, was panting heavily and stopped. Bai Xiao Xiao approached and asked Royal Uncle, are you all right? Yi Jioshin was surprised. Are you Xiao Xiao? Seeing this, Xiao Xiao was delighted. Royal Uncle, you remember me? Yi Jioshin shook his head and but I can feel that you are very important to me, and I know your name. His whole body trembled. I feel like I've forgotten many important things. Besides, it's very scary and cold here. Please, Xiao Xiao, get me out of here. Then, Xiao Xiao took his hand to lead him away. Don't worry, that's why I'm here. Suddenly, a loud voice boomed from behind that I will absolutely not allow you to leave this place. Xiao Xiao turned back in fear. Who is it? A figure sat majestically on a throne. To think there's another person inside, someone else's illusion. Yi Jioshin cowered behind her in fear. Royal father. Xiao Xiao stared intently at him. This man is Royal Uncle's father, the emperor of the Southern Shao dynasty. Yi Fenglan, he said with a stern face, a monster like you, bearing the imperial dragon pattern. I must lock you in here to prevent you from going out and harming people. Come here obediently. If you dare to run, I will torture you to a living death and make everyone by your side die with you. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao glanced back at Yi Jioshin in alarm, then looked up at him defiantly. In your dreams, I will not hand Royal Uncle over to you. Yi Fenglan flew into a rage. Defying me is courting death. Then, Xiao Xiao summoned her magical artifact, the primordial heavenly spirit. She was surprised. This power? You're not Yi Fenglan. You're the sword. You're the one controlling Royal Uncle. Yi Fenglan sneered. Knowing too much won't lead to a good end for you. Xiao Xiao was immediately struck and sent flying. She crashed heavily into the door. Then she clutched her abdomen and coughed. Yi Jioshin ran over worriedly. Xiao Xiao, are you all right? Then he turned around, his eyes welling with tears. Royal father, that's enough. Please stop. Don't hurt Xiao Xiao. I can stay. I won't run anymore. I beg you, Royal father, spare Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao immediately grabbed his sleeve. Royal Uncle, you can't give up on leaving this place. By now, Yi Jioshin was in tears. That's enough. Don't worry about a jinx like me. Even if it's just you, please run. Run away and never come back. I don't want anyone else to die because of me. Hearing this, Yi Fenglan sneered. That's more like it. Remember your royal brother, your royal sister, your mother. They all died because of you. As long as you obediently return to my side, I will spare her. Blood trickled from the corner of Xiao Zhao's mouth, but she still stood up to shield Yi Jioshin. Royal Uncle, you can't be bewitched by him. He's using your tragic childhood memories to create an illusion to trap you, wanting to seize your body. I won't let him succeed. I will definitely get you out of this wretched place. She was then grabbed by the neck with a chain by Yi Fenglan. Relying on you alone? Seeing Xiao Xiao being hoisted into the air, Yi Jioshin pleaded, enough. Royal father, I truly know I was wrong. Please let Xiao Xiao go. I'm willing to be locked up here forever. I won't try to run anymore. But Yi Fenglan sneered that I've told you, you belong to me and me alone. And yet you want to run from me? This is a warning. Xiao Xiao was then impaled through the abdomen by the sword. She struggled in the chains, blood gushing out. Bai Xiao Xiao screamed in agony. Yi Jioshin cried out in anguish, his voice choked with tears. Xiao Xiao. Yi Fenglan sneered. What a beautiful sound. Not bad at all. Keep screaming. Bai Xiao Xiao. By now you should understand just how foolish your decision to barge in here was. Right? Xiao Xiao gripped the chain around her neck with both hands. Foolish? How is saving the man I love a foolish thing to do? How could someone like you possibly understand? Behind him, the primordial heavenly spirit appeared. Primordial heavenly spirit. Then, Yi Fenglan's neck was constricted. Xiao Xiao grabbed the sword and pulled it out of her own abdomen. She screamed in pain, and the sword fell with a splatter of blood. Yi Fenglan struggled as he was being choked. Xiao Xiao pressed one hand to the wound on her abdomen and grabbed Joshin with the other, running away. Royal uncle, let's go quickly. A moment later, the two of them sat down in a corner. Yi Joshin sat beside her, sobbing, Xiao Xiao, your wound. Xiao Xiao, looking haggard, replied, don't worry. This is an illusion. This wound, aside from the pain, can't kill me. Suddenly, footsteps approached. Xiao Xiao was alarmed. That sound. Yi Fenglan appeared again. Want to play a game of cat and mouse with me? How pitiful, clinging to life like a dying beast. He held the sword in his hand. You two had better hide well. If I find you, ha ha ha. Xiao Xiao peeked through a crack in the door. This is bad. I didn't expect this illusion to be so powerful. Even the primordial heavenly spirit is being suppressed by it. Yi Joshin was terrified while she sat in deep thought. I can't let this happen. I must calm down. As long as I can get Royal Uncle out of here, I'll do whatever it takes. I must protect Royal Uncle. She turned to speak to him. Royal Uncle, hide here and hide well. Later, no matter what sounds you hear or what happens, do not come out. Yi Joshin asked her, Xiao Xiao, what about you? Xiao Xiao reminded him, Royal Uncle, you must recognize the truth. That is not your real royal father at all. He is merely an illusion within your mind, meant to bewitch you. You can definitely conquer your inner demon. I believe in you. Then, Xiao Xiao opened the door and stepped outside. I'm over here. Yi Fenglan was standing outside. I didn't expect you to come out on your own. Have you finally given up? Then, Xiao Xiao unleashed her magical technique, Thousand Trees Wind Kill. He laughed loudly and blocked it. Ha ha. Is that all the skill you have? He grabbed Xiao Xiao by the throat and lifted her up. Tell me, where is he? I won't tell you. He then tightened his grip. Then you can go die. Just then, Yi Joshin ran out. Stop. He ran up and grabbed Yi Fenglan's robes. Let Xiao Xiao go. I won't let you hurt her. Hearing this, Defong Lam became furious. To think you would fight me for this woman. Good, very good. This makes killing her all the more worthwhile. Hearing this, DeQ then was stunned. Xiao Xiao sneered, Royal Uncle, even if I die, you must not give up on escaping. You must break free from this terrifying illusion. Royal Uncle, you are the man I love most. I believe you can definitely do it. Then, she gradually faded away. Goodbye, Royal Uncle. DeQ then knelt and cried out, Xiao, Xiao. Defong Lam sneered. Now you should understand. You are a star of calamity. Anyone who gets close to you will die. Your royal brother, your royal sister, your queen mother, they were all killed by you like this. Now, even the woman you love so deeply has met the same fate. You can only be imprisoned here forever. DeQ then knelt on the ground in agony, unable to forgive himself. He was surprised. What did you say? Then, DeQ then returned to his adult form. What is this? How could he break through my imprisonment and turn into his adult form? DeQ then declared, anyone who harms Xiao Xiao, this prince will spend a lifetime chasing them to the ends of the earth to tear them to pieces. DeQ then charged towards Defong Lam, then suddenly vanished, leaving him bewildered. He disappeared? How is that possible? Where did he go? DeQ then appeared right behind him. He who harms Xiao Xiao dies. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a magical weapon, causing him to spit out blood and fall to the ground. Then, he lunged forward again. You bastard, how dare you look down on me? DeQ then simply waved his hand. He fell with a thud. Then he struggled to sit up, his mouth covered in blood. Impossible. Why do you possess such immense power? If you had this power from the beginning, why did you need to ask for my help? The person beside DeQ then stood with his arms crossed and said, because I have given my power to the master. I am the light side of the sword of the Emperor King, and you are the dark side of the sword of the Emperor King. For many years, you and I have been fighting each other. But because you have the ability to bewitch people's hearts, I have always been suppressed by you. He looked up in a daze. Now, someone has finally appeared who can completely resist your bewitchment and conquer their own inner demon. DeQ then is the master I have chosen. Then, he transformed into a sword. Master, please borrow my strength to protect everything you love. Defong Lam was horrified impossible. How can I be defeated by the light side? Don't even think about destroying me. Then he was stabbed in the stomach by the sword, causing him to spurt blood. DeQ then held the sword, pointing it at him. This prince has said it. If you dare touch Xiao Xiao, this prince will definitely tear you into 1,000 pieces. Xiao Xiao suddenly appeared. Royal Uncle, you're finally awake. It's all my fault. Royal Uncle, if it weren't to protect me, you wouldn't have been affected by the dark side of the sword of the Emperor King. He immediately covered her mouth. The one who should be sorry is this prince. He held her tightly. This prince knows that I bear the fate of the Emperor King's dragon pattern and must inevitably fight my inner demon. Xiao Xiao, it was you who saved this prince. This prince will definitely use the power I have gained to protect you for a lifetime. Xiao then kissed him on the lips. Royal uncle. Seeing this, Phuong Cam Viet and Lai Fai Vu quietly left. The weather is so nice today. It's a good time to be fed some dog food. Seeing the two of them disappear, Xiao panicked. Oh no. Gan Jiang and Mo Yi, who were hiding there just now, have disappeared. They must have taken the chance to escape while we weren't paying attention. Lai Fai Vu was angry. They injured the master, and now they want to run? Not so easy. I'll go after them alone. They might be injured now, so they're no match for me. Phuong Cam Viet stopped Lai Fai Vu. This matter started because of me. Naturally, I will resolve it. Lai Fai Vu placed a hand on his shoulder. All right, but don't put yourself at a disadvantage. Phuong Cam Viet replied. Don't worry. Later, in a valley with majestic mountains, Gan Jiang and Mo, you were supporting each other as they walked. Hurry, Gan Jiang. If those people notice we've run away then... Just then, Phuong Cam Viet appeared and blocked their path. Gan Jiang, who was injured and bleeding from his mouth, exclaimed, "Oh no, do you want to destroy us?" Cam Viet said, "You've misunderstood. I've come to make a pact with you, to take you away from the abyss." Hearing this, Gan Jiang was surprised. What? Phuong Cam Viet stood before Gan Jiang and Mo Yi. I know your nature is not entirely evil. You were just imprisoned in the abyss for many years by the master of Han Fei Valley and eventually fell into demonic ways. As long as you form a pact with me, you can gain your freedom and leave the abyss. Gan Jiang said, "We treated you like that before and even had the intent to kill. And yet you," Cam Viet continued, "therefore, as punishment after we form the pact, I will suppress your powers so that you can no longer bring disaster to the mortal world. But at the same time, you can escape the abyss and gain your freedom." Hearing this, the two of them looked at each other. Make your choice. Do you want me to take you away from here? Then Mo Yi said, "As long as we can leave this wretched place, anything is fine. We agree to make a pact with you." Then the two of them stood beside Phuong Cam Viet for him to seal their demonic magic. Phuong Cam Viet was sweating profusely, exhausted. Xiao was worried, letting demonic energy enter his body. "Master, will he really be alright like this?" Lai Fai Vu stood beside her. "You don't need to worry about him. This was his own choice. He definitely has a plan in mind. Besides, Phuong Cam Viet was born with a constitution that resists demonic energy. That's why he is the candidate that Gan Jiang and Mo Yi chose to form a pact with." Phuong Cam Viet screamed. "Ah!" A sword appeared. Mo Yi and Gan Jiang clasped their hands before him. "The pact is successful. From now on, you are our master." Phuong Cam Viet swayed. "Master, are you all right?" Then he collapsed. The two of them knelt. "Master!" Lai Fai Vu and Xiao ran over. "Cam Viet, Master!" DQ then said calmly, "I hope Celestial Master Tianyin will allow this prince and Xiao to enter the Tao Ye's secret chamber together." Celestial Master Tianyin sighed, "That I really can't win against you people." "Fine, this master agrees. If it's the two of you, you might have an easier time passing than just one person." At Hidden Moon Lake, the barrier opened and the spirit creature manifested. It approached the two of them and sniffed. Xiao bowed her head to it. "I had no choice but to hurt you before. I'm truly sorry. Please don't hold a grudge." The spirit beast was silent. Then it opened a path for the two of them. As they entered, they didn't forget to say thank you. They walked down the steps. Xiao looked ahead in surprise. Is this the Tao Ye's secret chamber? DQ then observed their surroundings. This Tao Ye's secret chamber may not look unusual, but for it to make Celestial Master Tianyin so wary, there must be some other mystery. We must be extra careful. Xiao took his hand. "Anyway, with Royal Uncle here, I'm not scared at all." DQ then patted her head. This silly girl. Then he looked at the secret chamber ahead. Xiao, there's one thing this prince hasn't told you. This prince has a way to help you raise your spiritual power faster. It's true. Moreover, combined with the surging natural energy in this Tao Ye's secret chamber, it can be even more effective with less effort. Hearing this, Xiao was surprised. What way? The two of them were lying together in the secret chamber. Someone had indeed achieved his goal. Xiao lay beside him, thinking to herself, Royal Uncle is really something else. It wasn't about dual cultivation at all. He basically just wanted to eat me whole. She stared at her glowing palm. But my spiritual power does seem to have increased a little. Could it be that dual cultivation is actually useful? She bit her lip, worried. Then wouldn't Royal Uncle have a reason to be with me every day? By Xiao, what are you thinking about? Deque then suddenly opened his eyes, then turned over and hugged her. Xiao Xiao was startled. Royal uncle. He asked, "Why aren't you asleep yet?" Xiao Xiao stammered, I can't seem to fall asleep. Then he flipped over and pinned her down. It seems this prince didn't torment you enough just now. How about we do it again? Xiao Xiao was screaming in her heart. Nuh-uh. At Loveless Valley the next morning, Your Highness, you've finally returned. Phuong Cam Viet was sitting and flipping through some ledgers. While I was away from Loveless Valley, it must have been hard on you, managing all the affairs in the valley. Zhao Wuk stood beside him. Your Highness is too kind. You've rushed back from a long journey. You should rest for a while before looking at the ledgers. After that, Cam Viet also closed the ledger. All right. Then Zhao Wuk brought a bowl of agarwood incense and placed it on the table. Your Highness, please rest first. I will light some incense for you. Cam Viet gradually fell asleep. Zhao Wuk approached him and called out, Your Highness, looks like he's asleep. This soul-scattering powder really works. Then he drew a dagger. Just as he was about to stab him, he stopped. Then Zhao Wuk lowered his hand. As expected, I still can't do it. Phuong Cam Viet suddenly opened his eyes. Why didn't you kill this venerable one? Zhao Wuk was stunned. Your Highness, how could you? Phuong Cam Viet sat up. With an assassin sent by Crescent Moon Hall to kill me, serving by my side, how could I not take precautions? Zhao Wuk was shocked. Your Highness knows my identity. Then Phuong Cam Viet said, This venerable one investigates the identity of everyone in Loveless Valley. From the first day you entered Loveless Valley, this venerable one already knew you were sent by Crescent Moon Hall. The reason I didn't expose you was so I could use you to monitor news from Crescent Moon Hall. Zhao Wuk was stunned. I've been part of your plan all along. Phuong Cam Viet questioned, Why didn't you make your move just now? Wuk threw the dagger aside and knelt. Because I had long since submitted to Your Highness. From the first moment I saw Your Highness, I knew you were someone I could never bring myself to assassinate. Since Your Highness has exposed my identity, please grant me death. But what Phuong Cam Viet said next stunned him. This venerable one will not kill you. Cam Viet approached him. This venerable one can give you a chance to survive, to continue serving by my side, as long as you are willing to help this venerable one destroy Crescent Moon Hall. After hearing this, Wuk immediately agreed that I am of course willing to follow Your Highness. However, even you are no match for Crescent Moon Hall. Feng Jinhua then said, What if we add Lord Yi? Wuk replied, We'd only have a 30% chance of winning. Then Moy and Gan Jiang appeared. What if you add us? Half a month later, at Wushuang Valley, Li Feiyu met Jinhua in the corridor. Jinhua, how did you get back to Wushuang Valley so quickly? Jinhua then asked, Xiao Xiao and Lord Yi, have they come out of the Tao Dai secret chamber yet? Li Feiyu replied, They came out of seclusion a few days ago, but after coming out by Xiao Xiao has been locking herself in the pharmacy. I haven't even seen her once yet. Lord Yi has been waiting for her outside the pharmacy door. Hearing this, Jinhua quickly left. Follow me, let's go find them. Meanwhile, outside the pharmacy, Yi Jiuchen, who was standing there, was surprised. Feng Jinhua, why are you here? Jinhua arrived with Li Feiyu. Lord Yi, I have news about the Crescent Moon Palace. Hearing this, Yi Jiuchen was stunned. What? Yi Jiuchen, stunned, asked Feng Jinhua, You have news about the Crescent Moon Palace? Jinhua said, That's right. I know that the Crescent Moon Palace will hold a grand assembly in half a month. At that time, the Palace Master of the Crescent Moon Palace and the core members under him, the Green-Winged Bat King, Du Xiener, the Serpent Lady, Wuxiang Laozu, and Xiao Zhu will all be in attendance. Hearing this, Yi Jiuchen said, This is the best opportunity to annihilate the entire Crescent Moon Palace. Feng Jinhua agreed with him. That's right. My current plan is, Lord Yi, you, and my master, the three of you going will be enough. The Crescent Moon Palace's strength is formidable. If we add others who aren't strong enough, they will just get in the way. Yi Jiuchen nodded. All right. In that case. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao opened the door from inside. I want to go too. Jiuchen was surprised. Xiao Xiao approached and said to him, The reason I strive to become stronger was to help the Imperial Uncle annihilate the Crescent Moon Palace. So I must go with everyone too. But Feng Jinhua said, Xiao, this venerable one admits that after so much cultivation, your strength has indeed grown. But you must know how dangerous the place we're going to is. Even the elders of Wushuang Valley cannot accompany us. Hearing this, Xiao was stunned. Master, I beg you, I definitely won't get in your way. On the contrary, staying here would be torture for me. Feng Jinhua frowned and said, Xiao, are you really determined to die, wanting to attack the Crescent Moon Palace with us? She replied with a yes. Then he agreed, all right, if you are that determined, then have a match with your master, so your master can test if you are qualified to participate in this plan. Lord Yi, do you agree? Yi Jiuqian held Xiao Xiao's shoulders and said to her, if Xiao Xiao is willing to have a match with you to test her own abilities, then this prince trusts Xiao Xiao. Feng Jinhua stood opposite Xiao Xiao. Make your move, Xiao Xiao. Let your master see what you have learned from your master. Then Xiao Xiao executed the 1,000-tree wind kill. Feng Jinhua drew his sword. Moi. He thrust his sword at her, but suddenly his leg was entangled. The primordial heavenly vine? Since when? Then he used his powerful internal energy, causing a loud crash. After that, he unleashed his sword chi. Xiao Xiao seemed to be on the verge of not being able to resist. Seeing this, Li Feiyu worried. Xiao Xiao is no match for Jinhua at all. Jinhua hasn't even used his ultimate move, and she's already about to collapse. Aren't you going to stop Jinhua? Yi Jiuqian stood and observed. Xiao Xiao's strength is more than just this. This prince trusts her. Feng Jinhua lunged with his sword towards Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, be careful of this venerable one's move. Xiao Xiao stood dumbfounded. The sword tip rushed forward. Go. Xiao Xiao raised both hands to block. Feng Jinhua was surprised. That is, he saw a phoenix manifesting around Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, in the Taotai secret chamber, had actually managed to grasp the power of the phoenix within her body. The power of the phoenix rushed towards him. A sky-shattering explosion erupted from the two of them. Xiao Xiao stood stunned. Master has disappeared? Suddenly, a dagger was placed against her neck. Xiao Xiao, your strength has indeed improved a lot, but your combat experience is still too lacking. You've lost. Xiao Xiao smirked, a fragrance emanating from her body. Master, have you forgotten why I was qualified to participate in the disciple recruitment assembly? Because I'm a poison doctor. The dagger fell from Feng Jinua's hand. For someone who specializes in using poison, the closer you get, the more dangerous it is. Feng Jinhua staggered after her. What poison did you use on your master? Xiao Xiao turned sharply to him. Master, from the moment you were entangled by the primordial heavenly vine, you were already poisoned. Feng Jinhua thought back to when his leg was entangled. At that time, you applied poison to the primordial heavenly vine, but this venerable one didn't detect any signs of the poison activating at that time. Not until I got close to you did the toxicity. Could it be, Xiao Xiao? You have a catalyst on you that activates this poison? Xiao Xiao stood opposite him. That's right. I've applied soul-guiding incense on myself. This incense has no toxicity whatsoever, but it can cause the soul-snatching, bone-softening poison I applied to the primordial heavenly vine to take effect immediately. She smiled slyly, so when Master got close to me, you realized you had been poisoned. Feng Jinhua was drenched in sweat. Xiao Xiao, this venerable one has lost. Completely and utterly convinced. Not only has your strength improved greatly, but you are also intelligent. You have earned the right to join us in attacking the Crescent Moon Palace. Xiao Xiao clasped her hands respectfully at him. Thank you, Master. Then she turned back, overjoyed, and said to Yi Jiuqian, Imperial Uncle, I can help you annihilate the Crescent Moon Palace now. Yi Jiuqian just looked at her with an affectionate gaze. Xiao Xiao, Feng Jinhua trembled. Xiao Xiao, you haven't given me the antidote yet. It's not too late to be intimate later. Xiao Xiao just realized and gave him the antidote. Master, I'll give it to you right away. That night, in the room, an oil lamp was burning. Yi Jiuqian sat at the table with Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, this prince will write a letter to my imperial brother to tell him about the attack on the Crescent Moon Palace and about us. He worried, but this prince still hasn't figured out what reason to use to tell my imperial brother about the matter between you and me. Xiao Xiao sat beside him. I understand. His Majesty has always cherished the imperial uncle. It's indeed not easy to bring up such a sudden matter. Yi Jiuqian then took her hand. Silly girl, my difficulty in speaking up is because I'm afraid a letter cannot convey how much I've taken a liking to you. What does it have to do with my imperial brother? Seeing Xiao Xiao's surprise. Forget it. After we deal with the Crescent Moon Palace, this prince will personally take you to see my imperial brother, and then I'll put his mind at ease. Xiao Xiao questioned, really, imperial uncle? Yi Jiuqian then tapped her on the head. Did you think this prince was lying to you? When the time comes, You can't be timid. You must tell my imperial brother that you want to marry me. Understand? Xiao Xiao was stunned. Will His Majesty really agree to me and the imperial uncle? Yi Jiuqin then pulled her into his embrace. Whether my imperial brother agrees or not, you are this prince's only princess consort. In this life, it has to be you. Xiao Xiao was stunned. Imperial uncle. She looked straight at him. In this life, it has to be the imperial uncle for Xiao Xiao. Then Yi Jiuqin kissed her lips passionately. Half a month later, in the dark of night, a Black Moon Grand Hall in the center of Hell Valley. Du Xiner came out to welcome 4 people. Everyone, you've arrived so early. Those 4 people were Xiao Zhu, Wuxiang Laozu, the Green-Winged Bat King, and the Serpent Lady. The Serpent Lady, in revealing clothes, Du Xiner, little sister, you are still so young and beautiful. You maintain yourself so well, not at all like a woman approaching 40. Du Xiner replied, Serpent big sister is the same. I heard that big sister seems to have found a new husband. I wonder which number he is. Wuxiang Laozu stood to the side. Du Xion'er, on your way here, did you see any traces of suspicious people? Du Xiner was surprised. Outsiders? Wuxiang Laozu said, I wonder if news of this Crescent Moon Palace assembly has been leaked? If it has, I'm afraid it will attract many enemies. The Serpent Lady replied, Laozu, you're being too suspicious. I have set up inescapable nets all over Hell Valley. If any outsiders dare to come, I will definitely make sure not even their bones remain. On the other side, Xiao Xiao, along with Lord Yi, Feng Jingyue, and Tianyin Xianren, emerged from the forest. She was surprised. Is this Hell Valley? Feng Jingyue replied, That's right. According to the news I received, this assembly of the Crescent Moon Palace is being held at the Black Moon Grand Hall in the center of Hell Valley. There are many poisonous insects and fierce beasts in Hell Valley to avoid alerting the enemy. We should find a quiet path to the Black Moon Grand Hall. Suddenly, there was a noise ahead. Wait, what's that commotion ahead? A giant python appeared. The python lunged at them. Tianyin Xianren angrily waved his hand. Vile creature. Then the python disappeared. Seeing this, Xiao Xiao was stunned and looked at him with an admiring gaze. Truly worthy of being master's master. So powerful, Feng Jingyue speculated. I'm afraid Hell Valley is fraught with danger. If we make a big commotion, it's highly likely the people of the Crescent Moon Palace will discover us. Xiao Xiao then took out a medicine bottle. Master, I have a way. Then she sprinkled the potion on them. This is a medicinal liquid I created to repel poisonous insects and fierce beasts. Using it will prevent poisonous beasts from approaching us. Then Feng Jingyue and Tianyin Xianren walked together. All right, we can't delay. Let's take this small path to the Black Moon Grand Hall. Yi Jiuqin suddenly stopped and turned to Xiao Xiao. She was surprised. Imperial uncle. He reminded her seriously. After we go in, stay by my side. Xiao Xiao was dazed, then agreed. An hour later, at the Black Moon Grand Hall, the main chair was still empty. Du Xiner wondered. An hour has passed. Why hasn't the palace master arrived yet? Wuxiang Laozu next to her said, The palace master is extremely busy. We just need to wait obediently. Du Xiner suddenly noticed something. The 4 of them were hiding outside. Xiao Xiao whispered to them, Du Xiner has noticed us. She took out a seed from her palm, a concealment seed. Suddenly, something glowed above their heads. Du Xiner closed her eyes to sense it. Strange. Just now, I clearly felt someone was above, but now I can't sense any aura at all. Could it be that I was overthinking it? Suddenly, a voice said, The Hall Master has arrived. The Hall Master opened the door and walked in. The few of them clasped their hands in salute. We respectfully welcome the Hall Master's grand arrival. The Hall Master, wearing a crow mask, sat on the chair. Everyone, report the recent matters of your branches to me. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao whispered to Yi Jiuqin, The Hall Master of the Moon Hall and all the core figures are here. Should we make a move now? Yi Jiuqin immediately said, Wait a moment. Du Xiner suddenly spat out blood. The Hall Master grabbed her by the neck. A piece of trash like you. What's the point of sparing your life? Du Xiner trembled. Hall Master, spare me. The Hall Master tightened his grip. This king sent you to assassinate Feng Jingyue. In the end, you failed. Du Xiner's face turned pale as she begged. Please, please, Hall Master, give me a chance. I definitely can. But the Hall Master shouted, this lord has never given trash a second chance. The remaining few were all kneeling at his feet, trembling. He warned, If your missions also fail just like Du Xiner's, you'll meet the same end as her. Then he turned and returned to his throne. Then he ordered, Get out. The 4 of them stood up, yes. Seeing this, Yi Jiuqin said, Now's the time. Make your move. Xiao Xiao, you go deal with Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao pulled out her acupuncture weapon. Cloud Heaven Hand Wind Kill. Xiao Zhao seemed to have detected something. There's a sneak attack. Immediately after, an acupuncture needle grazed her face, drawing blood. Xiao Xiao appeared. Phoenix power. Xiao Zhao fell to the ground. Xiao Xiao dusted her hands smugly. Success. But a python was right. Behind her, it coiled tightly around her body. Xiao Xiao was alarmed. What? Madam Snake approached and caressed her face. Little sister, have you ever heard of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? Xiao Xiao was stunned. Not good. It's a pity some people think they are the oriole, not knowing they are merely the mantis. The python opened its mouth wide, flicking its tongue. Madam Snake was startled and stunned. What did you say? You. Tianyin Xianren appeared and hit her pressure point from behind. Don't you dare be impudent in front of this lord. Then, Madam Snake fell down unconscious, and the python also disappeared. Xiao Xiao was overjoyed. Thank you, Grandmaster. Otherwise, I would have been bitten by that snake. He simply replied, don't mention it, standing before the few of them lying scattered on the floor. The Green Wingbat King has also been dealt with. It's just a pity that Wuxiang Laozu escaped and vanished during the chaos. Xiao Xiao wondered, where Imperial Uncle and Master? Tianyin Xianren said, they went after the Crescent Moon Hall Master. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao became worried. The Crescent Moon Hall Master? I've heard his power is immeasurably deep. If Imperial Uncle and Master are in danger. Tianyin Xianren immediately replied, no need to worry. I injured the Hall Master just now. The two of them are more than enough to handle him. Consider it a training session for them. Under the bright moonlit night, Feng Jinwei and Yi Jiuchen were chasing the Hall Master. Don't even think about running. Jiuchen unleashed Long Xiao, knocking him to the ground. The Long Xiao sword pierced straight through him, causing him to spit out blood. He screamed loudly, Standing before his corpse, Yi Jiuchen said to Feng Jinwei, it's finally over. Let's go back and regroup with Xiao Xiao and the Immortal. Seeing Feng Jinwei staring intently, he asked, what's wrong? Feng Jinwei speculated, it's a bit strange. How could the Crescent Moon Hall Master be killed so easily? Yi Jiuchen was surprised. What do you mean? Suddenly, a dark aura appeared around them. You dared to destroy this hall's sanctuary and kill this hall's body double. Your crime is unforgivable. Seeing the Hall Master appear before them, both were shocked. What's going on? Could it be? Look at the corpse on the ground. Yuan looked quickly. Yuan looked down. It was Wuxiang Laozu. Feng Jinwen now understood. No wonder Wuxiang Laozu disappeared so quickly during the chaos. It turns out he was impersonating someone else. What kind of technique did he use that could even fool Master? Yi Jiuchen was alarmed. Enough talk. From a voice just now, the Hall Master is probably nearby. Be careful. Suddenly, they both froze. What? This is bad. We're gradually sinking, unable to move. Yi Jiuchen activated his technique. Long Xiao, this is no ordinary vortex. My spiritual power is also being drained. The Hall Master appeared before them. This vortex doesn't just absorb spiritual power. Why do you think this hall had Wuxiang Laozu lure you here? He laughed loudly. Prepare to go to hell. Unable to break free. The two of them sank deeper and deeper, then disappeared. Seeing this, the Hall Master sneered. Let this lord enjoy the sight of your pathetic deaths in the alternate dimension for a while. Xiao Xiao was stunned and called out. Imperial Uncle. Tianyin Xianren asked, what is it? Xiao Xiao, what happened? Xiao Xiao said worriedly, Grandmaster, I suddenly can't sense the dragon pattern on Imperial Uncle anymore. Could something have happened to Imperial Uncle and Master? Tianyin Xianren immediately asked, Xiao Xiao, where was the last place you sensed Yi Wang and the others? Xiao Xiao pointed to the side. I'm not too sure. Probably this way. Let's go check out first, quickly. Early in the morning, they arrived and saw the Hall Master's corpse on the ground. This must be the place. Grandmaster, look over there. This is Wuxiang Laozu. He was killed by Imperial Uncle and Master. But why is he wearing the clothes of the Crescent Moon Hall Master? Tianyin Xianren speculated. It seems I fell for a trick just now. The person I injured wasn't the Hall Master, but Wuxiang Laozu disguised as the Hall Master. Xiao Xiao pondered. Could it be that the Hall Master deliberately disguised him as himself to lure Imperial Uncle and Master here? But here, there's absolutely no trace of Imperial Uncle and Master. Tianyin Xianren was taken aback. Could it be? Xiao Xiao was alarmed. Grandmaster, have you thought of something? He pondered. They were probably taken to a barrier-created alternate dimension. When I traveled to other continents, I met a few people who had magical artifacts that could create alternate dimensions. Those alternate dimensions are extremely large and completely controlled by their contractor. Extremely dangerous. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao was shocked. If Imperial Uncle and Master have fallen into an alternate dimension, how can we get to the alternate dimension to save them? Tianyin Xianren took out a compass. This is the otherworldly compass. Using it, we can open a passage to the alternate dimension. But this compass is different from other magical artifacts that open alternate dimensions. Only someone with immense spiritual power can use it. Furthermore, after it's opened, someone needs to continuously channel spiritual power from the outside to maintain the passage. He said to Xiao Xiao, "So, Xiao Xiao, after this lord opens the passage to the alternate dimension, I must stay outside to guard it." At that time, Xiao Xiao interrupted him. "Grandmaster, rest assured, I will go into the alternate dimension to rescue Imperial Uncle and Master." But he said, "The Crescent Moon Hall Master is the master of the alternate dimension, so his power will be amplified inside it. After you find them, get them out immediately. Don't get entangled with the Hall Master for long, understand?" Xiao Xiao nodded. "I will definitely be careful and get Imperial Uncle and the others out as fast as possible." Hearing this, Tianyin Xianren began to open the passage. "Very good. I will open the passage for you now." The compass lay wide on the ground. Entering this vortex will lead to the alternate dimension. Xiao Xiao rushed into the passage. "Imperial Uncle, Master, you must wait for me to come and save you." Arriving in the alternate dimension, Yi Jiuchen was lost. Where is this place? Just now, after Feng Jinwei and I were sucked into that vortex, we ended up here. But Feng Jinwei is missing. Suddenly, Feng Jinwei appeared behind him and called out, "Yuang." He turned his head and ran over. "So you're here? I'm afraid this place is an alternate dimension created by the Crescent Moon Hall Master. We have to hurry." But as he approached, he was struck by some kind of light. That passed. Many skeletons wrapped around his legs. Yi Jiuchen was furious. "Get off." Feng Jinwei was using a technique. "Go die, Yi Jiuchen." Feng Jinwei used a technique on Yi Jiuchen. "Go die, Yi Jiuchen." At that moment, Xiao Xiao arrived and blocked it with her phoenix power. Feng Jinwei had a vacant look in his eyes. Yi Jiuchen was overjoyed to see Xiao Xiao, but she was stunned and confused. "Imperial Uncle, are you all right?" He replied, "I'm fine." Then Yi Jiuchen knocked away the surrounding skeletons. But those skeletons came and wrapped around his legs again. These skeletons are so annoying. Suddenly, a beam of spiritual power shot past. "Xiao Xiao, be careful, Xiao Xiao." She was surprised. "What's wrong with Master?" Yi Jiuchen said. "He's being controlled by the Crescent Moon Hall Master." Jinwei used the Qilin True Qi, and Xiao Xiao countered with Phoenix power. The primordial heavenly spirit wrapped around Feng Jinwei, but then he disappeared. Xiao Xiao was alarmed. "What?" He reappeared behind her, raising his sword high. It stopped just as it was about to touch the top of her head when she called out, "Master, Master, your own consciousness is still inside your body, right?" Seeing Feng Jinwei holding the sword but trembling, "I just need to awaken Master's consciousness. He will definitely be able to break free from the Hall Master's control." She came and grabbed both his wrists, using the technique Master taught her to enter Imperial Uncle's inner world before. "I just need to enter Master's inner world." Then he screamed, "Ah!" Xiao Xiao was hit by Jinua's spiritual power and coughed up blood. The Hall Master appeared. "By Xiao Xiao, Feng Jinua's inner world is under my control. Did you think I would let you enter?" Xiao Xiao was alarmed. "It's the Hall Master. He has completely taken control of Master's body." Then he stabbed the sword straight into Xiao Xiao, causing her to spit out blood. Yi Jiuchen was horrified. "Xiao Xiao." He took out the Emperor's sword and stabbed it straight into Feng Jinwei. Feng Jinwei turned his head in alarm. "What?" Then he fled. Xiao Xiao unleashed the primordial heavenly spirit, wrapping it around his leg. "Don't even think about running." DQ then uses his powerful spiritual energy. "Get out of Fuang Cam Viet's body." Fuang Cam Viet collapses and spits out blood. DQ then points his sword at him. "Leave Fuang Cam Viet's body." The Hall Master says, "Stop wasting your energy. Fuang Cam Viet has the Kylan bloodline. I will not let go of such a perfect body. You have no way of waking him. To free Fuang Cam Viet from my control, the only way is to kill him." Qiu Qiu immediately says, "No, there must be another way." Then DQ then frowns. "Hall Master, You are using your own mind to control Phuong Cam Viet's mind. If he is killed, your mind will also be severely injured, right? He holds a sword and says loudly. If that's the case, hearing this, the Hall Master panics. What? Does he want to kill Phuong Cam Viet? The Q then's expression changes. Of course not. Pen has Siknan, Tiu. She nods immediately. Understood, royal uncle. The two of them join forces. Kylan power, Phoenix power. Meanwhile, in the world within Phuong Cam Viet's mind, Phuong Cam Viet is imprisoned and suspended. That is, he is overjoyed. It's the power of Chu and Yuang. As long as I merge with it, I can break free from these shackles and return to reality. Phuong Cam Viet, sitting on the ground, looks up and shouts loudly. Then he bends over, panting heavily. Chu runs over and calls out, Master, Master, you're finally awake. Phuong Cam Viet looks at them. Chu Yuang, thank you both. Chu points towards the light. You two, leave this place quickly. In this alternate dimension, the Hall Master's power will become incredibly strong. We can't get entangled with him. I came here using my Grandmaster's otherworldly compass. The exit of the otherworldly compass is in that direction. The Q then sees the ground beneath her feet cracking. Open. He rushes over and pulls her back. Be careful, Chu. A deep and wide crack. Chu is alarmed. What's happening? Phuong Cam Viet looks into the crack. It seems like something is coming up from below. The Hall Master is riding a spiritual beast upwards. Do you think you can escape? Phuong Cam Viet breaks into a sweat. That's a winged dragon. Chu is surprised. A winged dragon? He then explains. It is said that the winged dragon is a rare beast from the 6 other worlds. Its attack power is extremely ferocious, but the winged dragon cannot come to this continent. The Hall Master must have used a forbidden summoning technique. Chu is stunned. The Hall Master alone is already hard to deal with. Now with a dragon, what should we do? Phuong Cam Viet says, to summon a dragon, one must link their own mind with the dragon's mind. If one is destroyed, the other will be destroyed as well. Looking at the glowing object on the winged dragon's head, the dragon's mind is hidden within the dragon crystal. Chu wonders, does that mean we just need to destroy that dragon crystal to kill the winged dragon? Will the Hall Master die along with it? The Q then unleashes his technique. Then let's make our move. The 3 of them join forces. Kylan power, Phoenix power, Emperor's power. The winged dragon's glowing object quickly cracks and shatters. Chu is alarmed. What's happening? The Hall Master laughs loudly. Did you think I would be foolish enough to leave the dragon crystal in such an obvious place? That fake dragon crystal was to attract your attention, making you neglect the trap I've set at your feet. Suddenly, black smoke rises. All 3 of them are surprised. What is this? The Hall Master surrounds all 3 of them. This is a barrier. This barrier is linked to the winged dragon's stomach. Inside this barrier, in less than half an hour, you will be digested. Chu is stunned. What? Suddenly, a green gas rises from beneath their feet. Chu touches it and cries out, Zaku Tungat Tiu. Chu, are you alright? Chu clutches her wrist. I'm fine. Royal uncle, you must be careful. This gas can penetrate the physical body. Then Q then unleashes his dragon flute, and the green gas dissipates. But it gathers again up high. Seeing this, Phuong Cam Viet grits his teeth. This is not good. If this continues, we will be dissolved by this gas. The Hall Master appears, laughing coldly. Ha. Give up struggling. You only have one path, and that is death. Unless he rides the winged dragon and flies up. You offer Phuong Cam Viet's body to me. I will consider giving the other 2 a way to live. Cam Viet asks, what do you need my body for? The Hall Master scoffs. Your body has the Kylan blood, with the power to merge with all things. If I obtain your body, I can control all living beings. Phuong Cam Viet questions, if I give you my body, will you spare Chu and Yuang? He replies, although I am the master of Crescent Moon Hall and not a good person, I am not one who doesn't keep his word. Chu, master, don't believe him. If you give him your body, wouldn't that mean? Phuong Cam Viet says Tiu. The 3 of us cannot die here together. You and Yuang must leave. But Chu remains stubborn. No, the 3 of us will leave together. I can't watch master. Yuang comes over and places his hands on her shoulders. Chu, this is Phuong Cam Viet's decision. We must trust him. The Q then stands beside her. The Hall Master signals. All right, Phuong Cam Viet, I have lifted the restriction on you alone. You can leave the barrier now. Then Phuong Cam Viet leaves. He rushes towards the winged dragon and the Hall Master. My body, take it, but you must keep your word. Let Chu Chu and Yi Wang leave the alternate dimension safely. The Hall Master replies, of course. This time, I won't be like before, using my own mind to control yours, but will directly transfer my mind into you. At that time, your mind will be completely destroyed. Just as he is about to strike Phuong Cam Viet, Chu Chu unleashes the Phoenix power. Phuong Cam Viet manages to resist the Hall Master. He is surprised. What is this? How does your body have Phoenix power? Phuong Cam Viet says, as you said, the Kylan blood has the power to merge with all things. Before leaving the barrier, Chu Chu and Yi Wang lent me their power. Then he unleashes the Q, then's Emperor's power. The Hall Master quickly defends while laughing loudly. Ha ha, do you think you can defeat me like this? The moment you left the barrier, your body was already mine. Suddenly, the Han Thuan Thien Lin wraps around the Hall Master's leg, pulling him away. He panics. What? Seeing this, Chu Chu says smugly, unexpected, isn't it? We didn't just transfer power to Master. We also had Master bring my Han Thuan Thien Lin out with him. The Hall Master is tightly bound and struggles. A low-level spiritual tool like this can at most bind me for a moment. Your deaths are merely being delayed for a moment. Chu Chu scoffs. As long as it can bind you for a period of time, that's enough, because I have discovered your vital point. Where the dragon core is hidden, once the dragon core is destroyed, you will die. Therefore, you would definitely hide the dragon core in a place you can immediately protect. The place closest to you. Phuong Cam Viet is standing on the winged dragon. That is the dragon's back that was just under your feet. Then Cam Viet unleashes the Phoenix power. Go to hell. Phuong Cam Viet is standing on the winged dragon's back. Kylan power. Looking towards its head, there's something glowing. He is stunned. Is this the dragon core? Phuong Cam Viet uses a powerful technique to shatter it. The winged dragon screams and then gradually fades away. Phuong Cam Viet stands on a cliff, looking up. Indeed, after destroying the dragon core, the winged dragon's body will collapse. The Hall Master, who signed a contract with the winged dragon, will also explode along with it. The winged dragon falls off the cliff and explodes. Did we succeed? The barrier opens. Chu Chu walks over. The Hall Master has finally been defeated. We can leave the alternate dimension now. The Q then walks beside her. Be careful. Something isn't right. He is surprised. What? The Phoenix and the Hall Master reappear before them. Chu Chu is stunned. What is happening? The Hall Master stands on the Phoenix's back. Phuong Cam Viet. Did you think that I, the Master of Crescent Moon Hall, could be so easily defeated by you? Like that? Phuong Cam Viet is then sealed by him. Seeing this, Chu Chu panics. Master, Hon Tuan Tien Ling. Phuong Cam Viet catches it. He collapses onto it. Chu Chu runs over in a panic. Master, are you alright? Phuong Cam Viet, holding his wound with one hand, struggles to sit up. I didn't expect the Hall Master to have also signed a contract with a Phoenix. The Phoenix is reborn from flames. That's why he could be revived. Chu Chu worriedly supports him. Master, don't talk anymore. The Qthan's gaze is fixed. Phuong Cam Viet, it's thanks to you that we could push the Hall Master to this point. Leave the rest to this king. Do stay here and what over Phuong Cam Viet. This king is going. Hearing this, Chu Chu is startled. I'm going with you, royal uncle. Chu Chu interrupts him. I know royal uncle is worried about me, but I'm also worried about royal uncle. I don't want to be separated from royal uncle again. She holds his hand tightly. No matter how powerful the opponent is, as long as I'm with royal uncle, I'm not afraid of anything. Hearing this, Phuong Cam Viet smiles. Yi Wang, this venerable one doesn't need you to take care of me. Then the Q then says, all right, this king understands, but Chu Chu, you must stay by this king's side, not a single step away. Then the two of them leave, like flying dragons in the sky, rushing towards the Phoenix. Seeing this, the Hall Master is smug. Let's test the Phoenix's power on you two. Then the two sides begin to fight. Chu Chu and the Q then are pulled into a vortex. Royal Uncle, Chu Chu, take my hand. The two of them hold each other's hands tightly. The Hall Master laughs coldly. The good show is yet to come. The Phoenix breathes fire. The two of them are surrounded by a ring of fire. Phuong Cam Viet sees this and worries. Chu Chu Yi Wang. Phuong Cam Viet grits his teeth, seeing Yi Wang and Chu Chu in danger. What should I do now? Qiu Qiu and Yi Wang are trapped by the flames of the immortal bird. Danger is imminent. I have to go save them. The Hall Master appears to block him. You don't have long to live yourself, and you still want to save others? The Palace Master unleashed his spiritual power at him again. Lord Yi and Xiao Xiao are about to be turned to ash by the flames. Before that, I'll save your body first. Feng Jinwei was sent flying and spat out. Blood, a body with the Qilin's power. I'll take it. Suddenly, the Palace Master panicked. What? Xiao Xiao and Yi Jiuxian have escaped the circle of fire? Xiao Xiao unleashed Phoenix Feather Dance. Then suddenly that Phoenix vanished. The Palace Master was surprised. How is this possible? How could the Phoenix be defeated by you? Xiao Xiao said smugly. Palace Master, I have the Phoenix's power. The Phoenix is the king of all birds, the nemesis of the immortal bird. Yi Jiuxian sneered. Thanks to you trapping us in that fireball, we were able to realize the truth of combining the Emperor's mark and the Phoenix's power into one. Palace Master, your day of death has come. The Palace Master was furious. You think you could defeat this master just by yourselves? In your dreams. Then, Xiao Xiao and Lord Yi attacked together. Dragon swords and phoenix dances. The Palace Master used a technique to counter, but he was immediately pushed back and vanished. Xiao Xiao was overjoyed. Royal Uncle, Master, we finally defeated this guy. Seeing Feng Jinwei looking dazed, Master, what are you thinking about? He said worriedly, the power of the Otherworld continent is formidable. Just one Palace Master of the Crescent Moon Palace who crossed over was this powerful. If more people from the Otherworld continent come, I'm afraid a disaster will befall the mortal realm. Yi Jiuxian looked towards the otherworldly space. We must find a way to stop people from the Otherworld continent from crossing over here. Suddenly, an explosion occurred before their eyes. Xiao Xiao was stunned. It seems that after the Palace Master's death, his alternate dimension is also starting to collapse. Let's quickly escape through the exit Honored Master left for us. Outside, the celestial sound immortal was still channeling spiritual power. He was suddenly surprised. The three of them came out from inside. Jinwei, Xiao Xiao, Lord Yi, you're finally back. Since the Palace Master has been eliminated by you, let's leave this place quickly and gather with the others at Unrivaled Valley. We'll wipe out the remnants of the Crescent Moon Palace. After they left, a person was watching them from a high place. He wore a hat that hid his face, crossing his arms and sneering. T.O. think that the Palace Master of the Crescent Moon Palace would actually die at their hands. Haha, interesting. It seems the Emperor's mark, the Phoenix birthmark, and also the Qilin bloodline, their reputations are indeed well-deserved. He laughed coldly. A pity you're still too young. I shall wait quietly for you to grow to a level that satisfies me, and then I will savor the feeling of killing you. Xiao Xiao, who was walking, suddenly stopped. She looked up the tree branches. Strange, I overthinking things? In the main hall of Unrivaled Valley, the celestial sound immortal stood on the throne. Below stood Xiao Xiao, Lord Yi, and Jinwei. On both sides were the elders. The matter of the Crescent Moon Palace is finally over. Now that the Palace Master and the core members are all dead, the mortal realm can finally have a period of peace. Yi Jiuxian suddenly became pensive. It's just... The celestial sound immortal asked, what is it, Lord Yi? Lord Yi said, the Palace Master of the Crescent Moon Palace traveled through space from the Otherworld continent. If more people from the Otherworld continent cross over, I'm afraid the mortal realm will face a great calamity. The celestial sound immortal replied, although to avoid conflict, the Otherworld continent has strict rules forbidding their people from coming to our continent at will, but it seems now there's still those who sneak over like the Palace Master. Xiao Xiao was surprised. Honored Master, didn't you also go to the Otherworld continent before? How did you go? The celestial sound immortal then explained to her, there are several transportation gates between the two continents. I happened to encounter one of those gates before and passed through it to the Otherworld continent. In the Otherworld, someone with the Palace Master's strength is merely low level. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao was stunned. Someone with the Palace Master's strength is low level? If someone even more powerful from the Otherworld continent comes to our continent, then we're in trouble. Yi Jiuxian Joshin said, to prevent people from the otherworld continent from coming, I will dispatch my subordinates to search for all the transportation gates. If found, we will destroy those gates. Hearing this, the celestial sound immortal nodded somberly. Let's do that. Under the eaves, there were footsteps. Xiao Xiao pushed open the door and entered the room. The matter of unrivaled valley is resolved. The transportation gates are being handled by Royal Uncle's subordinates. We can finally relax. Yi Jioshin immediately hugged her. You haven't forgotten what you promised me before, have you? Xiao Xiao quickly looked away. What did I promise Royal Uncle before? Yi Jioshin said, you promised me that after the Crescent Moon Palace matter was over, you would obediently come with me to the Nanzhao Kingdom to meet my royal brother. Xiao Xiao was nervous. Meeting the emperor, there won't be any problems, right? After all, he is Royal Uncle's elder brother. Yi Jioshin smiled and poked her forehead. Silly girl, it's just meeting my royal brother for a moment. What's there to be nervous about? I received a letter from my royal brother. He praised us for destroying the Crescent Moon Palace. Moreover, he mentioned you in the letter. Do you want to know what my royal brother said? Xiao Xiao said nonchalantly. Really? She was stunned. What did the emperor say? Lord Yi leaned down and said to her, my royal brother said that you, Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao was curious. Royal uncle, stop teasing me and just say it. Yi Jioshin replied, what else could my royal brother say? I've already told him you are the only woman in this world I love. He said I must bring you back to Nanzhao for him to meet. Are you satisfied now? My princess consort. Xiao Xiao was stunned. Princess consort? Royal uncle, why are you suddenly calling me that? Her heart skipped a beat. Yi Jioshin sneered, can I not call you that? Princess consort. How adorable, Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao shyly covered her face with her hands. That's so adorable that I want to eat you all up. Just as he was about to kiss her, there was a knock on the door. Xiao Xiao immediately asked, who is it? Seeing Feng Jinhua walking in, Xiao Xiao asked, Master, why are you here? Jinhua was holding a bowl of medicine. This is the antidote for the heat poison, which I made from the fluorescent grass found in Hell Valley. As long as he drinks it, Lord Ye's heat poison can be cured. Xiao Xiao was overjoyed. Really? Jinhua said, I'll put the medicine down. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving. Yi Jioshin had already sat at the table and drank the entire bowl of medicine. Suddenly, all the toxins in his body dissipated. Xiao Xiao curiously asked him, how do you feel, royal uncle? Yi Jioshin sighed. My body feels much lighter, and the hot energy around my heart is gone. Xiao Xiao was surprised. Why is it that after the heat energy is gone, you look unhappy, royal uncle? Yi Jioshin was restless. When I had the heat poison, to alleviate it, I could brazenly dual cultivate with you. But now, I find that I've lost a wonderful excuse. I really don't know whether to be happy or sad. Then Xiao Xiao gave him a kiss. Silly royal uncle, is this something you even need to think about? We already have this kind of relationship. If you want to kiss, then kiss. Why care about whether there's heat poison or not? Lord Yi was smug. You're the one who said it, Xiao Xiao. He immediately lifted her up. Xiao Xiao panicked. Royal uncle, what are you doing? He then pushed her onto the bed. Royal uncle, we still have to set off for the Nanzhao Kingdom tomorrow morning. 7 days later in the Nanzhao capital. At the Nanzhao city gate, a carriage drove into the city. Xiao Xiao was traveling with Lord Yi. From inside the carriage, she opened the curtain to look outside. Her eyes filled with excited interest were finally here. Seeing this, Yi Jioshin, who was sitting beside her, said, that's right. It's been a long time since I've been back. Xiao Xiao suddenly turned to ask, Royal uncle, aren't we going directly to the palace now? Yi Jioshin questioned, why? Are you that eager to meet my royal brother already? Xiao Xiao stammered, I was just asking casually. I'm not in a hurry to meet the family head or anything. But if we go to the palace now, what else is there to do? He said, don't be in a hurry, Xiao Xiao. Follow me back to the manor to have a look first. He pulled her into his arms. That is your future home. I want to show everyone our future mistress. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao was startled. Future mistress? Royal uncle, you're being way too direct. He even pinched her cheek. So cute. Xiao Xiao turned away shyly. Don't, royal uncle, it hurts. Yi Jioshin sat with his arms crossed and sneered. Who told you to look so delectable, making me want to eat you all up? On the street, the people in the city crowded the roadside to watch. Whose carriage is that? So luxurious. You don't know? That's Lord Yi. The Lord of the Yi Manor is back. A person came to a street-side pastry stall. Have you heard? Lord Yi is back. The handsome, dashing, earth-shatteringly beautiful, domineering, and cunningly dark Lord Yi is back. The owner, who was kneading dough, said, then what are are you waiting for? Go take a look. Arriving at the manor gate, Yi Jioshin lifted the curtain and got out of the carriage. The driver got down and bowed. Your Highness, Lord Yi, we have arrived. He held Xiao Zhao's hand tightly. The two of them stepped down together, causing the women nearby to wonder and gossip among themselves. Xiao Xiao was shy of the crowd. Royal uncle, what are you doing? Yi Jioshin held her hand tightly. I want them to see your status clearly. As the two were about to enter the manor with a line of servants following, the people outside whispered softly, Heavens, am I seeing things? Lord Yi actually brought a woman back. Even Shui Lingfeng of Snow Mountain City and Heaven's favored daughter, Huo Wushuang, couldn't catch His Highness's eye. Yet Lord Yi is protecting that woman like this. What exactly is the relationship between that woman and Lord Yi? At the Shui Manor, two people stood guard outside. Shui Lingfeng, sitting in her room, heard the news and angrily threw a cup. What did you say? You really saw it. The maidservant standing before her trembled. This servant truly saw Lord Yi bring a woman back. Lingfeng was furious. How can this be? Who is that woman? The maidservant immediately dropped to her knees. This servant doesn't know either. This servant has never seen that woman before. Lingfeng slammed the table hard. Who on earth is this woman who dares to steal the man I, Shui Lingfeng, have my eyes on and even beat me to it? In this world, the only one who can catch my eye is Yi Jioshin. To marry Yi Jioshin, I even went to curry favor with the emperor and empress, but I didn't expect a new woman to pop up at this time. Her eyes narrowed. This woman's appearance. Did you get a clear look? Between her and me, who is more beautiful? The maid said, of course, it's Her Holiness, the Saintess. Although that woman has some special features. Compared to you, she's like the earth to your heaven. Shui Lingfeng was surprised. Her looks are not as good as mine. So how could she make the Night King like her? I have met the Night King before, and the Night King also knows I intend to marry him. With a little more time, I can definitely make the Night King fall in love with me, and only me. The maid whispered to her, your servant guesses that the Night King wants to use that woman to test Her Holiness's true feelings, to lure Her Holiness into actively approaching the Night King. Lingfeng agreed. Yes, that must be it. She stood up. If that's the case, then I will satisfy His Highness the Night King. Prepare the horses. We're going to the Night King's residence. At the Night King's residence, Yi Jioshin was sitting when he suddenly let out a loud sneeze. Xiao Xiao was alarmed. Royal uncle, what's wrong with you? Could it be that you've caught a cold? Let me check. She then took his pulse. The pulse is completely normal. It's not a cold. Jioshin spoke. Xiao Xiao, it's nothing. These common illnesses can no longer do anything to this king's body. It's probably just someone talking about this king. Xiao Xiao was still worried. Are you really okay? Jioshin stroked her head. What's wrong? Are you that worried about this king? Don't worry. Before I've spent a lifetime with you, absolutely nothing will happen to this king. Xiao Xiao grabbed his hand. Not just this lifetime, even in the next life, I won't allow anything to happen to royal uncle. Jioshin smiled. And whatever you say. Just then, a subordinate came to report, Your Highness the Night King, Miss Xiao Xiao, the sedan chair is ready. You may proceed to the imperial palace. Yi Jioshin reminded him, it's time to change how you address her. Call her the Night Princess Consort. Xiao Xiao immediately tugged at his sleeve. Royal uncle. Yi Jioshin smiled. Let's go, my princess consort. Let's go meet my royal brother. The two walked out. Several young women were still standing there watching. Did you see that? That's the woman the Night King brought back. Heavens, what on earth did this woman do to capture the Night King's heart? That's right. Although she could barely be considered a beauty, compared to Shui Lingfeng of Snow Mountain or Huo Wushuang of Phoenix Valley, the difference is like heaven and earth. The Night King must be blind. He must have been bewitched by a vixen to like this woman. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao was puzzled. Shui Lingfeng, Huo Wushuang. Who are they? These people are so annoying. Yi Jioshin immediately pulled her in and kissed her passionately on her lips. The crowd was even more shocked. Damn it, what is going on? The Night King actually kissed this woman in public. It seems the Night King truly loves this woman. Xiao Xiao blushed. Is royal uncle staking his claim? That's right, I am royal uncle's woman, and royal uncle is by Xiao Zhao's man. I don't care what these people say. Shui Lingfeng's face darkened. Your Highness the Night King, you too. Yi Jioshin was surprised. Shui Lingfeng, why are you here? Xiao Xiao looked back. She is Shui Lingfeng. Shui Lingfeng walked over. I heard Your Highness the Night King had returned, so I immediately rushed over to see. After all, I, a humble girl, greatly admire Your Highness the Night King. But I didn't expect to see Your Highness with this woman. She looked at Xiao Xiao with murderous eyes. You bitch, How dare you kiss His Highness the Night King in front of everyone? I will not let you go. Xiao Xiao immediately hugged Yi Jiushan tightly. So you like my royal uncle? It's a pity that royal uncle is already by Xiao Zhao's, man. Hearing this, Shui Lingfeng gritted her teeth in anger. What? You bitch, His Highness the Night King is just using you to lure me into approaching him. You should take a look in the mirror and see what you are to think you're worthy of him. The two of them held hands. Let's ignore her. Xiao Xiao, let's go. Shui Lingfeng was furious. Your Highness the Night King, have you forgotten the matter you agreed to 2 years ago? Hearing this, Jiushan stopped. She continued, you once promised me that you would agree to anything I asked. Your Highness the Night King, you must still remember, right? Xiao Xiao was surprised. What's going on? Shui Lingfeng recalled the matter. 2 years ago, Your Highness the Night King swore an oath that no matter what request I made, Your Highness the Night King would agree to it. Now, I want to redeem this promise from Your Highness the Night King. What? Xiao Xiao looked at him in surprise. 2 years ago, what does this promise mean? Jiushan replied, this king will certainly honor any promise I have made. If you want this king's help with something, just say it. Shui Lingfeng said shyly, in front of everyone, it's a bit difficult to say. Besides, I see that the woman standing next to Your Highness the Night King doesn't look too well. How about this, Your Highness the Night King? I will arrange to meet you in private later so you can properly fulfill your promise. Then she turned to leave. Farewell, Your Highness the Night King. Yi Jiushan thought to himself, damn it, this woman is deliberately saying this for Xiao Xiao to hear. She wants to provoke Xiao Xiao. He said nervously to Xiao Xiao, Xiao Xiao, what Shui Lingfeng just said, please don't misunderstand. My relationship with her is not what you think. As for what happened between me and her 2 years ago, I will explain everything clearly to you. Xiao Xiao forced a smile despite the turmoil in her heart. Royal uncle, I know. 2 years ago, that woman must have helped royal uncle and then used this favor to hold royal uncle hostage. That woman just wants to use this to shake the feelings between me and royal uncle. I'm not falling for that. That pretentious green tea act might fool people from ancient times, but does she think she can fool me too? She then took his arm and walked on. Let's go, royal uncle. The urgent task now is to go to the palace to see the emperor. It's not good to keep the emperor waiting. After we get back, royal uncle can tell me exactly how that woman helped you. Yi Jiushan smiled and lifted her chin. My Xiao Xiao, how can you be so understanding? It makes this king adore you to death. This king must reward you. Xiao Xiao was embarrassed. All right, royal uncle. In front of so many people, I don't want to be stared at anymore. He whispered in her ear, after we get in the carriage, this king will reward you. At the imperial palace, the emperor was in the golden throne hall. Yi Jiushan and Xiao Xiao came to pay their respects. Greetings, royal brother. Greetings, your majesty. The emperor smiled. Rise quickly. There are no outsiders here. No need for formalities. The emperor of the southern Zhao nation, Yi Liangchun, smiled. Both replied, thank you, royal brother. Thank you, your majesty. Afterward, the three of them sat on chairs. Xiao Xiao looked demure and elegant, but inwardly, she was in a complete panic. As soon as her name was called, Xiao Xiao, she jumped in fright and raised her hand here. The emperor smiled. Don't be so nervous. Although I am the emperor of the southern Zhao nation, to you, I am just Jiushan's older brother. So there's no need to be so nervous. Xiao Xiao was worried. It's precisely because I know you are royal uncle's older brother that I'm even more nervous. Indeed, just as Jiushan said in his letter, you are a very shy and adorable child. Xiao Xiao was stunned. Huh? Your majesty, you said I'm very shy and adorable. The emperor looked at Jiushan. That's what Jiushan said in his letter. Seeing your reaction just now, it seems Jiushan was right. Xiao Xiao whispered to Jiushan, royal uncle, what did you say to the emperor? He smirked. What? Was this king wrong? Royal brother also agreed with what this king said. Xiao Xiao panicked. What else did you say? Hurry up and tell me, tell me. Seeing this, the emperor laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Xiao Xiao was surprised. Your majesty, what's wrong? The emperor held his forehead. My apologies, Xiao Xiao. It's just that this is the first time we have seen Jiushan dote on a woman so much, so we are just overjoyed. It's a good thing that Jiushan was able to meet you. Xiao Xiao was taken aback. Your majesty, I know I am still immature, and there are many areas where I still need to improve to become a woman worthy of royal uncle. She stood up, but my feelings for royal uncle are absolutely deep. In this lifetime, I will only love royal uncle. I will not love anyone else. Then Xiao Xiao knelt down. I hope your majesty will grant us your blessing. Yi Jioshan also knelt before the emperor. I asked for royal brother's blessing. The emperor went to help them up. Why are you both kneeling? Did I say I wouldn't grant you my blessing? If you both love each other, what reason would we have to stand in your way? Both were overjoyed. Royal brother. Thank you, royal brother. Thank you, your majesty. The emperor placed a hand on Jioshan's shoulder. Jioshan, you rarely return to the southern Zhao nation. Royal brother wants to hold a banquet to welcome you two back. What do you think? Jioshan replied, there's no need for royal brother to be so extravagant. Having royal brother's approval for my and Xiao Zhao's relationship is the greatest satisfaction. He held Xiao Zhao's hand tightly. Moreover, this king has already decided. The biggest task on this trip back is to quickly organize the wedding for this king and Xiao Xiao. She was startled. Organize the wedding. In the empress's chambers, the empress was sitting with Wu Shuang. Wu Shuang, why are you free to visit your older sister in the palace today? Is it because you heard the Night King came to the palace to see the emperor, so you wanted to come to the palace to see him? Wu Shuang was dejected. I just miss my older sister. The empress took her hand. Empress Wu Linger spoke. Don't lie to me anymore. I am your older sister. How could I not know what you're thinking? You don't have the guts. In that case, follow me. I'll take you to see Yi Jioshan. Wu Shuang was sad. Right now, His Highness the Night King is with the emperor. If we suddenly go over, I'm afraid. The empress said, I am the empress. Is there any place in this palace that I cannot go? Follow me. At the Golden Throne Hall, the emperor was sitting and talking with Jioshan. Of course, the wedding must be held. But Jioshan, you suddenly have someone in your heart. This news must be announced to the public first, right? This banquet is the time to announce the identity of Xiao Xiao. Besides, there are some matters you must settle before the wedding, are there not? Xiao Xiao looked at Jioshan in surprise. Some matters? Jioshan asked back, some matters? What does imperial brother mean? The emperor sighed. It's about Saintess Shui Lingfeng of Snow Mountain and the second daughter of Phoenix Valley, Wu Shuang. They have both been waiting for you in the Nanzhao kingdom for over half a year. Speaking of which, it is our fault. We should not have given them hope back then, saying that they could become your wives. In the future, Jioshan replied seriously, Imperial brother, haven't I already told you about Xiao Xiao? The only woman I want to marry in this lifetime is Xiao Xiao. I have no interest in any other women. The emperor was stunned. Jioshan, we understand your determination now. It is all our fault. We saw that both Shui Lingfeng and Wu Shuang are among the most outstanding women in the world. And since they both fell in love with you, we had them stay in the Nanzhao kingdom. But we never expected, but rest assured, we will not let them delay your wedding. Just then, Wu Linger ran over with Wu Shuang. Your Majesty. The emperor was surprised. Empress, why have you come here? The empress smiled. Your Majesty, your subject and wife just heard someone say that His Highness, the Night King, has returned, so I hurried over. She was surprised to see Xiao Xiao. And this is? Jioshan held Xiao Zhao's hand. Allow me to introduce you, Your Majesty, the Empress. This is my woman, who will become my Night King's consort in the future. This is by Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao curtsied. Greetings, Your Majesty, the Empress. The Empress was astonished. What? His Highness, the Night King. You're not joking with this palace, are you? Is she really your consort? Jioshan immediately said, the reason this king has returned this time is to hold a wedding with Xiao Xiao. Because Xiao Xiao is the person this king loves. Wu Shuang was shocked. Loves? That is the woman His Highness, the Night King, loves? The Empress was still in disbelief. How can this be? To think the Night King would love such a woman. The Emperor became angry. Empress, your words are rather insolent. What are you saying in front of Xiao Xiao and Jioshan? Even if you are the Empress, we will not forgive you easily. The Empress stepped back. Then Jioshan said, it's all right, Imperial brother. It was within my expectations that Her Majesty, the Empress, would be so surprised. But I simply love Xiao Xiao. In this lifetime, the only woman I need is Xiao Xiao. Wu Shuang was sad, and I understand. Regardless, congratulations to His Highness, the Night King, for finding the woman you love most in your life. Also, welcome back to the Nanzhao Kingdom. My apologies, Your Majesty, for disturbing everyone. Wu Shuang took her leave. She immediately left. The Empress called after her. Wu Shuang. Xiao Xiao was bewildered. That woman is Wu Shuang? The Empress was taken aback. Your Majesty, then your subject and wife will not disturb you any longer. I take my leave. She ran after Wu Shuang. Wu Shuang. Wu Shuang was leaving. Your Majesty, the Empress, my heart is in turmoil right now. Could you please let me be alone? Watching her younger sister run off, the Empress thought to herself, really, how did things turn out this way? The Night King should have belonged to Wu Shuang, but Bai Xiao Xiao came in between. Her eyes turned sinister. How can that woman, Bai Xiao Xiao, possibly compare to Wu Shuang? What kind of sorcery did she use to bewitch the Night King? She clenched her fists. You dare steal my younger sister's man, Bai Xiao Xiao. I will definitely not let you off, you bitch. Yi Jiu-chun must belong to my younger sister. The horse-drawn carriage was moving along the road. Xiao Xiao sat near him and asked, by the way, royal uncle, what is it about me that you like? You clearly don't even like women, such as Huo Wu Shuang and Xue Lingfeng. Yet you like someone like... Yi Jiu-chun stroked his chin, speculating. That's right. Why does this king like you so much? There are clearly two peerless beauties waiting for this king. Yet this king doesn't want them. It's truly strange. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao became flustered. Royal uncle, am I that much inferior to them? Jiu-chun questioned. Are you not? Xiao Xiao said confidently. Yes, I admit it. I can't compare to that Huo Wu Shuang or Xue Lingfeng. But in royal uncle's heart, there is only me. Isn't that right? Jiu-chun patted her head. Since you already know that you are the only one in this king's heart, why are you still asking such bland questions? She snuggled against him. But I just want to know what royal uncle likes about me. Tell me, please, royal uncle. Then Jiu-chun became serious. Xiao Xiao, this king doesn't just like a certain part of you. This king likes everything about you. Xiao Xiao was stunned. Then she smiled. Me too. I also like everything about royal uncle. No matter what storms we face in the future, my heart for royal uncle will never change. Then he lightly kissed her hair. This king feels the same. At the Night King's residence, the two of them returned. A subordinate ran out to report, Your Highness, the Night King. Just now Xue Lingfeng sent someone with a message. Xue Lingfeng has requested a meeting with you at Nanzhao's Wangjiang Tower at the hour of Wei, 2 days from now. He glanced up. She said she has thought about what she needs the king to do, but only His Highness, the Night King, is allowed to go alone. Hearing this, Xiao Zhao's jealousy flared. Does this green tea bitch, Xue Lingfeng, really think I don't exist? To think she'd ask to see royal uncle at night. Can't she have some shame? Yi Jiu-chun said to her, Xiao Xiao, if you don't agree, this king will change the meeting time. Xiao Xiao took a deep breath and then said, there's no need to change it. Since it's something royal uncle promised her before, we can't go back on our word. Besides, I have absolute trust in royal uncle. Royal uncle can just go and meet her. This king will not betray your trust. He patted her head. After this matter is resolved, this king will have no more dealings with that Xue Lingfeng. The hour of Wei, 2 days later, at Wangjiang Tower, Xue Lingfeng was seated. Your Highness, the Night King, you finally arrived. Yi Jiu-chun spoke. State your request, Xue Lingfeng. Let's not waste our time. Xue Lingfeng then sat up straight. Your Highness, the Night King. Naturally cold, she walked closer to him. My request is actually very simple. It is to ask your Highness not to be so cold towards me. Then she flirted with him. Can't you just treat me as your good friend? But Yi Jiu-chun immediately pushed her away. This king refuses. Xue Lingfeng was furious. What? Your Highness, the Night King. Have you perhaps forgotten how I helped you? She pretended to fall to the ground. As repayment, you said you would agree to any request I had. Jiu-chun replied, this king also said that it must be a request that does not violate this king's principles for this king to agree. Xue Lingfeng frowned. Isn't it just being friends? How does that violate the principles of your Highness, the Night King? He immediately said, not making Xiao Xiao sad is my bottom line. Being friends with you would make Xiao Xiao unhappy. Then he opened the door to leave. If you still haven't thought of what you want this king to do, then this king will take his leave. Xue Lingfeng sat there dejected. Why? That woman isn't even a fraction as good as me. But how can His Highness, the Night King, go to such lengths for her? She gritted her teeth. No matter what it takes, I must have Yi Jiu-chun, even if it means killing that woman. At the Night King's residence, in the main hall, Xiao Xiao sat sighing, extremely bored. Suddenly, a voice said, have you missed this king this much after being apart for just a short while? Her expression immediately brightened. Royal uncle, you're back. Xiao Xiao stood up. Jiu-chun came over and poked her forehead. If this king had returned a little later, you would have let your imagination run wild, thinking this king was being pestered by Xue Lingfeng, wouldn't you? Xiao Xiao denied it. Of course not. When Xue Lingfeng called royal uncle over, what did she want royal uncle to help her with? Yi Jiu-chun said she wanted this king to become her good friend. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao was alarmed. Huh? Isn't that a classic green tea bitch move? First, pretend to be friends, but then steal the man. How shameless. Seeing Xiao Xiao fuming, Yi Jiu-chun chuckled softly, but you can rest assured, Xiao Xiao, this king has already refused. She looked up stunned, huh? Why did royal uncle refuse? He immediately pinched her nose tightly. Royal uncle, that hurts. Jiu-chun continued. Logically speaking, this request isn't very difficult. He took her hand because this king knew you would become like this. To prevent you from getting jealous, this king will not have any unnecessary relationships with any woman. Xiao Xiao stammered, who's jealous? But you refused her this time. What if she makes a more difficult request for her? You later? Jiu-chun pulled her into a hug. As long as Xiao Xiao can be by this king's side, no matter how difficult the matter, this king is not afraid. Xiao Xiao was annoyed. Royal uncle, just talk. Don't get all handsy. Then he kissed her lips tightly, not getting handsy. This king is only using his mouth. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Jiu-chun was annoyed. What is it? The person outside reported, Your Highness, Her Majesty, the Empress just sent someone to deliver a letter. Xiao Xiao held the letter in her hand. This letter is for the king's consort. Her Majesty, the Empress, has asked me to meet her in the palace at the hour of Wu tomorrow. Moreover, she only allows me to go alone. Yi Jiu-chun was worried. Her Majesty, the Empress, is Huo Wushuang's older sister. I have a bad feeling about this. If you find it troublesome, this king will go with you. Xiao Xiao shook her head. No, royal uncle. Her Majesty, the Empress, specifically instructed me to go alone. If I bring royal uncle along, I will definitely anger Her Majesty. That would be very troublesome. Royal uncle doesn't need to worry. No matter what, I will make Her Majesty, the Empress, understand that royal uncle and I are truly in love. The next day, at the Empress's Tam Kung Palace, Xiao Xiao knelt. Greetings, Your Majesty, the Empress. The Empress spoke, Rise. There is no need for such formalities. I have summoned you to speak about the matter between you and Yi Wang. Xiao Xiao then sat down to, I have heard from His Majesty about how you and Yi Wang fell in love. She sneered. After hearing it, I was deeply moved. I completely understand why you two love each other so much. Xiao Xiao was surprised. Why is this development so different from what I expected? Didn't she summon me to stop me and royal uncle? The Empress said, however, being in love does not mean you can be together. Do you truly feel that you are worthy of Yi Wang? She immediately replied, Royal uncle is a perfect man. I know that right now. I am not yet worthy of him, but I will slowly improve myself to earn the right to stand by his side. The Empress continued, You know full well you are not worthy of Yi Wang, yet you want to bind him with love. There will come a day when you will regret it. Xiao Xiao questioned, Why is Your Majesty so certain that I will regret it? The Empress sneered, Because someone like you cannot bind Yi Wang. Yi Wang will leave you. Xiao Xiao was surprised. Does Your Majesty think that Huo Wushuang can bind royal uncle? The Empress replied, Allow me to be blunt. Yes, Wushuang is one of the most outstanding women in the world. She is absolutely worthy of Yi Wang. Furthermore, her deep devotion to Yi Wang is deserving of his love, whether in terms of appearance or family background. She and Yi Wang are a match made in heaven. As for you, what do you think you have to compare with Wushuang? Xiao Zhao's face flushed with anger. Your Majesty, may I ask, are you finished speaking? Xiao Xiao stood up. Your Majesty, you asked what I have to compare with Huo Wushuang? I'm sorry, but I have no need to compare myself with him at all. Huo Wushuang, standing outside, overheard that he loves you now, but how can you be sure that he will love you forever? Xiao Xiao replied, It is enough for me to know what I have right now. Besides, royal uncle promised that for this entire lifetime, it would only be the two of us. I believe royal uncle, but a lifetime is long. Until the final moment, no one can say for sure. Xiao Xiao, do you not have even a sliver of fear in your heart? Xiao Xiao replied confidently, I am not afraid. I will do my best for this relationship. If there comes a day I must lose it, I will also let go decisively. The Empress sneered, easier said than done. If that time truly comes, can you really do it? Xiao Xiao answered, I have not wronged this relationship, but if this relationship is no longer what it once was, then why can't I let go? The Empress asked further, even when you let go, you won't feel reluctant? Xiao Xiao said bluntly, Of course I will be reluctant, but for something that no longer belongs to me, what good would more reluctance do? The Empress sighed, Since you've put it that way, I truly don't know what else to say. Xiao Xiao said to her, If it's meant to be, it will be. But if it's not, don't force it. When two people are together, the most important thing is trust, and I trust royal uncle very much. Hearing this, the empress sneered. If Yi Wang insists on choosing you, then I can only choose to wish you well. She gripped Xiao Zhao's hand tightly. I only hope you won't regret it then. This is all I have to say. I am sincerely advising you. Xiao Xiao also forced a smile. Thank you, your majesty, but I know royal uncle will not give me a chance to regret it. At Yi Wang's manor, Yi Jioshan sat at a table, tapping it restlessly. Why isn't Xiao Xiao back yet? 2 Shurchin have passed. A moment later, a voice announced, along with Xiao Zhao's return, the princess consort has returned. He ran over and hugged her tightly. Royal uncle, what are you doing? You scared me to death. I thought someone had dared to rush in and hug me. Jioshan chuckled softly. Besides me, who else would dare to hug you like that? Xiao Xiao, Her Majesty the Empress didn't give you a hard time, did she? Xiao Xiao replied, Don't worry, royal uncle. Her Majesty just wanted to understand my determination. Jioshan lifted her face. You really worried me to death. Xiao Xiao, I'm afraid I can't leave your side for even a second. Then he gently kissed her hair. Xiao Xiao, push him away. Royal uncle, don't kiss me out here. Let's go inside the room. Hearing this, Jioshan smirked. Go inside? Do you want to do more? Xiao Xiao was flustered. No, it's just in broad daylight like this. I'm still not used to kissing royal uncle in a place like this. Then he kissed her more passionately. Then I must quickly get you used to it. At the Xuan Manor, a servant girl reported to Shui Lingfeng. Young miss, His Majesty has sent a messenger. In 2 days, a banquet will be held in the palace to celebrate Yi Wang's return. His Majesty invites you to attend. Shui Lingfeng was furious. On the surface, it's to celebrate His Highness Yi Wang's return. But in reality, he wants to use this opportunity to announce the relationship between Bai Xiao Xiao and His Highness Yi Wang. She clenched her fist. This woman Bai Xiao Xiao is inferior to me in every way. What on earth does His Highness Yi Wang like about her? Could it be that this woman knows some kind of sorcery? No matter what, I will definitely make that bitch pay and show her true colors. On the day of the banquet, at the manor, a voice called out noisily, Xiao Xiao, are you ready yet? Wait a moment, royal uncle, I'm coming out now. Then, Xiao Xiao stepped out in a green dress. Yi Jioshan stared, stunned. Xiao Xiao blushed. Royal uncle, what do you mean by staring at me like that? He came over and kissed her hair. You look beautiful today, Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao was flustered. I was just thinking, is dressing like this too simple? After all, there will definitely be many beautiful women at the banquet today. Jioshan questioned, so what if there are beautiful women? Today's leading lady is you, my princess consort. Then the two boarded the carriage. Let's go. Heading straight for the palace. They arrived at the imperial palace. Jioshan helped Xiao Xiao down. Royal uncle, are we going to Jinluan Hall right away? He said, my royal brother and I have arranged to meet at the pavilion in the imperial garden before the banquet begins. Let's go there first. Just then, Shui Lingfeng and her servant girl approached. Your Highness Yi Wang, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. Xiao Xiao was annoyed. Why is it this two-faced woman again? And she just has to cling to royal uncle. Jioshan asked coldly, is there something you need? Shui Lingfeng smiled brightly. I am also here today to attend the banquet welcoming your Highness Yi Wang's return. But I didn't expect to meet your Highness before the banquet. So, I deliberately came over to greet you. Jioshan questioned, the imperial palace is vast. How could we meet so coincidentally? She feigned fear. Your Highness Yi Wang, please don't misunderstand. It was truly just a coincidence. Although I admire your Highness, I wouldn't go so far as to investigate your whereabouts and then deliberately lie in wait here. I hope your Highness will believe me. Xiao Xiao was furious. TSK, this schemer is truly formidable. In just a few sentences, she's already painted herself as a pitiful victim. Jioshan replied coldly, then please, go on your way. Then he took Xiao Xiao's hand. Let's go, my princess consort. Xiao Xiao even looked back to taunt her. Go on your way, saintess of the snowy mountain. No matter how many tricks you schemers have, my royal uncle won't be moved. Eat your heart out. Shui Lingfeng watched them leave, her face purple with rage. By Xiao Xiao, don't be so smug. In my plan, you shameless bitch are about to show your true colors. When that time comes, let's see how His Highness Yi Wang will still protect you. At the imperial garden, Xiao Xiao asked Jioshan, "Royal uncle, your performance just now wasn't bad. Shui Lingfeng is so beautiful, yet you remain calm." "As expected of the man I chose," he replied. "Even if there were hundreds of thousands of women for me to choose from, I would still only choose to marry you, Xiao Xiao." Xiao Xiao stood on her toes and kissed his cheek. "Thank you, uncle." "Royal uncle." Jioshan smirked. "Is that all?" Xiao Xiao smiled. "Royal uncle, we still have to attend the banquet later. A light kiss is more than enough." He said, "What banquet? Compared to such boring things, I would much rather be with you." Xiao Xiao was flustered. "Royal uncle, what are you saying? We are in the imperial palace." Jioshan hugged her tightly. "Oh, what if we are? I just want to be with you." The emperor happened to arrive just then and feign a cough. Xiao Xiao frantically pushed Jioshan away. "Your Majesty." The emperor pretended to cover his mouth and cough. "Jioshan, Xiao Xiao." The two of them bowed in greeting. "Your Majesty." "Royal brother." The emperor smiled. "Ahem, I didn't see anything just now." Jioshan said, "How embarrassing." "Royal brother, your younger brother and Xiao Xiao were just about to deepen our feelings for each other." Xiao Xiao was mortified. "Royal uncle, do you really have no shame? How can you say such things so openly?" The emperor chuckled teasingly. "You rascal. It seems you want everyone in the world to know immediately that Xiao Xiao is the one you will love for a lifetime." Jioshan replied, "Of course, royal brother. That is also the purpose of holding this banquet." Then the two followed the emperor. "Then follow me to Jinluan Hall for the banquet." Arriving at Jinluan Hall, the banquet was underway. "I didn't expect you to attend this banquet too." Huo Wushuang was sitting when suddenly Shui Lingfeng approached from the side. "Haven't you already given up on His Highness Yi Wang? Why are you still here?" Wu Shuang replied, "I came to wish His Highness Yi Wang and the one he loves well." "Why are you here?" Shui Lingfeng stood with her arms crossed. "I came to let His Highness Yi Wang know who is ultimately the most suitable woman for him." Wu Shuang was surprised. "What do you mean?" Shui Lingfeng sneered. "You'll find out soon enough." The eunuch announces, "Next, the Night King of Nanzhao will declare a matter of utmost importance to our Nanzhao kingdom. Let us welcome His Highness the Night King and Lady Bai Xiao Xiao." Shui Lingfeng watched the two of them enter. "Bai Xiao Xiao, just you watch how I'll tear your hypocritical mask to shreds later and leave you in utter ruin." Yi Jioshan held Xiao Xiao's hand and stood before the court. "Everyone, for attending this banquet. This king feels greatly honored. This banquet is not just to celebrate this king's return, but to announce a matter of utmost importance in this king's life. This lady is this king's princess consort. Her name is Bai Xiao Xiao." Xiao Xiao was flustered. "Everyone, I am Bai Xiao Xiao." The crowd began to whisper, "No way, right? This Bai Xiao Xiao. Could she be that shameless good-for-nothing from Diguang City?" "That's right. I also think she looks a lot like the useless eldest daughter of the general's manor in Diguang City." They discussed in low voices. "I remember that woman is an incredibly insidious demoness. Not only did she plot against her own sisters, but she also schemed to kill her own father's concubine. Moreover, isn't this Bai Xiao Xiao already engaged to heir Ouyang Beitai of the City Lord's Manor in Guang City?" The officials were also abuzz with discussion. "How did she become His Highness the Night King's princess consort? Good heavens, she's already engaged to another man. What has become of our decorum?" The emperor was surprised. "What is going on?" "Eunuch Han, why is everyone being so noisy?" Eunuch Han bowed his head. "This servant has also just heard about it." Eunuch Han looked at the two of them. "Based on what everyone is rumoredly saying, could this Bai Xiao Xiao really be that kind of woman?" Shui Lingfeng watched Xiao Xiao's awkward expression. "These words are all true. Bai Xiao Xiao, you can't deny it anymore. You bitch, be beaten back to your true form. Even His Highness the Night King, after learning of your wicked past, won't be able to save you." The crowd continued to gossip. Does someone like Bai Xiao Xiao really have a right to marry into the Nanzhao royal family and become His Highness the Night King's princess consort? Could it be that His Highness the Night King has been bewitched by this demoness? Bewitched? Yi Jioshan was furious. "All of you, shut your mouths for this king." He grabbed Xiao Xiao's hand. Xiao Xiao stopped him. "Wait, royal uncle, let me speak." Xiao Xiao stood before everyone. "Who is it that just took the initiative to question my identity? Please step forward. Regarding the rumors you just spread, I will explain them properly so that the doubts of everyone present here can be resolved." Shui Lingfeng sneered. "Did you think no one would dare to step forward? Unfortunately, I, Shui Lingfeng, have already made preparations." A first-rank official of the current Nanzhao court, Zhang Yiming. He stepped forward. "It was me." Xiao Xiao asked. I want to ask one thing. How do you know that I am the eldest daughter of the general's manor in Diguang City? You are a great minister who has always been in the imperial capital. You surely have never seen me before. Zhang Yiming was surprised. What? Are you afraid of others finding out about your past? Xiao Xiao replied. Since when was I ever afraid of others knowing my past? I have already told royal uncle everything about my past. Yi Jioshan also said, this king already knows all the rumors concerning Xiao Xiao. Seeing this, Xue Lingfeng gritted her teeth in anger. What? Your Highness the Night King, you already know about by Xiao Xiao's ugly past, yet you still want her to be your princess consort? I can't tolerate this anymore. She clenched her fists. By Xiao Xiao, I really must eliminate you. Xiao Xiao said, regarding the questions you all just had for me, I will explain them one by one. First, my sisters and my father's concubine, I have never framed them. On the contrary, they were the ones who always made things difficult for me. Their final outcome was something they brought upon themselves. Jioshan added, this king can bear witness. At that time, this king was also in Diguang City. It was also at that time that this king met Xiao Xiao and fell in love with her. Xiao Xiao continued, if you don't believe me, you must at least believe the words of His Highness the Night King, right? Zhang Yiming questioned, then what about the engagement? Xiao Xiao replied, I already broke off the engagement a long time ago. He stroked his beard. Do you think that just by breaking off the engagement, you are qualified to marry His Highness the Night King? Xiao Xiao immediately cut him off, leaving him stunned. What the hell does that have to do with you? Is there a rule that says someone who has broken off an engagement cannot marry into the royal family? Royal uncle and I are of one mind, a match made in heaven. Is it the turn of an old man like you to question and doubt us? Zhang Yiming looked like he was about to explode with anger. You are truly insolent. A shameless woman like you. What right do you have to marry into the Nanzhao royal family and become the princess consort of His Highness the Night King? Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Jioshan's face was stern. Who gave you permission to insult this king's princess consort? Zhang Yiming immediately clasped his hands and knelt. Your Highness the Night King, you are too muddled. You have been bewitched by this demoness. Yi Jioshan frowned. Doubt if you don't want to die, then shut your mouth. This king has said it. Xiao Xiao is not the kind of person you all gossip about. After this explanation, this king does not want to hear any more rumors related to Xiao Xiao. Then he declared, anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy. Xiao Xiao tugged at his sleeve. Royal uncle, isn't that a bit too much? Zhang Yiming kowtowed. Your Highness the Night King, this by Xiao Xiao is truly a demoness. This subject cannot stand by and watch you be bewitched by her. This subject has evidence to prove it. Jioshan was surprised. Evidence? Speaking of which, this king has always been very curious. After Xiao Xiao left Diguang City, she hasn't returned for a very long time. Moreover, Xiao Xiao's appearance has also changed a lot. Based on just a name, how could you have guessed Xiao Xiao's true identity? Furthermore, you, Zhang Yiming, have always been in the imperial capital, so how could you remember everything about the distant Diguang City so clearly? If you hadn't investigated Xiao Xiao, it would be impossible to know these things. Who exactly instructed you to slander Xiao Xiao at today's banquet? Seeing this, Xue Lingfeng grew anxious. I'm doomed. Yi Jioshan questioned, who instructed you to slander Xiao Xiao? He stammered, it was. The emperor was furious. Zhang Yiming, we have always considered you a loyal and incorruptible first-rank official, and thus trusted you greatly. But today, you slandered Xiao Xiao under someone else's instruction. Who exactly told you to do this? Confess the truth at once. Xue Lingfeng watched him tremble. Zhang Yiming, I warned you before. If you dare to reveal it, I will take the lives of your wife and children. Then he kowtowed and begged, please spare my life, your majesty. This subject cannot say. The emperor was furious. To think you dare to shield the culprit right in front of us. Take Zhang Yiming to the great prison. Yi Jioshan spoke up. I'm sure everyone understands clearly now. Xiao Xiao is this king's one and only princess consort. Today's banquet is not only for you all to get to know Xiao Xiao, but also to tell you that 7 days from now will be the wedding day of this king and Xiao Xiao. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. Jioshan turned to Xiao Xiao. this king and Xiao Xiao have decided to spend our entire lives together. Therefore, this king will not allow a single grain of sand to stand in Xiao Xiao's way. That evening, Shui Lingfeng and her maid were leaving with their belongings. Is the carriage ready? It's waiting outside the gate, but, my lady, do we really have to leave in such a hurry? She said, the emperor and his highness the knight, king, don't know that I was the one who instructed Zhang Yiming. Although I threatened Zhang Yiming before, he is now locked in the great prison. It's very likely he won't be able to withstand the torture and will expose me. She pushed the door open. It's best that I return to Snow Mountain to lie low. For now, Xiao Xiao and Yi Jiushun were waiting outside. Unfortunately, you won't be able to go back. Shui Lingfeng was startled. Your Highness the Night King, why are you here? Yi Jiushun questioned. You instructed Zhang Yiming to publicly slander Xiao Xiao, and you still dare to ask why this king is here. Shui Lingfeng stammered. I don't quite understand what your Highness the Night King means. I was also very surprised that Xiao Xiao was slandered like that. Xiao Xiao spoke up. Shui Lingfeng, stop acting. Zhang Yiming has already confessed everything. Shui Lingfeng was shocked. How is that possible? Everyone in the capital knows that the people Zhang Yiming loves most are his wife and children. He didn't confess when facing the emperor's questioning. The only possibility is that someone used the lives of his wife and children to threaten him. Therefore, we immediately arranged for people to find Zhang Yiming's wife and children and brought them to the great prison to see him. After learning that his wife and children were safe and sound, he immediately confessed who instructed him. Shui Lingfeng, I can't believe you dared to slander Xiao Xiao. Yi Jiushun continued, even if this king were to chop you into 100 pieces, it wouldn't be enough to quell this king's anger. Shui Lingfeng was still defiant, but His Highness the Night King can't kill me, can he? Jiushun was surprised. Why can't this king kill you? She sneered, because didn't your Highness the Night King once make a promise? That I could make any request of you. My request is that you cannot kill me. Your Highness the Night King, if you kill me, you will have broken your promise. You would be an ungrateful oath breaker. Then she laughed loudly by Xiao Xiao. Look, so what if I slandered you? So what if I framed you? In the end, am I not still alive and well? Then she laughed maniacally again and suddenly spat out blood. Looking at the blood in her palm, what's happening? Xiao Xiao said to her, Royal Uncle can't kill you, but that doesn't mean I can't kill you. She was horrified. When did you? Xiao Xiao sneered. When I got close to you, I'd already sprinkled medicinal powder on you. Shui Lingfeng was shocked. I can't believe you dare to poison me. Then Xiao Xiao pushed her away. So, you can go to hell. Shui Lingfeng collapsed to the ground, blood trickling from her mouth. On the wedding day, Xiao Xiao was being gorgeously made up. Looking in the mirror, she saw Feng Jinyue standing behind her. Master, you're here. He smiled. After this master received your invitation, I came over immediately. I suppose I didn't miss it. Xiao Xiao, after you marry the Night King, I'm afraid you'll have less time to return to Loveless Valley. Xiao Xiao said happily, Master, are you reluctant to let me get married? Feng Jinyue said, You're this master's beloved disciple. Of course, this master is reluctant to let you marry. However, this master also knows that the Night King is the one you love most. But you must remember, if one day the Night King makes you sad, you must tell this master. Xiao Xiao replied, Don't worry, master. Royal Uncle and I will definitely live happily ever after. Feng Jinyue smiled. You haven't even officially married him yet, and you're already showing off your affection in front of this master. Xiao Xiao was surprised. Master, why are you crying? Jinyue wiped away his tears with his hand. It's nothing. This master is just overjoyed. Xiao Xiao, you must remember, no matter what, this master will always be behind you, protecting you. Suddenly, someone called out Xiao Xiao. She was startled. Your Majesty, the Empress, why are you here? The Empress walked in, beaming. The Night King is waiting anxiously in the Golden Throne Hall. Men are all like that. When it's time to get married, they can't wait even a second. You're ready? Let's go quickly. Don't keep Royal Uncle waiting too long. Xiao Xiao immediately stood up. The Empress smiled. I see you can't wait either. Let's go. I'll take you to the Golden Throne Hall. Feng Jinyue watched Xiao Xiao leave. Xiao Xiao, happy wedding. At the wedding hall, the princess consort of the Night King has arrived. Yi Jiushun, dressed in his wedding attire, was waiting. Xiao Xiao. He came and took her hand. First bow to heaven and earth. The two began the ceremony. Second bow to the elders. Husband and wife bow to each other. Escort them to the bridal chamber. Xiao Xiao was then led into the room. Jiuchen lifted her veil. Xiao Xiao, you are so beautiful today. Xiao Xiao looked up at him. Royal uncle, you too? He immediately interrupted, still calling me royal uncle. Xiao Xiao was stunned. Then what should I call you? Jiuchen questioned. You tell me. After getting married, what should you call this king? He sat down beside her. Xiao Xiao stammered, husband. Yi Jiuchen picked her up. Since you've called me husband, shouldn't you do what a husband and wife should do with this king? Xiao Xiao was flustered. Royal uncle. No, that's not right, husband. What are you trying to do? Yi Jiuchen pressed her onto the bed, then kissed her passionately. Do the things you did to this king when we first met. This episode ends here. If you enjoyed it, please give me a like and a share so I have more motivation to produce more videos. Remember to follow to watch the next episodes. Wishing you all a day full of energy.